Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Naruto had future simulation system? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the empty academy classroom. Naruto Uzumaki, 12 years old, was sprawled across a desk with a half-eaten cup of instant ramen by his head. He was supposed to be studying for the next exam but had instead been trying and failing to nap. He opened one eye and complained that class and homework were stupid, insisting he would become the village leader, not a bookworm. He adjusted his forehead protector and sighed. The room was too quiet. Then a blinding burst of light flared inside his head. Naruto yelped and tumbled off the desk, hitting the floor with a solid thud. He scrambled to his feet and spun around. Empty desks, chalk dust, the faint smell of ramen seasoning. He rubbed his temples and tried to make sense of the sensation. A faint hum filled the air, and a translucent blue screen shimmered into existence in front of him, floating like a ghostly lantern. Naruto blinked and suspected an illusion. The screen announced that the Future Life simulation system had activated and welcomed him as the user Naruto Uzumaki. He poked at the glowing surface. His finger passed through it like mist. The system began the first simulation protocol and generated 6 random abilities for the simulation. Icons appeared with labels and rarity tags: Basic Energy Control, Common; Clone Body Flicker, Rare; Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, Rare; Hand-to-Hand Combat Prodigy, Ultra Rare; Ninetales Rage, Epic; and Weapon Proficiency, Common. Naruto's eyes lit up at the sight of Ninetales Rage, and he considered the hand-to-hand combat talent and weapon proficiency as useful backups. He selected Ninetales Rage, Hand-to-Hand Combat Prodigy, and Weapon Proficiency. The system confirmed the skills were integrated and counted down. Before he could object, the classroom dissolved around him. He found himself in his own body but not quite the same. His inner energy felt thicker and denser, thrumming beneath his skin. A corner of his vision labeled the moment as Year 0, Graduation Day. Simulated Naruto stood before Irika, his teacher. When he formed the hand signs for the clone technique, the result was solid and stable rather than limp. Irika smiled with pride and told him he had passed. The warmth of that moment washed over him even though it was simulated. The simulation moved to a junior ninja mission with Team 7 Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and him chasing a lost cat on a D-rank assignment. Simulated Naruto's movements were different. He tossed throwing knives with pinpoint accuracy and flowed through each motion effortlessly. He celebrated catching the cat as it hissed in fury. Later, at dusk, the simulated Naruto trained alone in the forest. His punches cut through the air in crisp, disciplined arcs, and his hand-to-hand form looked almost elegant. A rogue ninja stepped from the shadows with a scratched forehead protector and a cruel smile. Naruto's instincts screamed danger, and a burning, monstrous energy rose from deep inside him. Red energy burst around him, violent and alive. The simulated Ninetales Rage activated. His eyes turned crimson with slitted pupils, and a guttural snarl tore from his throat as he lunged. The rogue barely blocked the first hit. The next kick sent him staggering backward. The power was wild and intoxicating. But the rogue recovered, feinted to the right, and struck with a sudden, precise blow. Naruto failed to move quickly enough and was knocked down. The red energy flickered and vanished. Darkness closed over the scene. The simulation ended, recording the cause of failure as a fatal blow from the rogue ninja. The system returned to the classroom interface and displayed a performance score of 45%. Naruto gasped and clutched his chest as phantom pain lingered like a memory. His heart hammered and his palms trembled. He realized he had died in the simulation. The reward screen listed permanent and partial gains. The system granted basic energy control as a permanent skill, offered partial integration of the hand-to-hand combat prodigy, plus a small boost to strength and agility, and allowed him to retain knowledge of the rogue ninja's combat patterns. Naruto scowled at the unfairness of having picked Ninetales Rage yet still failing, but he accepted the partial integration and the combat knowledge. The system confirmed the rewards were integrated and began returning him to reality. The blue glow dissolved and the world spun. He was back in the classroom. The ramen cup remained where he had left it, and the sun was setting. Only a few minutes had passed. He felt a faint warmth spreading through his body and noticed his movements were a little smoother and sharper. The rogue's stance and feint were burned into his mind. Determination lit his expression. He resolved that if the simulator could show him a path he could learn from it and, next time, he would make it past year 0. The blue glow flickered as if the system had listened and the interface indicated the simulation was ready again. End of Chapter 1. A low hum vibrated in Naruto's mind, a subtle counterpoint to the adrenaline that still fizzed in his veins. The blue glow shimmered faintly before him once more and the system initiated a cooldown. The interface reported that the next simulation would be available in just under 12 hours. Naruto blinked and complained about the long wait, slumping into the nearest chair as the rush of battle drained from him. He jabbed at the floating screen out of frustration. His finger passed straight through. He tried swatting it away, but the interface hovered unmoved. He sighed and asked the system to explain itself. The screen rippled and displayed a brief user manual. The Future Life simulation system existed to guide him toward optimal future outcomes through iterative simulated experiences, and before each simulation 6 random abilities would be generated. User may select up to 3. A observation mode. User experiences events from a first-person perspective, with partial emotional and sensory synchronization. A decision points. Critical moments where user can make choices to alter the simulated timeline. Simulation end. Concludes upon simulated death or system time limit. A reward phase. Choose 2 permanent rewards from 4 options to enhance real-world growth. Cooldown. 12-hour recalibration and integration PRD between simulations. Naruto's brow furrowed as he read through it, mouthing some of the longer words. He wondered whether the words optimal future outcomes meant becoming. He hoped so, because if this weird system did not help him reach his dream, there would be no point in dying over and over again. He reread the first section, his mind racing. He noted that 6 random skills would be presented and he could pick 3, and felt both excited and wary at the prospect of receiving useful abilities. He winced, remembering basic chakra control being his reward last time and thinking he already had that, more or less. He moved on to the next part. The memory of the last simulation flickered behind his eyes. Irika's proud smile, the sting of death, the warm pulse of chakra. He thought that observation mode had felt like watching a movie while being in it at the same time. Naruto then noticed the decision point section and realized those moments could let him change things next time. He chastised himself mentally for charging recklessly at a rogue the previous run and resolved to be smarter, not just stronger, by waiting for those decision points. When he read reward phase, he grinned again. He understood that permanent upgrades were how he would level up in real life. He flexed his arms experimentally and felt a subtle hum under his skin, a faint, contained strength that had not been there before. His movements felt lighter and smoother. He closed his eyes and focused, replaying the rogue ninja's stance in his mind like a recorded memory and sensing the man's rhythm. He allowed himself to think that dying had not been entirely useless. His eyes drifted to the glowing timer showing 11:52. The 12-hour cooldown meant he could not just spam the system. He slumped back dramatically and complained inwardly about having lost potential training time, then slowly shifted into thoughtful mode. The system was not only giving power but teaching and testing him, and it felt real. Naruto looked around the quiet classroom. The last bits of sunlight were gone and the room was washed in shadow. For once, he was not being yelled at, ignored, or laughed at. For once, something had chosen him. He chuckled softly and rubbed the back of his neck, asking the system in a whisper whether it would help him become Hokage. The blue light pulsed faintly with no words and no sound, only the steady rhythm of the countdown. He stood with renewed determination and decided to sleep, eat, and wake up ready to go again. He put his ramen cup into his bag and left the academy. The streets of Konoha were calm as lanterns flickered to life, their glow warm against the evening air. He imagined the possibilities of the next day. Another chance, another life, another battle. At the door he looked back at the darkened classroom and saw the blue screen had vanished, leaving no trace. Naruto felt that he was not alone anymore. He held a secret that could change everything. He clenched his fist as the night breeze ruffled his hair and whispered to the stars that tomorrow he would start changing his future for real. The hum faded from his mind, replaced by a faint echo of words that were not his own. The system recorded his progress and indicated the next simulation was pending. Naruto grinned and resolved to make it count. End of Chapter 2. The next morning, Naruto practically bounced out of bed. The 12-hour cooldown had felt like an eternity, but sunlight streaming through his window filled him with anticipation. He scarfed down a bowl of ramen without really tasting it, his mind already racing with possibilities. New skills, new choices, new chances to avoid dying horribly. He bolted out of his apartment and headed straight for the academy. The same classroom from the night before sat empty and quiet, with the faint smell of chalk lingering in the air. Naruto took a deep breath and grinned, ready for round 2. Future Life Simulation System activated. Cooldown elapsed. Initiating Simulation Number 2 Protocol. Generating random skills for Simulation Number 2. Naruto leaned forward eagerly, eyes wide, hoping for something impressive. The glowing icons appeared one by one. Basic Genjutsu Resistance, Common. Weak Point Analysis, Rare. Clone Diversion Tactics, Rare. Chakra Reserve Expansion, Ultra Rare. Flirtatious Charm, Epic. Minor Healing Jutsu, Common. Naruto blinked in surprise at the inclusion of Flirtatious Charm and questioned why it was marked Epic. He considered his options and decided that Chakra Reserve Expansion would give him more chakra and thus more power, and that Weak Point Analysis would make him tactically sharper. He hesitated over the remaining choices, finding Genjutsu Resistance and Minor Healing Jutsu uninspiring, and feeling reluctant about Flirtatious Charm. Still, with a reluctant determination, he selected Flirtatious Charm for the sake of the simulation. The chosen skills integrated. Chakra Reserve Expansion, Ultra Rare. Weak Point Analysis, Rare. Flirtatious Charm, Epic. The simulation started in a brief countdown and the world blurred as the weightless feeling returned, plunging him into another version of his own future. Year 0. Genin days began again with Team 7 assembled. Naruto immediately noticed a difference. His chakra reserves felt deeper and steadier, like an ocean instead of a pond. During missions he could go longer without exhausting himself, and weak point analysis made him surprisingly perceptive. He spotted structural flaws, predicted movements, and even impressed Kakashi-sensei enough to earn a nod, an outcome that nearly stunned him. The third skill activated during the mission to the Land of Waves when Tazuna requested help with his bridge. The scene fast-forwarded. Naruto walked beside Tazuna, who complained as he always did. The simulated Naruto smiled instead of snapping back and told Tazuna that, deep down, he would be lost without them. Tazuna snorted but chuckled. Tsunami, the bridge builder's daughter, blushed slightly when the simulated Naruto complimented her cooking. The real Naruto watched from outside, his face bright red with embarrassment. He thought incredulously that he did not act like that. Year 0. Battle against Zabuza and Haku. The first battle went better this time. With enhanced chakra reserves, the simulated Naruto held out longer. His weak point analysis even detected a brief lapse in Zabuza's guard, though he was too slow to take advantage of it. The final confrontation took place on the bridge. Haku's demonic mirroring ice crystals surrounded them. Sasuke was already down and the air was sharp and cold. A decision prompt appeared before Naruto's eyes. The system informed him that he was trapped in Haku's jutsu and that Sasuke was critically injured. Options listed were to try to break out with raw chakra, focus on healing Sasuke with medical knowledge, or attempt to negotiate with Haku using charm. Naruto's eye twitched at the suggestion of negotiating with charm. He mentally selected the option to break out with raw chakra. The simulated Naruto unleashed a roar and pushed vast amounts of chakra through his body. The mirrors cracked and trembled under the pressure. The chakra reserve expansion was proving useful. Then the surge grew unstable. Red chakra, the Nine Tails energy, began to leak out. Naruto froze, horrified that he had not chosen the skill that should have caused this. The power spiraled out of control and pain flared through his simulated body as the crimson energy twisted against him. Haku reacted with swift, precise movement. In a blur, a sunban struck Naruto and the red chakra flickered before dissipating. The simulated Naruto collapsed to his knees, eyes wide and unseeing. The simulation terminated. Cause of death was recorded as being overwhelmed by a chakra surge and incapacitated by Haku. Performance, 38%. Naruto sat very still in the classroom, phantom pain at his neck throbbing faintly. He told himself that he had died again and felt incredulous that this time it had not even been entirely his fault. He blamed the fox, the system, and the ill-timed flirtatious charm in a fit of self-disgust. The system displayed the results and rewards. He received permanent access to minor healing jutsu, partial integration of chakra reserve expansion, increases to chakra control and intelligence, and retained knowledge of Haku's ice jutsu patterns. Naruto sighed at the modest reward but acknowledged that better chakra control and sharper thinking might help him avoid repeating the same mistake. He selected the improvements and the system integrated the rewards, returning him to reality. Naruto's eyes fluttered open. He was back in the classroom with the faint taste of ramen still on his tongue. The system's cooldown timer appeared quietly, indicating the next simulation would be available in almost 12 hours. Leaning against the desk, Naruto reflected that 2 simulations had ended in death and 1 in an embarrassing bout of accidental charm. Still, the lessons remained. He felt his chakra flow a little smoother and his thoughts a little clearer. The small boost to intelligence was progress. He resolved that he would learn from these failures and survive longer next time. Determination settled over him as he rose and stepped into the bright morning light. The timer ticked down toward the next trial and the blue system light flickered, acknowledging his resolve. Progress was recorded and the next simulation was pending. Naruto spent the cooldown brooding. 2 deaths in 2 simulations, both occurring within his first year as a genin, were humbling and unnerving. He tried to focus on academy lessons, but his mind kept returning to the system, to the skills he might gain, and to avoiding future deaths. During Irika-sensei's lectures, he found himself practicing evasive footwork he had observed in the Haku simulation. Irika noticed, and Naruto only offered an awkward grin as explanation. When he was not in class, Naruto frequented the library, a place he had rarely visited before. He read about chakra control and mental discipline, determined to be smarter rather than merely stronger. If intelligence kept him alive, he would learn whatever he needed. 12 hours passed slowly. As the sun set and twilight filled the academy classroom, the familiar blue light of the system appeared again. Naruto sat up straight, ready. The future life simulation system activated, the cooldown elapsed, and Simulation 3 began generating skills. Naruto took a deep breath and hoped for useful abilities, silently pleading for no romance-based powers. The available skills appeared: Enhanced Sensory Perception, Basic Earth-Style Jutsu, One-Time Love Seal, Shadow Clone Diversion, Weapon Mastery, and Minor Stamina Boost. Naruto's expression darkened when he saw the One-Time Love Seal. He muttered in disbelief at the idea of a romance-related ability and scolded the randomness of the system. Still, he needed 3 skills. Weapon Mastery was clearly valuable and Enhanced Sensory Perception would help detect traps and ambushes. He selected those 2. Choosing a third proved difficult. Basic Earth Style and Minor Stamina Boost seemed dull, while One-Time Love Seal was risky. He reminded himself that it was a one-time effect and, with a grimace, accepted the One-Time Love Seal as the final selection. Chosen skills were integrated and the simulation prepared to begin. The world twisted again, a sensation like falling through water and light pulling him into another timeline. Year 0, Graduation and Junior Ninja Assignments. From the very start, the difference was clear. His simulated self handled daggers with fluid grace, fast, precise, instinctive. Weapon mastery turned even simple throwing practice into a deadly art. His throwing stars flew straighter, his dagger strikes sharper. Meanwhile, enhanced sensory perception gave him an almost supernatural awareness. He could sense when someone entered a room before they made a sound. He noticed birds flying differently before it rained. He felt danger before it appeared. For the first time, Naruto thought that maybe he would actually make it through this one alive. Year 0. Mission to the Land of Waves. The confrontation on the bridge. The scene fast-forwarded, déjà vu settling in as the familiar bridge loomed before him. Zabuza, Haku, the same mission, the same nightmare. This time, Naruto's reactions were sharper. His enhanced senses let him read the flow of battle, the air currents shifting before Haku moved, the faint hum of energy forming in the mirrors. His body moved before his mind fully processed it, dodging attacks that would have killed him before. When Haku's needle flew, Naruto's dagger struck it out of the air with startling precision. He was not invincible, but he was holding his ground. Then the pattern shifted. Sasuke fell again. Haku turned, the mask gleaming in the mist, preparing to deliver the final blow. The system detected a decision point. Haku was about to deliver a fatal strike to Sasuke. Naruto had choices. He could engage Haku in direct combat using his weapon mastery. He could utilize a one-time affinity seal on Haku. Or he could create a diversion and attempt to rescue Sasuke. Naruto's stomach dropped. Direct engagement would be a suicide run. Creating a diversion was too risky. That left the affinity seal. He stared at the option, jaw tight, thinking it was ridiculous. He remembered the system note about optimal future outcomes and, hesitantly, selected the seal. The simulated Naruto's body moved automatically. His eyes locked with Haku's, and a strange warmth filled the air, not battle heat, but something calmer. A pulse of energy spread outward, invisible yet overwhelming. It was not violent or hostile, it eased the tension. Haku froze mid-strike. The needle in his hand trembled. The mask hid most of his face, but Naruto saw the eyes behind it wide, uncertain, suddenly soft and perplexed. Haku murmured Naruto's name, voice shaking, wondering why he felt such confusion. Zabuza snarled through the mist and ordered Haku to finish them, but Haku did not move. His breathing hitched and his hand dropped. He stepped toward Naruto with one slow, hesitant step, gaze trembling with conflict and an unsettling calm. The real Naruto, watching the scene unfold, felt sick and thought that something about this was wrong. Then everything happened at once. Zabuza, realizing something was wrong, roared and charged. His massive blade cut through the mist like lightning. The simulated Naruto was still frozen, staring in disbelief at Haku's sudden, unnatural hesitation. He did not react in time and Zabuza's blade struck him before he could move. The simulation ended. The recorded cause of death was a fatal strike from Zabuza after Haku's hesitation. Performance, 42%. Naruto's body tensed as he reappeared in the classroom, breath ragged. The phantom sensation of steel across his chest made him shiver. He slammed his fist onto the desk and told himself he could not believe he had died because of that seal. The system offered rewards: permanent retention of a basic earth technique, partial integration of weapon mastery, plus 10 energy points and 5 intelligence points, and retained knowledge of interpersonal influence via energy. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. He rejected the idea of using the interpersonal influence knowledge and vowed not to use any more manipulative charms. He took a deep breath, focusing on the useful gains, the energy, the intelligence, and the weapon skill reinforcement. He accepted those rewards and the system integrated them. When the world steadied again, twilight had deepened. The classroom was quiet and empty except for him and the faint hum of the system timer. Naruto leaned forward on his desk, head buried in his arms. He could still see Haku's eyes confused and soft in a way that felt wrong. The affinity seal had saved Sasuke, but it did not feel like a true victory. It felt wrong. He exhaled shakily and thought that he would never use those seals again. He still did not know how to control the Nine Tails. He still had not made it past the first year alive in the simulations. But he was learning more energy, more control, more clarity. Next time, he told himself, he would be smarter, stronger, and alive. He would become the village leader, and not even death or the system would stop him. The simulation system cooled down. The next simulation would be available after 12 hours. End of the 4th simulation sequence. Naruto woke with a renewed sense of purpose. The humiliating Affinity Seal incident had solidified his resolve. No more manipulative skills. He needed to focus on true ninja abilities. He spent the morning skipping rocks across the Naka River, practicing his aim and clearing his mind despite the lingering embarrassment. As soon as the cooldown ended, he raced back to the academy classroom. The screen flickered to life, bathing the dusty room in an ethereal glow. The simulation system activated again. Cooldown elapsed. The fourth new scenario began generating random skills. Available skills appeared: Energy Infusion, common; Basic Water Technique, common; Mind Link, Distant Soul, epic; Shadow Throwing Stars, rare; Wind Technique, Violent Whirlwind, rare; and Ninja Dog Summoning, ultra rare. Naruto studied the list. He wondered what Mind Link, Distant Soul meant and worried it might be another odd, non-combat ability. He quickly chose Ninja Dog Summoning because it seemed useful and familiar, and Wind Technique, Violent Whirlwind, for combat. For the third slot, he was tempted by Shadow Throwing Stars for offense, but Mind Link intrigued him as a potentially useful tool without the manipulative intimacy of the earlier seal. He selected it. The system confirmed integration of Ninja Dog Summoning, Wind Technique, Violent Whirlwind, and Mind Link, Distant Soul, and the simulation prepared to start. The world shifted. This time, an immediate, strange sensation arrived like an extra voice, quiet and unfamiliar, whispering at the back of his mind. The simulation announced the beginning of Year Zero. Genin life commenced. The simulated Naruto remained on Team 7 and quickly bonded with a summoning dog named Pakatsu, a small but fiercely loyal pug, thanks to his Ninja Dog Summoning. His wind style, Violent Whirlwind, impressed even Sasuke during training. Then came an odd notification. A mind link had been activated, connecting him with Mei Terumi, the fifth Mizukage. Naruto, the observer, nearly fell out of his chair at the realization that the connection was with a Kage. A faint, feminine presence brushed his thoughts like a distant echo. Mei Terumi's calm, confident mind entered his head and asked who he was and whether this was some unfamiliar genjutsu. Naruto reacted with wide-eyed excitement in his thoughts, introducing himself as Naruto Uzumaki and proclaiming his ambition to become Hokage, then blurted a hopeful question about whether she was the Mizukage. Mei found the dream bold for someone so young, confirmed her identity as Mei Terumi, and admitted that the mind link was unexpected and startling coming from a genin. Over the following months, a strange, secret connection formed. Naruto found himself randomly exchanging thoughts with Mei. Sometimes she would be in the middle of a Kage meeting when his mental chatter about ramen intruded. Other times she offered sharp, surprisingly helpful advice during missions. Naruto wondered what it was like to be a Kage, and Mei replied that it was a constant struggle, far more paperwork than battles, and less ramen than she'd prefer. Through the link, Naruto learned about Kirigakure, its politics, and its struggles. Mei, in turn, learned about his dreams, his loneliness, and his unshakable optimism. It became a platonic, distant friendship that somehow worked. By year 1, at the Bridge of Fate against Zabuza and Haku, Naruto was more prepared. He had stopped relying on manipulative seals and blind charging. He used Wind Style, Violent Whirlwind, to disrupt Haku's ice mirrors while Pakatsu tracked Haku's movements. His improved perception made him much harder to hit. The fight was fierce but different. Naruto was learning and adapting. Mid-battle, Mei's calm, analytical thoughts reached him, noticing the desperation in Haku's chakra and suggesting that Naruto might reach him and stop the conflict without lethal force. Naruto hesitated, considering the possibility of understanding rather than killing. Zabuza saw the hesitation and pressed the attack with relentless fury. Naruto dodged the first strike, his senses sharper than before, but Zabuza did not relent. A flash of steel followed. Pakatsu yelped as the massive sword clipped him, and Naruto immediately dove to protect his summon. A decisive strike landed as Naruto shielded his companion. The simulation registered the end. The simulated Naruto had fallen while protecting his summoned dog. The battle concluded in an intense, non-graphic way, and the system recorded performance at 65%. Naruto, the observer, felt phantom pain and the ache of losing Pakatsu. He had lived longer this run and fought better. He had died protecting someone and he could accept that. The simulation awarded him several rewards. He retained basic water-style jutsu on a permanent basis, kept partial integration of ninja dog summoning, and received a boost of 15 chakra and 10 stamina. Mei Terumi retained partial memory of the link and some interpersonal knowledge of the simulated Naruto. Naruto read the notification again, surprised that Mei Terumi remembered him. A warm, strange pang touched his chest. The bond they had formed felt comforting, like an older sister watching over him. He accepted the chakra boost and the memory link as they integrated into his body. The simulation returned him to reality. He blinked and found himself back in the empty classroom, the scent of chalk and dust in the air. His chakra pool felt deeper and his stamina stronger. The system indicated a cooldown before the next simulation. He exhaled slowly and felt less frustrated than before. He had fought well, learned more, and formed an unlikely friendship with Hokage. He told himself that the system could keep throwing strange scenarios at him and he would keep getting stronger. He resolved that next time Zabuza would not take him down, and he even imagined teaching the Mizukaja a thing or two about ramen. He left the academy into the cool evening air, the faint whisper of the interpersonal knowledge link reminding him that strength was not only about fighting but also about connection, even the strange, simulated ones. Far away, in the misty lands of Kirigakure, Mei Terumi paused in her office. She had been leaning back in her chair, piles of diplomatic scrolls and budget reports stacked across her desk and the fluorescent glow of the lamps reflecting in her tired, emerald eyes. She sighed at the mountain of paperwork and reached for her teacup, when a barely perceptible sensation tickled the edges of her mind. A faint, warm ripple brushed her thoughts like a stone dropped into a calm pond, then quickly faded. It felt both familiar and elusive. She found herself recalling a fleeting echo of boisterous laughter, a vivid splash of orange, and the faint, unmistakable scent of instant ramen. The memory came with an inexplicable fondness, a mixture of mild exasperation and genuine amusement, as if thinking of a particularly rambunctious child. The name Naruto Uzumaki surfaced in her mind with surprising clarity. She knew of Naruto as the Jinchuriki of Konoha, an energetic genin known for pranks and his ambition to become Hokage's standard intelligence. Yet the memory that lingered felt more personal, a mental link, a young enthusiastic voice asking about ramen and about what it meant to be a Kage, a playful address that he quickly followed with embarrassment, and an unexpected camaraderie that had formed between them. She remembered offering advice and sharing snippets of her day, and she remembered the boy's fierce loyalty in battle, protecting his summoned dog. Mei pressed a hand to her temple and tried to grasp the fading wisps of that connection, wondering where it had come from and what it might mean. It felt so real, so immediate, yet entirely out of place. It was not an illusionary technique. Her internal energy flow was completely stable. It was not a psychological attack. It brought no malice, only a strange sense of loss for a connection that should not have existed. Mei Terumi opened her eyes and gazed at the stacks of paperwork. The memory was already blurring, becoming more dreamlike, less concrete. But the feeling remained, a sense of having known a bright, challenging spirit, of having offered guidance to a young, earnest ninja, and a faint, almost maternal concern for his well-being. Mei mused that a low-rank ninja from the Leaf Village had been asking about the burdens of a village leader, and that he had displayed boundless energy. She recalled the advice she had given him during the simulated battle on the bridge, the insight into Haku's emotional state. She wondered if a part of her had truly connected with this boy, an impossibility in light of everything she knew about ninja techniques. Mei allowed herself a dry, self-deprecating laugh and considered that perhaps stress was finally getting to her, or that she was imagining a more interesting life than dealing with land dispute agreements. Still, deep down she knew it was not mere imagination. Something had happened. A bridge had been formed, however briefly and unreal, with a young, loud ninja from the Leaf Village, and a sliver of that experience had etched itself onto her soul. She picked up her teacup, feeling a lingering warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with the hot liquid, and shook her head with a soft smile touching her features. Mei whispered the name Naruto Uzumaki to herself, the idea of him as a village leader carrying a peculiar weight. The memory would fade further with time, becoming a strange, pleasant dream she could not quite recall but would never quite forget. A whisper of orange, a flash of determination, and the scent of ramen. For Mei Terumi, always composed in the cold and calculating world of village politics, this added an unexpected. She found herself, for a moment, simply wondering how that boy was doing and whether he had ever figured out how to cook instant ramen well. End of Chapter 6. Naruto spent the next 12 hours dissecting his previous simulation. He had not died through his own foolishness this time, but from an external attack while distracted. Mei Terumi's fleeting memories had been a pleasant, if bizarre, bonus. He felt a stronger resolve and a deeper understanding of the unpredictable nature of ninja life. When the cooldown finally lifted, he returned to the academy classroom and sat cross-legged on a desk. The simulation interface sprang to life. The system activated, the cooldown elapsed, and simulation number 5 began. Random skills for the simulation were generated. Available skills were presented as follows. Energy Focus, Common. Basic Sealing Technique, Rare. Dark Eye, Epic. Close Combat Enhancement, Rare. Luck of the Unlucky, Epic. Minor Resistance to Illusionary Techniques, Common. Naruto's eyes lit up at Dark Eye. He thought it sounded cool, perhaps similar to a special visual power he had heard about. Scanning the list, he wondered what Luck of the Unlucky meant and reflected that such a thing seemed to happen to him all the time. He selected Dark Eye for its apparent power, then chose Close Combat Enhancement to improve his hand-to-hand fighting, knowing his tendency to charge in. For the third skill, he hesitated between Basic Sealing Technique and the Rare Luck of the Unlucky. Remembering how often he had stumbled into something important by accident, he felt the latter fit his nature and selected it, hoping it might counterbalance his actual bad luck. The system confirmed the chosen skills: Dark Eye, Epic, Close Combat Enhancement, Rare, and Luck of the Unlucky, Epic. With the skills integrated, the simulation began, and the simulated world shifted. The Naruto inside the simulation felt a strange tingle behind his eyes, a latent power waiting to awaken, and his body grew lighter and more responsive, ready for close combat. Year 0, Genin Graduation and Low-Grade Missions. The simulated Naruto passed the low-rank ninja exam with surprising ease. His enhanced close combat skill allowed for fluid movement and strong blows. During low-grade missions, his Luck of the Unlucky manifested in odd ways. He tripped over loose stones only to discover a missing cat hiding under a bush. He got splattered with mud, which then perfectly obscured him from a grumpy villager he was trying to avoid. It was bizarre, often inconvenient, but oddly effective. Year 1, Land of Waves Mission. The confrontation with Zabuza and Haku unfolded differently. His close combat enhancement let him trade blows with Haku more evenly, but it was Dark Eye that made the biggest difference. When Dark Eye activated, it granted limited predictive sight and minor illusory capabilities. The simulated Naruto's vision sharpened. He could see faint, ephemeral lines of force and predict Haku's next moves a split second before they happened. He dodged with uncanny precision. When Haku trapped Sasuke in the ice mirrors, Naruto used Dark Eye again and produced a subtle illusion that confused Haku and made him misjudge Naruto's position, buying precious seconds. They did not defeat their foes outright, but they survived. Sasuke survived. Their teacher Kakashi finished the job. Naruto had lived past the 1-year mark. Year 1, Month 6, returned to the Leaf Village. Back in the village, his training intensified. Dark Eye seemed to evolve, offering brief glimpses into weak points, future movements, and subtle energy signatures he could not normally perceive. His close combat skill continued to improve, making him a formidable opponent for a low-rank ninja. Year 1, Month 10, the middle-rank exams begin. Naruto felt excitement as he, Sasuke, and Sakura entered the middle-rank exams. The written test blurred past, but Luck of the Unlucky led him to accidentally copy answers from a particularly clever examinee. In the dangerous forest known as the Forest of Death, Dark Eye helped him spot hidden traps and enemy ninja before they could spring ambushes. They acquired a scroll, but not without incident. Decision point detected. The simulation presented a decisive encounter with Orochimaru, a practitioner of terrifying power. The current skill set might not be sufficient. The options were presented: engage Orochimaru directly, flee immediately even if it meant temporarily abandoning Sasuke and Sakura, or attempt a distraction with a duplicate while escaping. Naruto, observing the situation, felt a cold dread settle in his stomach at the name Orochimaru. He had heard Kakashi, his teacher, warn about this level of threat. He did not want to leave his teammates, but fighting Orochimaru seemed like suicide. Remembering his pattern of quick deaths, Naruto decided that distraction was the smart move. He chose to create a shadow duplicate to buy time. The simulated Naruto formed a duplicate and instructed it to distract Orochimaru while he searched for an escape route and looked for any weakness he could exploit. The clone charged and bought a few precious seconds, but Orochimaru was not easily fooled. Orochimaru dispatched the clone with a single flick of his wrist and turned his attention to the real Naruto. Orochimaru's predatory, cold gaze met Naruto's dark eye. Dark eye overwhelmed by superior ocular prowess. Luck of the unlucky nullified by intentional malice. Naruto felt a terrifying surge of power, not his own, wash over his senses. His dark eye flared, offering glimpses of impossible, unsettling futures before suddenly going dark. His luck of the unlucky twisted, making chance turn against him. A branch snagged his foot as he tried to flee and sent him stumbling. Orochimaru closed the distance in an instant. A firm grip seized Naruto and the curse mark along Naruto's skin flared with dark chakra. Naruto thrashed, but the opponent's control was overwhelming. Chakra surged through him and he was forced into unconsciousness. Simulation ended, cause of defeat, overwhelming chakra suppression by Orochimaru. The blue screen returned, its finality echoing in Naruto's mind. Performance, 78%. He had lasted longer this time. He had fought better and had delayed a fight for his teammates. Still, Orochimaru remained a terrifying adversary. The sensation of his chakra being overwhelmed had been deeply unsettling. Rewards. Keep chakra focus common, permanently. Partial integration of taijutsu enhancement. Plus 20 chakra, plus 15. Stamina. Orochimaru retains partial memory of encounter. Naruto stared at the final reward and recoiled at the thought that Orochimaru might remember. He shuddered at the memory of that cold, unfeeling presence. He opted instead for the practical gains. Increased chakra and stamina and the taijutsu enhancement because it had helped him in the simulation. He selected the second and third options. Rewards integrated. Returning to reality. Naruto snapped awake in the classroom, sitting bolt upright. His throat felt raw, his skin prickled as if touched by cold fingers, and his breath came in ragged pulls. The name Orochimaru sent a chill through him. Simulation system, cooldown initiated. Next simulation available in 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. He had reached the Chunin exam stage in that simulation, an improvement, but the manner of defeat was a reminder that brute power alone would not be enough. He vowed to prepare. He could not allow that outcome to repeat. Naruto felt the subtle but undeniable increase in chakra and stamina. His body moved with slightly more ease. The system was harsh and unforgiving, but it was teaching him. He rose and walked to the window. Moonlight stretched across the village. He resolved to train harder and learn more. Each simulation, each setback, would teach him something important. The shock of the Orochimaru simulation lingered, but Naruto processed it and took lessons from it. He learned that raw power must be matched with cunning and knowledge. He used the cooldown to practice basic evasion and replayed the encounter in his mind, searching for different choices he could make. As the sun dipped and shadows lengthened across the academy classroom, the blue screen shimmered into life again for the sixth time. Naruto braced himself, a knot of anticipation and fear tightening in his stomach. Future life simulation system activated. Cooldown elapsed. Initiating simulation number 6 protocol. Generating random skills for simulation # Naruto hoped the draw would be favorable. Available skills. Basic Genjutsu immunity, rare. Shadow clone burst, rare. Advanced chakra sensing, ultra rare. Taijutsu form. 8 gates release, epic. Call of Cthulhu, legendary. A minor regeneration, common. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the legendary option. He felt a sudden surge of excitement at the prospect. He scarcely registered the rest before choosing the legendary Call of Cthulhu, Shadow Clone Burst, and Advanced Chakra Sensing. Chosen, Call of Cthulhu, Legendary, Shadow Clone Burst, Rare, Advanced Chakra Sensing, Ultra Rare. Skills integrated. Simulation starting in the world folded and the simulated Naruto stepped into a new life with an immediate and overwhelming sense of heightened awareness. It was more than sight and sound. It was a deep, cosmic hum at the edge of perception. His mind expanded, opening to strange insights. Call of Cthulhu activated. Limited cosmic insight granted. Call of Cthulhu activated. Mental resilience enhanced. Images and impressions jolted through him. Impossible geometries, swirling nebulae, echoes of colossal entities beyond understanding. The experience was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, but the enhanced mental resilience kept him from being completely undone. Year 0, a different path. This simulation deviated from the usual genin route. The Hokage, sensing something unusual in Naruto likely influenced by the new ability, placed him on an accelerated training course before assigning him to a team. He did not join Team 7 immediately. His advanced chakra sensing proved exceptional. He could detect subtle ripples of chakra across Konoha and pinpoint individuals with startling clarity. Shadow Clone Burst allowed him to create multiple, stable clones instantly, useful both in combat and in intensive training. Call of Cthulhu reshaped his perception more profoundly. He did not merely sense chakra, he perceived underlying patterns in reality and occasional, inexplicable whispers that seemed to suggest deeper truths. Year 1, Month 3. Anomalous chakra signature detected. During a meditation practice informed by the strange urges from his new ability, the simulated Naruto detected an anomalous chakra signature deep within the Forbidden Forest. The signature felt ancient and foreign. He approached with caution, guided by advanced chakra sensing. The forest grew unnaturally quiet and the trees took on odd, twisted shapes. Behind a waterfall he found a hidden cavern. There was no ordinary light inside, but his expanded perception allowed him to see. Within the cavern lay an ancient shrine, cloaked in moss and carved with strange, non-Euclidean patterns. At its center pulsed a dark orb emitting the same alien chakra he had sensed. As he neared, his Call of Cthulhu flared, and he experienced not only vision of the orb but a sense of its long history and purpose. It was a fragment of something vast, a beacon, a key to greater power. He touched the orb and a torrent of raw, unadulterated knowledge flooded his mind. Not techniques, not tactics, but understanding of the universe, of energy on a cosmic scale, of forgotten powers and slumbering entities. His mind expanded, vast and unfathomable. He felt like a tiny drop absorbing an ocean. Year 1, Month 8 accelerated growth. With this newfound insight, the simulated Naruto's growth became exponential. He created new ninja techniques based on fundamental energy principles, not pre-existing forms. He could manipulate energy in ways never before seen, subtly bending reality on a small scale. His Shadow Clone Burst became a tool for rapid data processing, each clone independently exploring a facet of the cosmic knowledge. The village leader observed his progress with awe and profound unease. Naruto was no longer just a junior ninja, he was something more. Year 1, Month 11 Mid-Level Ninja Exams Preparation. Despite his unique path, Naruto was eventually entered into the mid-level ninja exams, largely to satisfy protocol. By now, he was vastly beyond his peers. He saw the written exam as a simple pattern recognition puzzle and the Forest of Death as an intricate web of interwoven energy signatures and minor realities. Current time halfway through the mid-level ninja exams, Forest of Death. The simulated Naruto stood at the entrance to a particularly ominous cave in the forest. His advanced energy sensing screamed at him. Within the cave, something ancient and incredibly powerful slept. It was not the malicious, predatory energy of Orochimaru, but something far older, vast and indifferent. The Call of Cthulhu artifact vibrated, humming a deep, resonant frequency. The whispers in his mind coalesced into a single, undeniable urge, a direction, a destination. This world, this dimension was calling to him. It was not the Hidden Leaf Village or the Elemental Nations. It was somewhere else, beyond the veil of known reality. With the power of the Call of Cthulhu flowing through him, he could sense the path and almost taste the journey. He stood at the cave mouth, gazing into the profound darkness within, but his true gaze reached far beyond, into the cosmic tapestry woven by his newly legendary skill. There was a pull, an irresistible force on his very soul. He had to go. The simulated Naruto stepped into the cave. It was not just a cave, it was a doorway. The walls rippled, stone giving way to impossible geometries and swirling nebulae. A gate, shimmering with primordial energy, pulsed at its heart. Guided by the profound awareness granted by the Call of Cthulhu, the simulated Naruto stepped through. The world dissolved and reformed. The simulation registered a dimensional shift and confirmed that the simulated Naruto had entered an alternate reality. Year 2, a new world. The simulated Naruto spent a year in this alien world of impossible landscapes, beings that defied conventional understanding, and energies that warped the very fabric of existence. The Call of Cthulhu evolved with him, granting deeper cosmic insight and allowing him to adapt and even thrive in that unfathomable reality. He learned to manipulate ambient energies, traverse impossible distances, and perceive truths that would shatter lesser minds. He was no longer just a ninja, he had become something akin to a nascent demigod, untouched by the mortal concerns of ordinary energy and technique. He had transcended. Meanwhile, back in the academy classroom, the real Naruto Uzumaki watched the simulation unfold. He saw his simulated self, older, wiser, radiating an almost frightening serenity. He saw the impossible beings the simulation showed, the vast empty landscapes, the cosmic horrors that simply were. A profound sense of unease settled over the real Naruto. This was not the path he wanted. He wanted to be the village leader. He wanted to protect the Hidden Leaf Village. He wanted to be with his friends, to eat ramen, to train with his teachers Kakashi and Irika. He felt a growing alienation as he watched his simulated self become something utterly other. The connection, usually so strong, felt stretched and thin, almost cold. The simulated Naruto now moved with a purpose detached from human emotion, interacting with entities that had no names in his language. He was powerful, but alone, far from everything Naruto held dear. Naruto felt a sudden, desperate urge to stop it. This future was magnificent and terrifying, but it was not his future. Naruto urgently called to the system, demanding that the simulation stop and insisting that he did not want to go to that world. The system responded by displaying an interruption request and a warning that premature termination would result in significantly reduced reward efficacy. It asked whether to proceed. Naruto confirmed immediately that he wanted to stop the simulation. The cosmic landscape on the screen dissolved and images flashed rapidly, the simulated self fading, the alien world receding. The system ended the simulation at the user's request and flagged the cause as premature termination, warning that rewards would be significantly reduced due to the divergence. Naruto braced himself, expecting nothing. The system then reported the rewards available despite the premature end: permanent retention of Shadow Clone Burst, partial integration of advanced energy sensing, an increase of 25 points to his energy pool and 20 points to his intelligence, and an ability labeled See Through All Illusions. Naruto's jaw dropped. Reduced rewards or not, these were incredible gains. He felt excitement rise and made his choice without hesitation. He selected See Through All Illusions and partial integration of advanced energy sensing. The system integrated the chosen rewards and returned him to reality. Naruto gasped and sat bolt upright in the classroom. His mind felt clearer, sharper than ever before. A powerful new surge of energy and a keen awareness that went beyond his normal senses settled within him. He tested the See Through All Illusions ability and, for a split second, saw the faint shimmering residues of dust motes in the air not just as particles but as subtle disruptions in light and energy. It was like seeing the world with a new layer of truth. He was back in his body and in the classroom, relieved that he had chosen to stop the simulation and reject a path of unimaginable power and cosmic transcendence because it was not his path. He had chosen Konoha, his friends, his dream of being Hokage. The rewards were a constant, tangible reminder of what he had gained. He felt a profound sense of empowerment. He could detect chakra better and see through illusions. This was real ninja power. He stood alone in the quiet classroom with a new determination burning in his eyes. He had rejected a cosmic destiny for the sake of his village, and the system had rewarded him for it. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him, that the true adventure had only just begun. There was a gate. A part of him, however small, yearned to explore the world rather than abandon it. He felt a magnetic pull to go somewhere, though he did not yet know where. All he knew was that he was ready. The memory of the cosmic path and the shock of seeing through illusions still resonated in Naruto's mind. He had gained powerful, practical abilities and was ready to push the boundaries again, seeking power that would let him stand up to threats like Orochimaru. As the cooldown expired, Naruto hurried to his usual spot in the empty classroom. The simulation system activated. The cooldown had elapsed and Simulation Protocol 7 began to initialize. A glowing list of random skills appeared before him. The available skills included Chakra Infusion, common, Basic Water Walking, common, Love Connection, Shared Destiny, epic, Shadow Clone Diversion, rare, Wind Style, Gale Barrage, epic, and a minor Stamina Boost, common. Naruto scanned the list and frowned at the third option. He complained inwardly that it was another love skill, likening it to a matchmaking service for ninjas, and felt embarrassed about his earlier awkward failures with similar effects. The epic ranking drew his attention. He wanted at least 2 high-tier skills this time, and Wind Style, Gale Barrage was an obvious choice for direct combat power. He hesitated over the third pick. The common skills were useful, but the potential of an epic skill was hard to pass up. He rationalized that Shared Destiny might allow him to share power rather than feelings, and he selected the skill despite his reluctance. The system confirmed the choices: Love Connection, Shared Destiny, epic, Wind Style, Gale Barrage, epic, and Shadow Clone Diversion, rare. The skills integrated and the simulation began. The simulated Naruto felt an immediate rush of wind chakra ready for battle, but he also experienced a new internal sensation, as if his heart had found a matching rhythm miles away. The Love Connection activated and established a link. The system identified the connection as being with Konan, a shinobi of the Hidden Rain Village. Naruto, as observer, did not know Konan beyond the fact that she was not from Konoha. He perceived her presence as cool, disciplined, and slightly melancholic. The connection was instantaneous and deep, conveying not just thoughts but feelings. He felt her quiet determination, the steady thrum of her chakra, and a deep, underlying loneliness. In the simulated reality, Konan sat quietly in a dark, rainy hideout. She suddenly stiffened and dropped the piece of paper she had been holding when a vibrant warmth, utterly foreign to her, burst into her disciplined mind. The surge brought excitement and an unfamiliar optimism along with the impossible image of someone dreaming of becoming Hokage. Konan wondered if this was a mind technique and questioned who would send such blinding emotions. She sensed that the connection was potent yet unrefined. Naruto reacted with surprise and concern, sensing intense sadness in her presence and asking mentally who she was and if she was all right. Konan answered that she was fine but thought that he was loud, asking who he was and noting the potency and immaturity of the link. Naruto identified himself as Naruto and declared his ambition to be Hokage, sending a wave of hopeful energy through the connection and asking for her name and location. Konan remained silent for a long time, absorbing his untainted hope, and then named herself as Konan and acknowledged that she was far away, comparing his presence to sunlight after a long, cold rain. Over the next year of the simulation, the connection between the simulated Naruto and Konan grew more intense, forming a strange shared existence. Naruto shared frustration after failed techniques and Konan felt that sting, sometimes offering abstract, tactical solutions that advanced his training. When Konan carried the heavy burden of duty, Naruto felt the sorrow and responded with powerful reassurance and a sense that everything would be okay. They discovered that pushing their own training slightly increased the others' chakra reserves and sharpened understanding of their respective elements. The shared destiny meant they were growing stronger together. As months passed, the dynamic shifted from mere partnership to a deeper emotional bond. Naruto, still a genin, began to associate Konan's quiet presence with security and comfort. Her steady chakra was a reassurance whenever he felt lonely, and he found himself thinking about how to make her feel better. Konan, who had long set aside personal attachments for her mission, was unsettled by the boy's earnest emotions. His simple love for his friends, fierce loyalty, and boundless potential began to erode some of her defenses. She discovered that she felt more protective when he was in danger and that she looked forward to the brief moments of mental silence between his training sessions, only to have him fill the link with simple, joyful thoughts about ramen. Konan cautioned Naruto against focusing too much on her, warning that it could be dangerous for both of them. Naruto replied that he enjoyed sharing with her and praised her as the strongest person he knew, even without having seen her. Konan felt warmth at his admiration, and the angel of the hidden rain found her heavy heart growing slightly lighter, thinking of him as something like a flower that could bloom despite the rain. By the time Naruto reached the 6th month of the simulation's first year, he was preparing for the Chunin exam. He practiced the wind-style, gale barrage technique in a deserted training field, pushing his chakra harder than ever, fueled by ambition and Konan's quiet encouragement through the mental link. Abruptly, the emotional connection flared violently. Konan was in crisis. Naruto felt a deep, overwhelming fear and a sense of betrayal, followed by raw, explosive grief. He tried to reach her and called out in his mind, but received no answer, only a wave of sorrow that felt almost physically painful. Then a clear, horrifying image flashed across their shared mental space, not from Naruto but from Konan. It showed her standing beside a tall, intimidating man with orange hair and numerous piercings and another pale, scarred man, and then she realized who Naruto truly was, not just a loud genin, but the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the one they were destined to hunt. The realization shattered her carefully constructed defenses. The deep emotional bond and vulnerability she had formed clashed violently with her duty. Konan's thoughts were choked with agony and conflict as she understood who he was and what she must do. A moment later, a surge of dark, malevolent chakra, more potent than anything Naruto had felt before, crashed into the connection from Konan's side. It was not Konan herself but energy flowing through her, and it overwhelmed the link. The force, mingled with Konan's turmoil, broke the simulated Naruto's mental defenses. His inner world went white, consumed by an impossible mix of love, duty, horror, and grief. The simulation ended, and the recorded cause of death was mental collapse due to an overwhelming emotional and destructive chakra backlash. The performance rating registered at 85%. Naruto panted in the real world, clutching his head and feeling the phantom ache of Konan's despair. He had died again, but this death had been the most complex yet. He noted the rewards. Shadow clone diversion had been kept permanently, a partial integration of wind-style gale barrage had occurred, he had gained increased chakra control and strength, and Konan retained full memory of the emotional link they had shared. He selected options 3 and 4, and the system integrated the rewards before returning him to reality. Naruto stumbled out of the academy into the evening air, his mind reeling. He felt the boost to his strength and control, but more pressingly he carried an acute, lingering longing and inexplicable sorrow. Konan, the mysterious and powerful shinobi, now had complete memory of their year-long mental connection, a bond built on deception yet profoundly real. He felt responsible for her pain and determined to learn whether the real Konan felt the same pull and sorrow. He resolved to find her and to confront whatever darkness held her captive. He decided he must go to the hidden rain village. In the rain-soaked landscape of the hidden rain village, Konan sat in solemn contemplation within a cavernous, dim chamber. Rain pattered endlessly on the rocky ceiling, a steady counterpoint to the heavy silence. Across from her, the tall, imposing deva path known as Pain remained motionless, observing her with an unreadable expression. A profound tremor shook Conan's inner world. It was not physical but an eruption of vivid, conflicting memories and emotions. Her usually placid expression fractured and her eyes widened in shock. A cascade of sensations flooded her mind: the smell of ramen, the warmth of boundless optimism, the sound of a boyish, determined voice proclaiming a dream of becoming Hokage. She felt loneliness, an unyielding will to protect, and a deep affection that had been directed entirely at her. She remembered him, Naruto Uzumaki. She recalled a year of shared mental existence, genin training frustrations, quiet moments of comfort, the surge of power as he grew, and her own subtle shifts in feeling the amusement, the warmth, and the quiet pride as she guided him. A feeling she had thought eradicated stirred again. Love, in the sense of a powerful emotional attachment. Then came the final, shattering realization from her perspective in the simulation. The boy she had known was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, their intended target. Her duty and the bond she had formed collided in agonizing conflict. The surge of Nagato's chakra, intended to overwhelm, mixed with her desperate sorrow and produced a catastrophic emotional backlash. Conan gasped, and her paper wings trembled. Her fingers clenched into fists, crumpling the delicate origami she had been holding. Pain's calm gaze intensified as he noted the disturbance. Pain asked what was wrong, sensing no genjutsu or hostile chakra, only an inexplicable and potent emotional disturbance from his most trusted subordinate. Conan lifted her head slowly, her sapphire eyes swimming with confusion, tenderness, anguish, and a profound sense of loss. She spoke of Naruto's dream to be Hokage, of his boisterous exterior masking a pure heart, his desire to save people, and his sincere hope for peace. She described the residual warmth of his presence and how that warmth clashed with the cold reality of their mission. Conan explained that it had not been genjutsu but a genuine connection, a shared destiny in which, for an entire year, she had felt his thoughts, dreams, and heart, and he had felt hers. They had grown stronger together. She insisted that he was meant for greatness and sought a genuine peace, even if it differed from Nagato's vision. Pain's expression did not change, but a slight ripple in his chakra showed that he absorbed her words. He questioned whether love had captured her, searching for an explanation that fit their mission. Conan insisted again that it had not been an illusion. She had experienced a true bond and reciprocal feelings in that shared existence. She closed her eyes, trying to reconcile the memory of his innocence with the image of him as a terrifying force of power. Silence settled over the chamber as the conflict within Conan deepened. The truth of her emotions felt like a betrayal of her loyalty to Nagato's cause, and the irony of the situation hung heavily in the air. She, the loyal angel, now carried the NTMT memories of her sworn enemy and a powerful, conflicting love for him. The purity of his dream and his relentless hope felt like a direct challenge to the despair that had fueled her path to peace. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the rain. Conan's heart ached with a mixture of tenderness and betrayal, and she knew one thing with absolute certainty: the world and her place in it would never be the same. Her duty remained, but beneath it lay the indelible mark of Naruto Uzumaki's love and the undeniable truth of his existence. Her resolve, once unshakable, now held a single, painful fissure, and she knew with terrifying clarity that her next confrontation with the real Naruto would be agonizing. Naruto walked through the Leaf Village, the familiar sights and sounds a stark contrast to the vivid memories swirling in his mind. He still carried the lingering echoes of Conan's sorrow and the profound, almost paternal bond with Mei-Terumi from his simulations. He had died repeatedly in those scenarios, yet each time he had returned not only stronger but with intense, fleeting emotional connections. He remembered Mei's dry wit and her exasperated but guiding presence in his simulated mind. She had been strong, intelligent, and had treated him with a strange, distant affection. The raw, painful revelation from Conan haunted him. He now had a face and a personality for the enemy, and the knowledge weighed on him. He vowed silently to come for Conan and to save her. He pushed the heavy thoughts aside and refocused on getting stronger. Every simulation, he told himself, was a step toward becoming the Hokage who could truly help everyone, even those he might one day fight. When the cooldown ended, Naruto returned to his classroom with his mind sharpened and his resolve solidified. The simulation system activated again, and the next protocol began. Naruto decided no more distracting love skills and no more cosmic transcendence. He needed practical power. The available techniques included a basic flow of spiritual energy, an iron skin technique, a dimensional drift called parallel paths, a whirlwind kick in hand-to-hand combat form, an energy absorption technique, and minor poison resistance. He was drawn to the two rare techniques, energy absorption for long fights and dimensional drift, parallel paths for the possibility of shifting into another reality. He selected energy absorption and parallel paths, and for defense he chose the iron skin technique. The world shifted violently this time, as if he had been pulled through an invisible membrane. The dimensional drift activated and targeted a nearby divergent reality, the hidden sand village. Naruto opened his eyes to a blinding, scorching sun and endless dunes. The air was dry and hot, a stark contrast to the leaf village's greenery. He wore a simple desert tunic and a sand-colored headband bearing an hourglass symbol. In this reality he was still Naruto Uzumaki, but he was a young ninja of the hidden sand village. His boisterous personality remained but was tempered by the desert's harsh realities and the sand's stoic culture. He was assigned to Team B with a quiet teammate named Sari, who manipulated sand, and a fierce kunai-wielding girl named Temari, who in this reality was also a young ninja rather than an elite. Their instructor was a stern but fair sand ninja named Baki. The iron skin technique proved useful against abrasive sand and rogue blades, and energy absorption allowed him to replenish his reserves by drawing on defeated foes or the residual chakra in the desert. He learned to move silently across dunes and navigate by the stars. His hand-to-hand combat, combined with his energy absorption, made him a resilient fighter. On an escort mission through a treacherous canyon, Naruto's team was ambushed by rogue ninja. The battle was fierce, and his team struggled. As Naruto absorbed energy from a downed opponent, a guttural roar echoed through the canyon and a wave of intense, malevolent spiritual energy washed over him. It felt unlike anything he had experienced before, a raw, burning force filled with rage and despair. He saw a young boy with flaming red hair and a character on his forehead, his eyes burning with madness, encased in a shimmering armor of sand. Sari reacted with fear and explained that the boy had unleashed the One Tail. Naruto watched as the boy fought with terrifying, inhuman efficiency, his sand overwhelming the rogue attackers. The destructive power was chilling, but more disturbing was the profound loneliness and madness radiating from the boy. Baki explained that the boy was a tailed beast host, a person chosen to contain a tailed beast, and that he carried the One Tail, the ultimate weapon of their village. Naruto felt cold dread and an understanding begin to form. Such hosts were powerful, feared, and incredibly alone. After that encounter, Naruto intensified his training. He focused on perfecting iron skin and energy absorption, determined to find a way to counter such monstrous power. He still sensed some hidden power within himself but had no concrete knowledge about the Nine Tails. He only knew that tailed beast hosts were feared and trapped by their roles. The simulation advanced to the next phase. Now a seasoned young ninja with 2 years of grueling desert missions behind him, Naruto was on a joint operation with a Leaf Village squad near the border when they were ambushed. 2 figures emerged from the swirling sand. One a pale man with a stitched face and another a woman with blue hair who seemed to be made of paper. Naruto immediately recognized the woman from his previous simulation, and the realization struck him sharply. His heart lurched with a complex mix of joy, dread, and longing. Before he could process it, the stitched man Kazu moved with terrifying speed. Naruto, though vastly improved, was still caught off guard by the Akatsuki's power. He activated Iron Skin Jutsu, absorbing chakra and preparing a whirlwind kick. Kakuzu remained relentless and Konan moved with deadly precision. Naruto saw an opening, lunged, and Konan intercepted with a paper shuriken that he managed to block. As he reached to absorb chakra from Kakuzu, a sudden attack from another angle struck him. A third Akatsuki member, a masked figure with an orange swirl, had appeared out of nowhere and delivered a crushing strike to his torso. The blow knocked the wind from him and a disorienting ripple distorted his perception. His vision blurred and his energy seemed to be pulled away by a powerful force. The simulation ended, reporting the cause of death as a crushing blow from a masked Akatsuki member and a performance rating of 88%. Naruto gasped back in his body, clutching his chest. 3 years and 2 months had passed within the simulation, his longest yet. He had lived, fought, and discovered what a Jinchuriki was. He had faced Konan again, even if it had been only a simulation. The simulation's rewards integrated, Iron Skin Jutsu, a rare technique, remained permanently. He gained partial integration of chakra absorption. His strength and agility improved significantly, and he received complete knowledge of the tailed beasts, including the 9 tails. Naruto's eyes widened. The knowledge of the tailed beasts settled over him like cold water. He understood the 1-tailed Shikaku and its host Gaara, the 2-tailed Matatabi, the 3-tailed Isabu, the 4-tailed Son Goku, the 5-tailed Kokuo, the 6-tailed Saiken, the 7-tailed Chomei, and the 8-tailed Gyuki. Most of all, he understood the 9-tailed fox, Kyubi, and that it was sealed inside him. The blue screen vanished and left him in the dim, quiet academy classroom. The silence in the room felt enormous compared to the storm in his mind. The truth was clear and terrifying. He was a Jinchuriki, the vessel for the 9-tailed fox that had attacked Konoha 12 years ago. His breath hitched. Every harsh word, every hateful glare, every moment of isolation suddenly made agonizing sense. The whispers he had sometimes heard, the moments of uncontrollable rage, and the surges of red chakra were all signs of Kyubi within him. He staggered to his feet and bumped a desk. He looked at his hands and then pressed them to his stomach where the seal would be, feeling the presence of a vast and restless entity caged inside his body. Naruto whispered the name of the 9 tails, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. Memories of Gaara, consumed by loneliness and madness, flickered through his mind. He feared that fate and wondered if he was destined to become a monster hated and feared by others. A wave of crushing despair threatened to overwhelm him, heavier than any simulated death he had endured. Tears welled in his eyes, tears born of understanding and a sense of betrayal. He wondered why no one had told him, why he had been left to stumble through life ignorant of the burden he carried. He realized that the 3rd Hokage and Iruka-sensei had known all along. Anger replaced some of the despair, white-knuckled and hot. He felt anger at the secrecy, at the villagers' fear, and at the demon inside him. Beneath that anger, though, a familiar spark of resilience flared. He had faced death and failure many times in simulations and learned from each experience. This would be no different. Naruto insisted to himself that he was not a monster. He affirmed that he was Naruto Uzumaki and intended to become Hokage, and he refused to let the fox turn him into a killer. He remembered Gaara's hollow eyes and vowed he would not become like that. He reminded himself that he had friends and dreams to hold on to. The revelation brought clarity as well as pain. The source of his unusual chakra reserves and his unpredictable power surges all fit into place. Even as a shiver ran down his spine, Naruto told himself that this was another challenge. He looked toward the window where the first stars were appearing and felt the world unchanged yet profoundly different. He resolved to control the 9 tails, to make its power his own, and to become a Hokage that neither fear nor demon could stop. His path to greatness had just become infinitely harder and infinitely more personal. The shocking truth of the 9 tails was now an integrated part of Naruto's reality. He spent the remainder of the night wrestling with the revelation, only calming when he realized the system was his tool for controlling this immense power. He needed skills that would not only make him stronger but give him mastery over his own destiny and over the beast within. As the morning sun hit the dusty classroom, the blue screen blazed with a hopeful glow. The system announced the activation of the Future Life Simulation System and the initiation of Simulation 9. The screen generated a random list of skills: Chakra Focus, Common; Body Reinforcement, Common; Twin Soul Binding, Matatabi, Legendary; Kinetic Surge, Rare; Sage Body of the 6 Paths, Legendary; and Earth Style, Mud Wall, Epic. Naruto scanned the list, his heart hammering in his chest. 2 legendary skills appeared, an unprecedented slide of luck. He immediately selected Twin Soul Binding, Matatabi and Sage Body of the Six Paths, and for his third choice he took the defensive Earth style, Mud Wall. The system confirmed the skills integrated and the simulation began. The world shifted. In the simulation, Naruto felt an incredible surge of clean, vibrant chakra flowing through his meridians, and a second, distant presence touched his mind, sharp and focused but not residing within him. The twin soul binding activated, establishing a distant Jinchuriki link with the two tails, Matatabi, and creating a mental bridge to Matatabi's host, Yujito Ni. He was instantly transported into his inner world, the damp, dark sewer that housed the Nine-Tails cage. Before the colossal, snarling form of the Kyuubi, a distinct, elegant mental projection shimmered into being. The sleek, blue and black flaming cat of the two tails, Matatabi. The projection explained telepathically that it found the connection unexpected and noted that the human who smelled like a sewer was not its host. The Kyuubi roared in the shared mental space, expressing indignation at the idea of another human prison. Naruto stood between the beast and the projection, feeling a strange mix of terror and a growing sense of control granted by the sage body of the Six Paths. Naruto declared that he was not a cage, that he was Naruto Uzumaki and intended to become Hokage, and that the two beasts were stuck with him and needed to work together. Matatabi's projection tilted its head, intrigued, and responded that cooperation seemed bold for a human but that it sensed a potential in Naruto beyond mere vengeance. The two tails reached out mentally with curiosity rather than hostility. Naruto answered with a genuine desire to understand and form an alliance. Matatabi, sensing no deceit, eased its mental barrier and began to share its vast knowledge of tailed beast chakra. The connection to Matatabi quickly became productive. The two tails helped Naruto interpret the raw nature of tailed beast chakra and acted as a translator for the hostile, caged Kyuubi. Through Matatabi's calm counsel, Naruto realized that the Kyuubi's anger was fueled by loneliness and imprisonment as much as by malice. A strained but meaningful dialogue began. The simulation skipped ahead to the Chunin exams and the invasion. Naruto's controlled access to tailed beast chakra, facilitated by the link to Matatabi, combined with his sage body of the Six Paths to grant him remarkable resilience and rapid recovery. His Earth style, Mud Wall, became a reliable tactical defense. During the Forest of Death he survived an encounter with Orochimaru. The snake Sannin could not overcome Naruto's defenses and the subtle, controlled power Matatabi taught him. By the time of the final stage, a sudden invasion by the hidden sand and sound, the battle had turned chaotic. Naruto became a whirlwind of rescue and defense, focused on saving civilians and protecting teammates. His enhanced body shrugged off blows that would have paralyzed others. He engaged the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, in a massive clash at the village's edge. Drawing on Matatabi's tactical guidance, Naruto countered sand attacks with precise chakra bursts and elemental counters visualized through the two tails' insight. The fight tilted in Naruto's favor. He subdued Gaara and helped restrain Shikaku. In doing so, he had saved Konoha. The fighting among the Sannin and the invaders continued, and amid the chaos Naruto discovered the hidden retreat where Orochimaru and the third Hokage were locked in a life-and-death struggle. The simulation presented a decision: engage Orochimaru directly, flee to stop other invaders, or use all power to contain Orochimaru long enough for the Hokage to finish his technique. Naruto decided he could not risk the Hokage dying and chose to contain Orochimaru. Using massive chakra, Naruto formed a colossal, focused mud wall that trapped Orochimaru and his summoned bodies in a cage of chakra-infused earth. The containment bought the third Hokage the crucial window to perform the Reaper Death Seal. As the seal reached its climax, Orochimaru, realizing he had been defeated, lashed out in a final desperate move. He bypassed the mud wall with a teleportation technique and struck Naruto with a sudden, poisoned attack. Naruto's sage body resisted and fought the venom, but the speed and shock of the strike overwhelmed him. He collapsed as the third Hokage completed his duty. The simulation ended with Naruto's death recorded as caused by fatal poisoning from Orochimaru's last attack. His performance rating registered at 98%. He had saved the village and the Hokage and achieved the highest performance yet. The rewards listed included permanent retention of Earth style, Mud Wall, partial integration of the sage body of the six paths, a large boost to strength and chakra control, and the promise that Matatabi and the Kyuubi would retain full memory of their link and alliance. Naruto stared at the final reward, his heart filled with triumphant awe. The rewards integrated and the simulation returned him to reality. Naruto felt a powerful, clean surge of healing and strength flood his real body. The partial integration of the sage body made him feel profoundly resilient. His control over his existing chakra tightened instantly. A blue notification announced that the alliance had begun, then faded, leaving the ticking cooldown timer. Naruto grinned a wide, true grin of victory. He had the power, the strength, and now the understanding of the beast within him. He had not absorbed Matatabi, but he had forged a powerful, unique, and remembered alliance with the Two Tails and, more importantly, with his own resident demon. Naruto had taken the first true step toward becoming the greatest Hokage. Within the shadowy confines of Naruto's mental landscape, the colossal nine-tailed fox stirred. Its massive, slitted red eyes, usually burning with pure hatred and malice, now flickered with a strange, contemplative light. The damp, sewer-like environment of its prison felt different. The last simulation's memories had integrated, flooding the Kyuubi's ancient mind. The Kyuubi remembered Naruto insisting that they had to work together. It remembered Matatabi acting as a calm, flaming mediator and Naruto standing between them, growing stronger, surviving dangers that should have killed him, even defeating the One Tail with surprising finesse. Most vividly, it remembered the alliance, providing its immense chakra not as a rampaging, uncontrollable force, but as a deliberate, calculated surge to power Naruto's defenses. It remembered the unexpected synergy, the moment of shared purpose when their combined power shielded Konoha. It remembered Matatabi's guidance, her subtle counsel and sharp insight. It remembered the boy's focus and his refusal to be consumed. It also remembered the final sting of Orochimaru's venom and Naruto's death after he had saved the village using that power. The Kyuubi rumbled, its voice a low growl that vibrated through the mental space. The beast judged the human foolish for throwing his life away again, but the usual venom was diluted. Instead of pure fury, there was annoyance and disdain as always, but also a grudging respect for Naruto's resilience and willpower, and, shockingly, a faint echo of satisfaction at having fought with him instead of against him. This shift was unprecedented. For centuries, the Kyuubi had known nothing but hatred, imprisonment, and manipulation. Every host had feared it, despised it, or sought to dominate it. Naruto was different. He had not tried to suppress the beast or seal it deeper. He had looked directly into its eyes and demanded cooperation. He had understood it, if only for a fleeting moment. The Kyuubi mused that an alliance with a human, a brat, was unexpected. It conceded that Matatabi had been right and acknowledged potential. The Nine Tails shifted its massive body, the motion echoing like an earthquake through the sewer. It still hated its prison and despised its chains, but the absolute, all-consuming rage had lessened, replaced by something colder and more analytical. Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage, once dismissed as foolish delusion, now seemed not impossible. The boy's will was terrifyingly stubborn, and the Kyuubi remembered that fleeting connection of shared strength. The sensation had been intoxicating in a way. The fox closed its eyes, its immense tails curling inward. It would watch, wait, and observe this peculiar human with his absurd ideals and ridiculous courage. Deep within its vast, ancient soul, a tiny, fragile seed of curiosity took root. A seed of grudging acknowledgement and perhaps the faintest spark of hope. Naruto Uzumaki was, without question, the most interesting jailer it had ever known. For the first time in countless centuries, the Kyuubi felt something other than rage. It felt anticipation. Miles away, within the serene and disciplined mind of Yujito Ni, the Two Tails Matatabi rested. Unlike the Kyuubi's chaotic prison, Matatabi's inner world was a vast, tranquil expanse of swirling blue flames, each ember dancing in a rhythm that mirrored the calm control of her host. Yujito's composure and strength of will ensured that Matatabi was not a raging captive but a silent, powerful partner. Without warning, a clear, crystalline replay of a shared existence flowed through Matatabi's consciousness. She remembered the mental projection and the strange, bright human called Naruto Uzumaki standing between herself and the eternally irritable Kyuubi. Matatabi noted Naruto's boundless optimism, burning determination, and stubborn insistence that cooperation was possible even between man and beast. She remembered being a bridge, a translator, a mediator between the human and the nine tails, and the thrill of teaching sharing ancient wisdom of chakra flow, elemental harmony, and inner balance. Naruto had listened, learned, and used that knowledge with frightening efficiency. Matatabi remembered the battle against Shikaku, Naruto's movements and flow of chakra, and how his power harmonized with their guidance. In the end, victory had been theirs. Most of all, Matatabi witnessed the Kyuubi's shift. Its usual venomous rage faltered, replaced by thought and curiosity. The impossible had occurred. A human and two-tailed beasts had fought side by side, not in domination but in understanding. Matatabi stretched leisurely within Yujito's mind, her fiery body rippling with calm satisfaction. Having existed for centuries and seen countless humans greedy, terrified, power-hungry, or self-destructive, she felt something different toward this boy. She felt pride, not of superiority but the quiet pride of seeing something impossible become real. Matatabi noted that Naruto had touched the Nine-Tails' heart, however briefly. Naruto had not subdued Matatabi or stolen her chakra. He had spoken, listened, and understood. Her flame pulsed brighter for a moment, casting soft waves of blue light across the endless void. Matatabi thought that perhaps the cycle could truly be broken. The beast thought that perhaps through him even the mightiest creatures would learn peace. As it settled once more into tranquil contemplation, a single thread of awareness remained within its core, a connection not of power, but of interest, respect, and faith. The boy who dreamed of peace between humans and beasts had already sparked that change within the deepest shadows of the heart, and from that spark the future might yet be forged anew. Naruto sat back, still buzzing from the revolutionary alliance he had forged in the last simulation. He was stronger, smarter, and had begun to understand the beast within. Now he needed something different, skills that would make him precise, silent, and efficient. He wanted to be more than a fighter. He wanted to be a protector, a shadow that saved lives. As the cooldown ended, the familiar blue glow of the system screen returned, pulsing with promise. The Future Life simulation system activated and began generating random skills for the new protocol. The available skills included chakra focus and basic wind affinity, an epic pairing of Eagle's Sight with a companion, an epic assassin's legacy titled Unseen Blade, Shuriken Shadow Clone, and a minor stamina boost. Two epic skills stood out: Assassin's Legacy, promising mastery of stealth and precision, and Eagle's Sight and Companion, offering awareness and range few shinobi possessed. Naruto chose both epics and the Shuriken technique. The skills integrated, and the simulation began. The world blurred and reshaped itself around him. When it stilled, the simulated Naruto felt different. His body had matured, taller, leaner, a frame honed for peak agility. His voice deepened slightly, carrying quiet confidence. His reflection revealed a 17-year-old warrior with sharp, alert eyes and the steady poise of a predator who moved unseen. The Assassin's Legacy awakened expertise in free-running, silent step, disguise mastery, and hidden blade proficiency. The Eagle's Sight granted him an aerial companion and a shared vision link. A rush of cold air announced the companion's arrival. A majestic eagle descended, white feathers gleaming against darker wings. Her amber eyes locked onto him, and a seamless bond of thought and sight pulsed between them. Naruto whispered Sina's name softly, and the eagle tilted her head in acknowledgement. Loyalty established. He adapted his appearance for his new path. He crafted a stealth outfit of dark charcoal gray and midnight blue fabrics, light yet reinforced at key points. A tight hood shadowed his spiky blonde hair, and his eyes glinted with focused resolve. A crimson sash wrapped around his waist, its folds hiding small tools and pouches, and a smooth mechanism for a hidden blade rested beneath leather plating on his wrist. He looked like a shadow given form. In the first year of this life, Naruto chose a different creed. He ceased being the loud, reckless hero who shouted his name to the world. Instead, he became the whisper that protected it. Under cover of night he left Konoha, scaling the village walls with liquid grace, unseen and unheard. Guided by Sinna's vision, he wandered the nations and hunted injustice where it thrived: slavers, bandits, corrupt lords, rogue ninja preying on the weak. Rumors spread of a ghost of the hidden lands, a faceless warrior who appeared from the dark to deliver judgment and then vanished into the wind. He used Shuriken Shadow Clone not for brute offense but for deception, creating chaos while he struck cleanly from the shadows. His blade ended threats only when mercy could not. His creed was to protect the innocent and to strike only to end suffering. In the second year, during a cold month in the land of snow, Naruto took a mission born of conscience rather than command. The frozen province was ruled by a tyrannical daimyo and his cruel enforcers. Guided by Sinna's sharp eyes, Naruto tracked a desperate convoy winding through snowy mountain passes. The convoy carried a hidden heir fleeing the capital, and daimyo forces lay in ambush. A critical decision awaited him as he assessed the ambush and his options. He paused and gathered his thoughts, preparing to choose his approach. Naruto focused solely on securing the convoy and leading them to safety. He did not hesitate. He dropped from the icy cliffs like a phantom. The snow muffled his movements. His hidden blade flashed and he incapacitated several of the feudal lord's elite before they realized what had happened. There were no shouts, no prolonged struggle, only silence. When the last attacker slumped to the snow, Naruto straightened. The convoy was safe. The survivors, samurai and a single young woman, stared at the hooded figure standing among the fallen. The woman stepped forward, trembling, and lowered her scarf to reveal a face both regal and weary. Cookie asked who he was. Naruto met her gaze, calm and unreadable beneath the hood, and said that he was the one who ensured justice found its way. He then identified her as Koyuki Kazahana, rightful heir to the land of snow, and urged her to run to safety. Koyuki stood speechless, eyes wide with disbelief and awe. Before she could respond, the assassin turned and vanished, scaling the frozen cliffs with impossible grace. His crimson sash fluttered in the blizzard's breath. Above, Sinna circled once, her cry echoing through the icy winds. The ghost of the hidden lands had struck again, swift, silent, and unseen. In that frozen dawn, the legend of the shinobi creed was born. Naruto did not simply disappear after saving Koyuki Kazahana. His creed demanded more. From the frozen clouds above, Sinna kept constant watch, her sharp eyes tracking every movement of the feudal lord's scattered forces. Naruto, now a silent phantom of the blizzard, understood that Koyuki's safety was only temporary until her claim to the land of snow was secured. He followed her convoy at a distance, never revealing himself, always guarding from the shadows. When night fell, his silhouette slipped between strongholds like a breath of frost. His assassin's training made him a master of infiltration. He breached enemy camps, gathered intelligence on Doto Kazahana's troops, and struck where they least expected. He severed supply lines, destroyed watchtowers, and neutralized corrupt commanders. The feudal lord's forces began to speak in fearful whispers of an unseen predator who struck without sound. Morale crumbled. Meanwhile, Koyuki rallied her loyalists. Word spread of a masked protector aiding them from the darkness. Each victory and piece of timely intelligence rekindled hope. She began to believe that perhaps the gods themselves had sent her a guardian spirit cloaked in snow. Unknowingly, she drew strength from him, her courage blooming like fire in the frost. 2 years later, in the 6th month, the final push began. Koyuki, leading her rebellion, launched a full assault on her uncle Dodo's icy fortress. By chance, a squad of Konoha ninjas on a separate mission nearby joined her cause, lending much-needed strength. The true tide-turner, however, was Naruto, the unseen hand guiding them all. Inside the fortress, he moved like a ghost. His hidden blade struck with precise efficiency against Dodo's elite guards. He opened gates, sealed exits, and cut power to the fortress's defenses. His shuriken shadow clones danced across the ramparts, creating chaos and drawing fire away from Koyuki's strike team. Through Sinna's eyes, Naruto watched every angle and every threat. When an ambush formed near the throne hall, he intercepted it, moving like lightning, swift, silent, and decisive. At last, Koyuki confronted Doto. Their battle echoed through the icy halls. Doto, worn by fear, betrayal, and Naruto's unrelenting sabotage, was no longer the tyrant he once was. Koyuki fought not as a princess, but as a queen reborn. Her final strike broke through his defenses, and the tyranny of the Kazahana line collapsed. The land of snow was free. In the weeks that followed, as her people rebuilt their shattered kingdom, Koyuki searched for her savior. She needed to thank him to see his face, to know the name of the shadow who had saved her life and her home. One quiet evening, as snow drifted gently outside her reclaimed palace, she found him. High on the castle's northern parapet, Naruto stood beneath the falling snow, Sina perched on his shoulder. His hood was drawn and his cloak fluttered lightly in the cold wind as he gazed over the land below, expression serene and distant. Koyuki stepped closer and told him that he had saved her country and that she wanted to know who he was and why he had helped. Naruto lowered his hood and revealed his name as Naruto Uzumaki, explaining that he had helped because it was right and because people were suffering. Koyuki stepped even closer, heart pounding, and said that she had felt him near even when she could not see him, that she had felt safe. Her hand brushed his arm. Warmth surged through both of them, a fragile spark in the frozen air. They stood in quiet companionship for a long moment. Naruto took her hand and gently traced her knuckles with his thumb, and he told her that she had been stronger than she knew, that she had saved her people herself and he had only given her a chance. They shared a quiet, meaningful embrace, an expression of respect, gratitude, and the shared fire of two souls who had saved each other. The storm outside seemed to still, the flakes falling slower, as if the world held its breath. Months later, the land of snow flourished under its new ruler. Naruto remained at Koyuki's side for a time, training her guards, building defenses, and guiding the birth of a new ninja force. He refused power or titles, content to remain the unseen guardian. Koyuki, now a beloved leader, found strength and peace in his presence. Their bond deepened, quietly real, tender, and enduring. Yet Naruto's creed still called to him. The world beyond the mountains still suffered. One morning, as the snows began to melt into spring rivers, Naruto stood with Koyuki on the same parapet where they had first met. Sina soared above them. Naruto told Koyuki that his heart belonged to her and to the land, but that his path did not end there. There were still others who needed saving, people waiting for a shadow in the dark. Koyuki leaned her head against his shoulder and said that she understood. Koyuki told him that his heart was too big to stay in one place. She smiled sadly and told him he was not just a hero of the snow but a hero of the world. Naruto turned to face her and cupped her cheeks with both hands. He looked at her with unshakable sincerity and promised that no matter where he went, no matter how many shadows he walked through, his true home was with her. He pressed his forehead to hers and vowed that he would always come back to Koyuki. They shared a tender, lasting farewell, warm enough to melt even the deepest winter. When Naruto finally departed and vanished into the drifting mist beyond the mountain pass, Koyuki watched the horizon. The ghost of the hidden lands was gone, but his love, like the falling snow, would never fade. Naruto's heart belonged to Koyuki, but his resolve to protect the wider world remained unshakable. 4 months after securing the land of snow, he continued his path as the ghost of the hidden lands, traversing the elemental nations with Sina ever his vigilant aerial guide. He honed his assassin's legacy, becoming a master of stealth, infiltration, and silent takedowns. His shuriken shadow clones evolved into ingenious tools for distraction and tactical advantage. Yet, no matter where he went, he always returned to Koyuki, finding peace in her presence, before vanishing once more into the shadows. Year 3, Month 5. A shadow from the past. Even the shadows could not hide him from every threat. During a mission to disrupt a black market organ trade in a remote village, Sina's sharp eyes detected a chilling, familiar chakra signature, one that had haunted Naruto's simulations for years: Orochimaru. The Sannin moved with an unusually large entourage, a clear sign of significant activity. Naruto's enhanced senses, coupled with Sina's guidance, confirmed his fears. Orochimaru was establishing a new hidden lab, far from Konoha's reach, dedicated to forbidden experiments. Naruto knew a frontal assault would be suicide. His current skill set, stealth, precision, and assassination was ill-suited for a direct battle against a Sannin. But the memory of Orochimaru's malice and his cruelty toward the weak gnawed at Naruto. He could not allow the villain to consolidate power. He embarked on a long-term campaign of sabotage, infiltrating the lab repeatedly, stealing research notes, destroying twisted experiments, freeing unwilling test subjects, and eliminating rogue shinobi loyal to Orochimaru. He became a phantom thorn in the Sannin's side, a persistent disruption in the shadows. Year 4, Month 1. The Trap. Orochimaru, however, was no fool. He sensed the presence of a highly skilled, unseen force. Curiosity turned to calculation and, then to predatory intent. He set a trap, luring Naruto into the lab's deepest, most secure chamber with the promise of crucial research data. Guided by Sina's overhead reconnaissance, Naruto sensed a shift in the air, an unnatural silence that screamed danger. His assassin's legacy instincts flared. Hand hovering over his hidden blade, he entered the chamber cautiously. Inside, he found the scroll detailing Orochimaru's plan for a perfect new body vessel. Before he could escape, the chamber sealed. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, his expression predatory and cold. Orochimaru observed the hidden figure and noted that the little ghost had finally revealed himself. He acknowledged Naruto's troublesome but fascinating qualities and declared that Naruto's agility, resilience, and the nine-tail chakra would make an exquisite vessel. Naruto's blood ran cold at the realization that Orochimaru wanted him. Faced with an impossible choice, Naruto's options flashed through his mind. A full frontal assault would be certain death. A massive diversion carried slim chances. Activating a failsafe to destroy the research would honor his creed to protect the innocent at all costs. He chose the last. Naruto declared that Orochimaru would never get his body and slammed his hand onto a hidden mechanism, a failsafe he had discovered during prior infiltrations. Immediately, the lab groaned as structural supports began to fail and volatile chakra experiments reacted unpredictably. Orochimaru mocked the move and warned that Naruto would die with the lab. He then unleashed coiling chakra constructs meant to overwhelm Naruto and prevent his escape. Naruto fought with desperate ferocity. His hidden blade deflected strikes and his shuriken shadow clones created chaos, his movements remaining fluid, silent, and precise. He climbed collapsing walls with impossible speed to buy precious seconds. Orochimaru was relentless, sending wave after wave of attacks that tested Naruto's limits. One of the constructs wrapped around him, constricting his movements, while Orochimaru lunged forward with a savage determination to seize what he sought. The final supports gave way and a tremendous collapse engulfed the chamber. Naruto was struck by a disabling attack and then submerged in the falling debris. The simulation ended with Naruto's avatar overwhelmed as the lab collapsed. He awoke in the quiet classroom, the phantom weight and the acrid scent of ozone and burning chemicals lingering in his senses. He had failed within the simulation, but Orochimaru's plan had been disrupted. Naruto received tangible gains from the exercise. He retained the Shuriken Shadow clone technique permanently and integrated part of the assassin's legacy, gaining the unseen blade. His stamina and agility were enhanced, and Kuki Kazahana retained full memory of their love and alliance. Naruto felt relief at the confirmation that Koyuki remembered their time together and their bond. The simulation interface cooled down and indicated the next run would be available in just under 12 hours. Naruto exhaled. Orochimaru remained a threat and the Nine Tails' power was still a guarded secret in parts of the world, but Naruto had allies. Koyuki, the Nine Tails, Konan, Mei, and Matatabi were on his side. He had the power, the skills, and the resolve to continue fighting and protecting. His journey was far from over. In a hidden, snowbound refuge nestled deep within the land of snow's treacherous mountains, Koyuki Kazahana shivered not from the cold, but from a profound, internal tremor. She remained in hiding with her loyal retainers, dreaming of the day she could reclaim her throne from her tyrannical uncle, Doto. They were safe for now, but the hope of liberation often felt distant. Suddenly, a torrent of vivid, impossibly real memories surged into her mind. For a few agonizing seconds she experienced an overwhelming flood of experiences, emotions, and sensations that felt like an entire lifetime. She remembered the ambush on the icy pass, her fear, the desperate fight, and then a shadow, impossibly fast and silent, descending from the snow-laden peaks. A short bridge of calm followed as she steadied herself and gathered her thoughts. She remembered the blur of dark robes, the gleam of a concealed blade, and the chilling efficiency with which her uncle's elite forces were dispatched. She remembered the figure turning to her, the hood slowly falling back to reveal a handsome, sun-kissed face with vibrant blue eyes and whisker marks. He introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki and explained that he had helped because it was the right thing to do. Weeks and months followed with him as her unseen guardian, sabotaging Dodo's forces and protecting her loyalists. Shared glances and quiet understanding grew into a deep emotional attachment. The mysterious ghost of the hidden lands had become more than a protector, he had become the center of her heart. She remembered his silent guidance and dangerous interventions during the final battle for her castle. Standing on the parapet as snow fell, he had finally revealed his name and his face, and she had felt her heart swell with a love she had never expected. Their moments together had been tender and warm, their closeness a comfort against the cold. He had promised that he would always return to her. Koyuki gasped, clutching her chest, breath caught in her throat. Her eyes darted around the small, rustic room. The memories felt so vivid and impossible, yet she remained here in hiding, not on her reclaimed throne. Sandeya rushed to her side, concern etched across his grizzled face. Koyuki could only shake her head, tears streaming down her face, tears that held both joy and aching longing as she whispered Naruto's name in a choked voice and thought that he had saved them all and had loved her. Sandeya looked bewildered and asked what she meant, but Koyuki ignored him. Her mind spun with the past that never happened and the bleak present. The love she felt was undeniable, resonating in every fiber of her being. She could still imagine the phantom warmth of his hand and the softness of their closest moments. She looked out the small window at the endless expanse of snow, vision blurred by tears, unable to explain how such vivid memories could contradict her reality. One thing remained clear. The boy who had once been a brief, noisy presence in her life had become the anchor of her world. Her purpose to reclaim the throne burned brighter and different now. She had to fight and win not only for her people, but so that when he returned she would be the strong leader he believed her to be, the daimyo worthy of his trust. A deep, unwavering resolve settled in Koyuki's heart. She would wait for his return and carry his memory as her guiding star. The land of snow would be hers so that when he came back he would find her ready. The Nine-Tails silence had become a permanent feature of Naruto's inner world, but the phantom pain of being crushed by Orochimaru in the last simulation still lingered. Stealth and precision had failed against a Sannin. Naruto knew he needed a source of overwhelming, absolute power. He sat at his familiar desk in the academy classroom, 12 years old, attention pulled inward. As the cool-down finally elapsed, the familiar blue system screen pulsed to life and the future life simulation system activated, initiating simulation number 12. The system generated a set of random skills for the simulation, a basic wirework technique, an epic ability named the End of the World, Blighted Realm, an advanced cooking skill, minor stamina regeneration, basic insect control, and a legendary skill called Sunshine, Grace of Pride. Naruto's breath hitched at the two most unusual entries, a title promising catastrophic power and another that sounded almost like a fairy tale boon. The Blighted Realm came with a chilling description of widespread contamination. Sunshine, Grace of Pride was unfamiliar, but its rarity drew him. He selected the two powerful skills and added minor stamina regeneration for practicality. The system integrated the skills and the simulation began. The classroom vanished. Naruto, now appearing as a 13-year-old in the simulation, stood amid the skeletal remains of a large, overgrown city. The air was thick with decay and an uneasy stillness. The Blighted Realm had activated. The simulation displayed a near-total planetary contamination caused by a viral mutation of residual chakra that triggered uncontrolled regeneration and aggression. The world of shinobi had been transformed into a harsh wasteland where the inhabitants had become feral, driven to consume chakra. Sunshine, Grace of Pride then integrated and established a solar link. A profound warmth unlike ordinary fire-style power spread through him as the distant sun rose. His muscles filled with energy that responded to the sun's ascent. A subtle, arrogant presence brushed his thoughts and suggested that there was no equal, but Naruto chose to trust the power it granted rather than the ruined world around him. From the ruins came uneasy, shuffling noises as the feral survivors stirred. Naruto's long trial in the Blighted Realm had begun. A decade in the Blighted Realm. Year 1, age 12 to 13, the Scavenger of Dawn. The first year was a struggle for survival. Naruto learned the ferals' terrible persistence and realized they would not stop regenerating unless their chakra cores were completely neutralized. He relied on the assassin's legacy stealth and his hidden blade, discovering that evasion and precision were his greatest assets. He hid by night and used his newfound solar strength at high noon. His movements were always calculated to maximize exposure to sunlight and the power it provided. Year 2, age 13 to 14, the Builder of Sanctuaries. Using overwhelming midday strength, Naruto began constructing small, reinforced sanctuaries for himself and the few other survivors he encountered. He carved tunnels into mountainsides, lifted massive slabs of concrete, and dismantled unstable structures. He experimented with Earth-style sealing techniques to reinforce entrances and stabilize bunkers. His body matured rapidly under the Grace's constant solar energy. Year 3, age 14 to 15, the Whisper of Arrogance. The Grace of Pride began to have a psychological effect. Simurdo found himself less patient and more arrogant. The Grace whispered that others were weak and unworthy of his effort. He anchored himself to memories of Koyuki and his purpose. Protection. He honed Shadow Clone, creating dozens of temporary reconnaissance and diversion units. His daylight strikes earned him the silent title among survivors, the Day Walker. Year 4, age 15 to 16, systematic purification. Naruto shifted from survival to systematic eradication of feral chakra hubs. At peak noon power, he dispersed entire clusters in brilliant bursts of sunlight, neutralizing feral chakra nodes in sweeping strikes. He left behind a hush and scorched ground. The ferals learned instinctively to avoid sunlight. Year 5, age 16 to 17, mastery of heat and stealth. He channeled sunshine through his body and tools without revealing a scorching aura. His hidden blade could now sever a feral's connection to its power instantly and silently. He became the perfect predator in daylight, silent, fast, and overwhelmingly dominant. Year 6, age 17 to 18, the Meridian Guardian. Naruto fully embraced his role. He was physically overwhelming, functionally untouchable at noon. He coordinated scattered survivor cells with firefly jutsu and coded chakra pulses, the sun's silent messengers. Year 7, age 18 to 19, confronting the elemental blight. The feral chakra fused with nature, creating elemental infected. He faced stone, acid, and wind-infused enemies. Naruto suppressed his thermal aura when necessary and used sunshine heat tactically to disrupt enemy defenses in dramatic, stylized bursts. Year 8, age 19 to 20, absolute confidence. Control over sunshine reached its peak. Minor stamina regeneration amplified naturally. The mental whispers faded and were replaced by unwavering resolve. Naruto systematically dismantled the strongholds of former hidden villages and maintained peak noon power for hours. Year 9, age 20 to 21, the solitude of victory. The world fell quiet. Naruto hunted down the last stragglers and walked through an overgrown, ruined Konoha. He used shadow clones as silent companions to stave off loneliness. Year 10, age 21 to 22, apex. 10 years after the world ended, Naruto the Meridian Guardian stood alone. He was immense, his shadow humming with latent energy. Sunshine pulsed beneath his skin. He was the most powerful presence in this desolate reality. The simulation continued, but there was nothing left to fight. Naruto stood vigilant, waiting for release. End of chapter 21. The Meridian Guardian stood vigilant, a massive figure atop the scarred remnants of the Hokage mountain. His victory over the ferals was absolute, but the silence was deafening. He had reached the terrifying peak of Sunshine's power, Yet the world he saved was empty. The 12-year-old Naruto watched the continuing simulation unfold in the classroom, feeling the simulated figure's deep, profound solitude while remaining physically still at his desk. Years 11 to 18, the King of Ashes. Year 11, age 23, the cornerstone. When the thrill of the hunt ended, Naruto's original purpose to protect reasserted itself and the last whispers of the grace of pride fell silent. He began seeking out the scattered, hidden groups of survivors he had been guarding for years and brought them to the wide valley beneath the former Konoha, an area he had cleared of feral chakra. Using his midday power, he began construction. The physical labor was staggering, yet effortless for him. He moved entire quarry loads of stone and reinforced concrete with pure strength, shaping walls and foundations with blinding speed. The intense heat radiating off his body, an uncontrolled byproduct of focused sunshine, acted as a natural repellent and sterilized the ground, neutralizing any lingering chakra residue. The new settlement was named the Meridian Sanctuary. Year 12, age 24, the Great Wall. Naruto dedicated a full year to massive infrastructure. He combined salvaged materials with refined one-hand seal mastery to construct a towering circular wall around the sanctuary. The walls were reinforced with chakra seals that hardened the material, making them nearly impervious. He used shadow clones extensively to transport materials and coordinate work teams, ensuring the project advanced at an impossible pace. Year 13, age 25, reclaiming the Earth. With the sanctuary secured, Naruto focused on sustainability. He used his solar-infused strength to till and purify poisoned earth, allowing crops to grow again. The heat from his skin acted as both fertilizer and sterilizer. The Meridian Sanctuary began to thrive, a pocket of life and hope in a dead world. This act of creation anchored him completely, neutralizing the last remnants of the grace of pride's arrogance. Year 14, age 26, the last stragglers. The remaining ferals were now rare but still dangerous, often former Kage-level shinobi twisted into unnatural forms. Naruto hunted these final threats with precision, timing his strikes carefully. He often operated at night, relying on assassin's legacy stealth when sunshine was weakest, proving his mastery extended beyond brute force. The world was nearly purged. Year 15, age 27, the Silent King. The Meridian Sanctuary boasted a thriving population. Naruto refused titles, yet he was universally treated as their silent, divine protector. He patrolled the borders constantly, wielding sunshine's brilliance as both light and deterrent, an eternal guardian whose every movement was precise and deliberate. Year 16, age 28, generations of peace. Children born in the Meridian Sanctuary had only ever known peace under the golden figure's watchful gaze. They grew up revering him as the man of light, the protector of dawn. Naruto often watched them play, his expression serene. After 16 long years in the simulation, his purpose had been fulfilled. Year 17, age 29, the long wait. The year passed in complete tranquility. There were no threats left. Naruto spent his days meditating atop the Great Wall, his internal world calm and his immense chakra humming quietly beneath his skin. He had nothing left to fight, build, or protect. The simulated world had reached stasis. Year 18, age 30, the endgame. Naruto, now 30 years old, stood watching the sunrise over the peaceful valley he had created. 18 years of struggle, creation, and protection all led to this final moment. The golden light of the grace dimmed slightly and a blue system interface appeared before him, informing him that the simulation had reached its limit and offering options. Continue the simulation with the likely outcome of a prolonged wait for natural collapse, or end the simulation and claim rewards. The interface also displayed that simulated time elapsed was 18 years and 4 months and that the simulated Naruto Uzumaki's age was 30, and that a decision point had been detected. Naruto smiled, a deep, satisfied expression crossing his face, and he chose to end the simulation. The sunlit valley dissolved into the familiar bright blue of the Academy's holographic screen. Naruto, the real one, sat motionless at his desk, his mind spinning from the emotional weight of 2 decades of solitary warfare and creation. The simulation ended by voluntary termination, and his performance registered as perfect, earning an S+ rank. The system generated 4 reward options and asked him to choose 2. One option was an ultra-rare eternal flame affinity that would grant near-total immunity to heat and fire damage and allow safe passage through superheated environments. The top rewards promised devastating power. One significantly enhanced fire technique affinity, making the user the strongest fire wielder alive. Another, a legendary solar flare, Hellfire Release, would channel solar-charged energy into searing, golden flames that could not be extinguished by ordinary means. Lesser boons included permanent increases to strength and resilience during daylight, and improved stamina regeneration for rapid recovery from physical and energy exhaustion. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized the potential of the 2 greatest rewards. If he could combine absolute immunity to fire with a sun-powered legendary technique, he would be unstoppable. He chose without hesitation Eternal Flame Affinity and Solar Flare, Hellfire Release. The system integrated the rewards. Naruto felt an internal shift, a surge of warmth as if a tiny, perfect sun had ignited within his energy core. His body brimmed with a flame that could never harm him. A devastating new technique thrummed in his veins, waiting to be unleashed. A cooldown timer began for the simulation system, and the next run would be available in 11 hours. Naruto opened his eyes slowly, a confident, satisfied smirk spreading across his face. He now possessed the sun's fire, the stealth of an assassin, the tactical brilliance of a strategist, and the steady warmth of Koyuki's affection in his heart. For the first time, he truly believed he had the tools to change his destiny. End of Chapter 22, The King of Ashes. Naruto sat hunched on his bed in his small apartment, the lingering phantom warmth of the eternal flame affinity and the crushing solitude of the blighted realm simulation making the quiet room feel painfully mundane. He had survived death and helped build a new civilization, yet he was still only 12 years old, and the Chunin exams loomed. When the cooldown timer hit 0, a blue screen announced that the Future Life simulation system had activated. The system initiated simulation number 13 and generated a set of random skills for the run. The available skills included basic energy sensing, enhanced reflexes, a minor earth technique affinity, basic acrobatics, a temporal echo time insight, and minor poison resistance. A thrill ran through Naruto as he read the options. Unlike the chaotic powers of the previous run, these were precise, combat-focused abilities, speed and foresight, perfect for facing dangerous ninjas. He selected the most powerful ones: enhanced reflexes, temporal echo, and minor earth technique affinity. The system integrated the skills, and the simulation began. Inside the simulation, Naruto's 12-year-old duplicate wore the familiar orange jumpsuit but moved with a new, coiled posture. Enhanced reflexes sharpened every nerve. The world seemed to slow. His simulated self instinctively moved to places where attacks would not land. Temporal echo produced brief, ghostly flashes of the future, an almost imperceptible image of a foot slipping, a blade missing by millimeters, a branch snapping, providing fraction of a second warnings he could exploit. Combined with the assassin's legacy stealth he already carried, the new speed and foresight made him instantly formidable. During the first 3 months, Naruto trained obsessively to master the enhanced reflexes. Simple sprints became blurring motions. He learned to dodge thrown knives not by watching them, but by moving to where they would not hit. He practiced small fire techniques, marveling at how the flames obeyed him, never burning him, never even feeling warm thanks to the eternal flame affinity. The temporal echo was confusing at first, often flashing irrelevant moments, but sometimes those glimpses saved him from falling branches or surprise strikes. He learned to trust the flicker of foresight and let it guide his instincts. By months 4 through 6 the Chunin exams had arrived, and Naruto entered the Forest of Death as a completely different caliber of genin. In a confrontation with an enemy squad using illusion techniques, his ability to see through all illusions activated instantly and broke the deception before it took hold. His teammates stared at his speed and decisiveness. Then Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, struck. Naruto foresaw the attack, a flash of movement and a hiss of air, and pulled his teammates clear just before the serpent would have struck. He was not invincible, but he was fast enough to survive. His fire immunity and predictive foresight let him escape largely unscathed. In the preliminary rounds he became nearly untouchable. Every movement was surgical. Every strike was planned. He used temporal echo to anticipate his opponent's reactions and ended fights in seconds. His use of shadow clone techniques shifted from brute force to precise misdirection. Clones attacked while the real Naruto waited for openings revealed only by future flashes. From the stands, Orochimaru watched with narrowed eyes. The boy's growth felt unnatural and dangerous. When the invasion of the Leaf Village began, mass illusion techniques fell over the stadium. Naruto's ability to see through all illusions triggered again. While the stadium slept under the spell, he was already moving. He ferried civilians to safety, his movements blurring through smoke and chaos. Cornered villagers were rescued from sand ninjas when Naruto unleashed a contained surge of his legendary power, Solar Flare, Hellfire Release. Golden flames erupted from his palms, shining like sunlight and intimidating the invaders, shifting the battle near the stadium in the defenders' favor. The Leaf Village survived in large part because of his actions. Victory did not bring lasting peace. Orochimaru had seen enough and sent a small elite assassination unit, agents of Root and specialists from the Sound faction, with one order: eliminate Naruto Uzumaki. Late one night, Naruto patrolled the rooftops. The world below was quiet and still. His enhanced reflexes flared with warning, and he moved like a living shadow, ready for whatever came next. The temporal echo flashed: 3 attacks, 3 angles, 1 blind spot. Naruto dodged the first 2 and countered the third, but his flicker of foresight vanished just long enough for a silent kunai to find him. A shadowy toxin crept through his senses. His sage body resisted, but the poison was relentless. He staggered and collapsed as the assassins melted into the darkness. The simulation ended and recorded his death as an assassination by Orochimaru's elite squad. Performance registered at 91%. Orochimaru's plan had been partially thwarted, but the assassin had completed the mission. The classroom reappeared. Naruto gripped his knees until his knuckles went white, jaw tight. He had saved the village in the simulation, but he had died in the dark. The system graded his performance and generated 4 reward options. Naruto immediately selected the 2 most defensive and proactive options: permanent resistance to temporal flow alterations and mastery of advanced evasion training. The rewards integrated into him, filling him with a deep calm and a knowledge of impossible movements. His mind and body resisted the sensation of slowing, as if time itself could no longer catch him. He became faster, smarter, harder to kill. The simulation entered cooldown. Naruto leaned back as his heartbeat steadied. He was getting closer to the future. He wanted a world where he could protect everyone, including Koyuki, but Orochimaru's shadow remained. He knew one thing with absolute certainty: he needed to become stronger. End of chapter 23. The Ninja Foresight. The simulations end left Naruto buzzing with new power and simmering with anxiety. Orochimaru was no longer a distant threat. He had become a precise danger aimed at Naruto's growth. If an assassin could kill him so quickly after gaining strength, the next simulation could not rely on raw power alone. It needed absolute, undeniable control. Naruto sat on his bed and decided he could not risk another simulation yet. He flexed his hands and reminded himself he had too many new abilities to fully control. If he entered again relying on raw power without DSP, he would die faster. He had the assassin's legacy, incredible speed, see through all illusions, and now the eternal flame. Affinity paired with a legendary fire technique. It was unmatched power, but chaotic. He needed to shape those elements into a unified fighting style, and he needed to remain unnoticed. Graduating at the top of his class would keep him off the same team as Sasuke and Sakura, the team central to the timeline he wanted to protect. He made a decision: 2 months of relentless, silent training, with the simulation restarted only 1 week before the Genin selection test. For the next 2 months, Naruto lived a double life. By day, He was the loud, easily distracted student everyone expected. By night, he became a phantom, vanishing into Konoha's forests and riverbeds to train his integrated skills in complete secrecy. Weeks 1 to 4. Integrating the flame. Naruto's first priority was mastering fire. The eternal flame affinity was intoxicating. He felt no external heat and could practice advanced fire release techniques with reckless intensity. The true challenge was learning the legendary solar flare, Hellfire release. He spent weeks cultivating a vast, sun-like reservoir of chakra, a sensation like pulling down a piece of the sky. When he finally produced a small flame, it was unlike anything he had ever seen, a brilliant golden fire at his fingertips that radiated fierce heat yet caused him no pain. The vision of the Meridian Guardian, a future version of himself who had purified a dying world, guided him. That version had wielded sunlight like a scalpel rather than a bomb. Naruto practiced for hours each night, shaping Hellfire into precise, silent bursts that could melt stone or reduce a leaf to ash without a blast. He learned to make the Hellfire release a blade of light rather than a hammer of destruction. He trained to strike with light itself. Weeks 5 to 8. Integrating speed and evasion. With fire mastery underway, he turned to movement. Enhanced reflexes required conditioning of mind, body, and instinct. Naruto created dozens of shadow clones and sent them to attack from every conceivable angle. His only goal in those sessions was survival. Advanced evasion training awakened. His body moved as if it had lived through hundreds of near misses, dodging, weaving, and turning opponents' momentum against them. Every step became intentional, every dodge, silent. Temporal flow resistance steadied his perception. The overwhelming flood of predictive foresight no longer disoriented him, it flowed naturally, transforming chaos into clarity. He stopped merely reacting to danger and began to dance with it. Combining the assassin's legacy with see-through-all illusions, Naruto became a shadow that could perceive deception itself. He studied subtle chakra shifts and the smallest breaks in illusion, learning to strike from silence. By the end of 2 months, his stealth was unmatched, his speed inhuman, and his command of fire near divine. The academy persona. Maintaining his cover proved easy. He behaved like his usual self, loud, careless, and cheerful because those traits were true. He laughed, joked, and complained about homework. He overslept, provoked Sasuke, and irritated Iruka as he always had. No one suspected the warrior behind the familiar grin. A young man who trained under the stars, perfecting techniques that could challenge gods. The hidden strength. Inside, everything had changed. He was immune to fire, capable of instant evasion, and possessed a legendary power that could overwhelm vast numbers of foes. The outward act remained the same, but beneath it, Naruto had forged himself into a different kind of force. His body carried the discipline of the Meridian Guardian and the sharp caution of the assassin who had died too soon. He was no longer the boy who dreamed of being Hokage. It was early morning, the last Monday before the final Genin exams, 1 week before graduation. Naruto sat cross-legged on the wooden floor of his apartment, his room dimly lit by the soft blue glow of the simulation system. He had trained for 2 months for this moment. He was no longer a child relying on luck, he was a warrior preparing for war. The simulation system reported that its cooldown had completed and that Simulation 14 was ready to initiate. Naruto exhaled slowly and told himself that he would see what came next as the blue light consumed the room. End of chapter 24, The Hidden Flame. The quiet confidence of 2 months of secret, intense training pulsed beneath Naruto's skin. He had tamed a legendary fire technique and mastered evasion. Now he stood at the precipice of his graduation exam. It was time to gamble on the future again. He sat cross-legged on his apartment floor, the future life simulation system glowing softly before him. The system indicated its cooldown was complete and offered simulation. Naruto tapped initiate, heart pounding with anticipation, expecting some high-level foresight or a powerful strategic ability. The system announced that it was initiating Simulation 14 and generating random skills for the run. The list that appeared made his stomach drop. Available skills appeared as follows. Basic knitting techniques, common. Sublimated memory access, epic. Minor affinity for wind-type banners, common. Intermediate gardening skills, common. Mild genjutsu resistance, rare. Ephemeral chakra release, rare. Naruto stared blankly and wondered why he was getting wind-type banners and gardening when he wanted power. He focused on the two highest rarity skills. Sublimated memory access sounded useful epic, even but its description was vague. Ephemeral chakra release seemed stronger by name, like a hidden ace or a last resort move. Without hesitation and without reading deeper, he made his selections. He chose sublimated memory access, epic, ephemeral chakra release, rare, and mild genjutsu resistance, rare. The system integrated the skills and counted down before starting the simulation. Within the simulation, Naruto blinked and found himself back in Konoha, standing near the academy gates in his usual orange tracksuit. He flexed his hands, feeling a strange tingle in his mind from the memory access and a dense, heavy static through his chakra network from the release skill. The sublimated memory access activated and revealed a memory fragment from his ancestor Naruto Uzumaki, the proper technique for applying a preservative salt to parchment. Naruto froze, blank-faced, and thought that preservative salt was hardly the kind of skill he had expected. He turned his focus to ephemeral chakra release, curious. The name sounded powerful, and when he tested it he felt a massive, condensed energy sealed within him ready to burst. He decided to test it. When ephemeral chakra release activated, Naruto felt his chakra hollow out. The skill drained his vast Uzumaki and Kyuubi-amplified chakra in an instant. In dramatic, anime-style motion, he gasped as his energy collapsed inward, his legs gave way, and he crumpled to the ground as his vision faded. The simulation recorded an immediate fatal failure due to catastrophic chakra depletion. The simulation ended and logged the cause of death as systemic shock from catastrophic chakra depletion, assigning a performance rating of near zero. Naruto snapped back to reality, sitting rigid on his bed with wide eyes and a stunned expression. He was not physically exhausted, but the memory of the sudden collapse and the humiliation of dying before even leaving the academy gates left him trembling with cold fury. He chastised himself for not making it past the front gate. The system graded his attempt with an F, and then generated 4 random rewards, asking him to choose 2. Basic knitting techniques, common subconscious knowledge of knitting durable wool garments. Intermediate gardening skills, common understanding of basic crop rotation and fertilization. Basic wirework techniques, common knowledge of setting simple traps and tripwires. Minor acrobatics training, common slight improvement in tumbling, coordination, and balance. Naruto glared at the list, frustrated that his epic, world-shaping journey had been reduced to knitting and gardening. Practicality won over pride. He chose basic wirework techniques and minor acrobatics training. The system integrated the rewards, granting him a subtle improvement in balance and a quiet understanding of how to set efficient tripwires. It was not much, but every edge mattered. Naruto resolved never to trust a skill with the word release without reading the fine print first. The simulation system initiated cooldown, reporting that the next simulation would be available in just under 12 hours. He stood, shook off the phantom ache, and reminded himself that the Genin selection exam was only a week away. He could not afford another mistake. The system might throw randomness his way, but he was done dying like a fool. Next time, he would choose skills with purpose, skills that could help him stand against Orochimaru's growing threat. He looked out the window at the setting sun and wondered what kind of power he should focus on next as the system quietly began to calculate the answer. End of chapter 25. The price of impulse. The sting of his catastrophic death in the last simulation still smarted. Naruto felt genuinely stupid. He had failed instantly, not by a legendary foe but by ignorance of a skill's function. Embarrassment quickly turned to resolve. He needed a win. He sat on his bed as the clock ticked the final seconds. The simulation system reported that its cooldown had completed and that Simulation 15 was ready. Naruto tapped Initiate, expecting another list of complex, high-level combat skills. The system announced that it was initiating Simulation 15 and generating random skills. The resulting list was almost entirely mundane except for one truly unique entry. Available skills were basic laundry techniques, common. Minor fishing affinity, common. Advanced knot tying, common. Basic woodworking skills, common. Intermediate map reading, common. Heart's resonance, the vessel's keeper, legendary. Naruto frowned at the chores and muttered to himself about getting knots and laundry yet again. The legendary skill, Heart's resonance, the vessel's keeper, carried an abstract name and no obvious combat application, but anything marked legendary could not be ordinary. Resigned to another round without combat boosts, he selected the legendary skill along with the most practical common options, Heart's resonance, the vessel's keeper, legendary, advanced knot tying, common, and intermediate map reading, common. The system integrated the skills and prepared to start the simulation. The boy and the silent stone. The world fractured and spun. When it stabilized, Naruto did not find himself in the familiar streets of Konoha. Instead, he stood in a place of eternal shadow, an endless hall of ancient black stone. Massive obsidian pillars rose toward a ceiling lost in darkness, and the air was thick and cold. Only faint light trickled through narrow slits high above, casting a half-dead glow. He looked down and saw coarse, simple clothes, those of a peasant. Then a series of notifications registered through whatever link remained to him. The chakra network reported that it was sealed and access was denied. His physical attributes read as baseline and all acquired skills were temporarily inactive. The heart's resonance indicated that the vessel's keeper, a legendary role, had activated and that a sentinel role had been assigned with the primary goal of protecting the vessel. Naruto's gut sank. He had been stripped of everything. No chakra, no enhanced speed, no elemental abilities, only an ordinary boy with decent instincts. He touched his whisker marks out of habit. In this desolate place they felt less like playful scars and more like a weight. He blinked and asked himself whether he was meant to protect the vessel. He did not know what or who that meant, but his instincts insisted he was in a prison. Even without chakra, his assassin's legacy training guided him. His footsteps grew silent as he moved deeper into the enormous chamber, cautious and alert. The vessel, rounding a massive pillar, he froze. Suspended high above inside a colossal six-sided crystal was a woman. She was pale as moonlight, her long white hair drifting weightlessly in the soft luminescence trapped within the stone. Her garments were ancient and regal, flowing in delicate folds unlike any shinobi attire he had ever seen. Her eyes opened gentle, wide, ethereal lavender, and they locked onto Naruto. Something stirred inside him, a deep, wordless ache that was not his own. The heart's resonance pulsed. It did not supply power so much as an emotional tether. He felt her loneliness, her pain, and centuries of silence. In that instant he understood. She was the vessel and he was her keeper. The vessel's keeper. Naruto descended the spiral stairs around the massive crystal. At its base, an altar jutted, a great stone lever sealed with ancient symbols. He braced himself and pushed with all his physical strength. The lever creaked, groaned, and shifted. The crystal began to lower, the air trembling with strange, melodic vibrations. When it reached the ground, the light within dimmed and the woman stepped out. Her bare feet touched the cold stone. She moved slowly and fragilely, like someone rediscovering life after a long slumber. Her lavender eyes met his whisker-marked face, and for a moment fear crossed them, an instinctive fear born of habit. She lifted a trembling hand. A faint shimmer of unstable chakra gathered in her palm and formed a wave of light. The massive door ahead, carved with symbols of containment and control, reacted. The seals pulsed, dissolved, and the stone parted with a deep, grinding sound. She had not used brute force. She had been the key. He realized his role. She would open the path, and he would defend it. Naruto stepped forward and extended his hand in a simple, wordless gesture of compassion. She hesitated, her gaze flicking between his outstretched hand and his face, the strange boy with marks and determined eyes. Then she reached out. Her delicate fingers trembled before resting against his palm. Her hand was cold and his was warm. In that moment something ancient shifted. The heart's resonance registered that the bond had initiated and strengthened. Her fear softened into a fragile calm. The silent chamber, once oppressive and lifeless, seemed to breathe again. Together, the boy and the vessel took their first steps into the unknown halls of the endless castle. Their journey had begun. The corridor beyond opened into an endless gallery. Naruto tightened his grip on the frail, white-haired woman known only as the vessel. He moved with the practiced stealth preserved in his memories, translating his usual high-speed instincts into smooth, silent steps. He scanned every shadow and flicker of movement. The vessel walked beside him, her hand warm in his, her quiet fear a faint thrumming through their shared resonance. The ambush. They advanced into a vast gallery whose ceiling disappeared into darkness. Crumbling stone bridges spanned a dry chasm below, and the air carried an unnatural stillness. It was not peace, it was the silence of something waiting. Shapes formed in the shadows, and along the pillars twisted spirits of black chakra, humanoid in outline but lacking detail, with pale, glowing eyes. The projections belonged to the Shadow Queen, and their goal was to reclaim the vessel. They moved soundlessly with predatory grace toward her. Naruto's heart pounded, and his memories, his enhanced reflexes mapped their movements automatically. He had no chakra to fight with, but he still had the instincts of a warrior. Near a pillar, half buried in dust, he found a length of rusted rebar, jagged at one end. He snatched it up and gripped it like a makeshift staff. It was a pathetic weapon, but it was something. The boy's defense. Naruto told the vessel to stay behind him and placed his body between her and the encroaching darkness. The first shadow lunged, its form elongating to seize her wrist. He reacted instantly, his body moving with the precise flow of his advanced evasion training. He twisted out of reach and swung the rebar in a wide arc. The staff met the ghostly shape with a sharp, non-physical feedback. The shadow recoiled and flickered like static. More projections emerged from the walls, two advancing from the front while another slithered along the far side toward the vessel. Naruto kept moving. Every step and strike came from instinct. He used his body to shield her and struck at the ethereal forms whenever one came close. His lungs burned, but he refused to slow down. The resonating trust. The vessel did not cry out or turn away. She held his hand tightly, trembling but steady. Naruto felt the steady pull of the resonance between them, a quiet trust that steadied his actions. She tried, in small ways, to assist when she could, aligning small motions with his to help redirect danger without drawing attention to herself. The exchange was small and careful, an emotional support more than a physical aid, but it strengthened their bond in the face of the onslaught. They moved as a unit through the gallery, the boy defending and the vessel guiding their path when she could. Each encounter left the shadows dissipated but not destroyed, like echoes fading in a dark hall. With every step, his responsibility crystallized: protect the vessel, keep her safe, and find what lay beyond the next gate. Their path continued deeper into the endless castle, each corridor a silent challenge, and each challenge a test of the fragile trust that now held them together. When a shadow lunged too close, its formless arms reaching for her, Naruto moved on instinct, grabbing her and pulling her back with the desperate strength of his Uzumaki bloodline. Through their heart's resonance, he could feel her emotions, clearly not fear of the shadows, but fear of him being hurt because of her. Then something changed. A faint pulse of pure chakra flowed from her hand into his soft, fragile, but real. It did not restore his power, but it filled him with quiet, fierce clarity. Through the bond he sensed her gratitude. The shadows shrieked, their eerie wails filling the air as the vessel's fragile light pushed them back. Naruto seized the moment. He spotted a set of massive iron gates at the far end of the corridor and urged that they run, pulling her along with renewed strength. They sprinted through the crumbling gallery, the vessel's hand locked in his, the shadows snapping at their heels like restless apparitions. An oppressive force followed them, as if some presence sought to reclaim her. The boy refused to let go. At last they reached the gate, a monolith of spinning ancient symbols. The vessel moved without hesitation. Her lavender eyes glowed faintly as she pressed her hand to the door and let her unstable but vast chakra flood the mechanism. The glyphs began to shift, rotating and realigning, the air vibrating with power. Naruto stood guard beside her, rebar raised, defiant and unyielding. The shadows surged again, more distorted and frenzied as the gates creaked open. Light poured through the widening gap, an exit and a brief reprieve. He planted his feet, ready to meet the rush. The simulation continued and their bond level rose. The great iron gate groaned in rusty protest and finally ground to a halt, leaving a gap just wide enough for them to slip through. Naruto pulled the vessel past the barrier, his heart pounding from the terror of fighting something that felt like pure, concentrated hate. Once the vessel pressed her hand against the cold metal, with a deep thud the gate slammed shut, cutting off the shrieking advance of the shadows in an instant. They found themselves in a network of crumbling courtyards and exposed walkways high above the endless abyss of the fortress. The architecture was maddeningly complex, staircases broken, bridges shattered, paths looping back on themselves as though the castle itself wished to trap them forever. The vessel remained silent, communicating only through the fragile strength of her grip and the distant sorrow echoing through their heart's resonance. She was physically weak and often stumbled over loose stones. Naruto, using the subtle balance from his minor acrobatics training, became her anchor, a steady, warm presence guiding her through the perilous ruins. The only way forward required impossible leaps and risky climbs. Naruto spotted a deep crack running up the side of a wall that looked impossible to scale. Relying on the endurance of his lineage, he began to climb, muscles burning. When he reached the top, he turned back and extended his hand toward the fragile figure below. The vessel looked up, her pale hair shifting in the faint breeze, eyes trembling with silent fear and desperate hope. She could not climb on her own. Naruto understood instantly that he would have to bring her up. He quickly fashioned a makeshift rope using precise knots, securing one end around a broken gargoyle jutting from the wall, then dropped the other end down and gestured for her to take it. The vessel hesitated as fear of being left behind warred with fear of falling. Finally, with trembling resolve, she grasped the rope. Naruto braced himself and hauled with all his might, lifting her upward. When she reached the top, he caught her hand and pulled her safely beside him. Each act of shared struggle made the heart's resonance pulse brighter and strengthened their bond. They eventually reached a massive central courtyard dominated by a dark pool of still water, a mirror-like well that reflected the fortress's gloomy sky. As they circled its edge, the shadows rose from the surface like black mist, their pale eyes drawn hungrily to the vessel's light. Naruto raised his broken staff, prepared to defend them, but the vessel stepped forward and gently placed her hand on his arm. She looked at the pool and then up toward a cracked tower where a large rusted mechanism sat, covered in moss and unreachable by ordinary means. Her intent was clear through the resonance. She would draw the shadows away while he went for the mechanism. Panic surged through the bond. He sensed she was risking everything. Naruto gripped her hand tighter and vowed that he would not leave her. Then he saw a broken chain hanging from the wall opposite the tower. Calculating the distance from memory and timing, he decided the dangerous jump was the only option. He ran, launched himself across the gap, caught the chain and swung toward the tower wall. His fingers dug into the rough stone as he climbed with furious, desperate energy. Below, the vessel stood at the pool's edge, her lavender chakra blazing brighter than before. The shadows swarmed toward her, drawn like moths to a flame, neglecting the boy entirely. Naruto reached the top and found the mechanism, a cluster of ancient gears and levers caked in dust. He shoved the largest gear into motion and forced the mechanism to grind to life. With a mechanical groan, a small waterfall of radiant light burst from the side of the tower and poured into the black pool. The reaction was immediate. The dark water recoiled. The shadows shrieked and dissolved into mist as the light purified the area. Naruto scrambled down the tower and rushed back to her side. The vessel had collapsed against the wall, exhausted from sustaining the light that had drawn the shadows away. He knelt beside her, checked for injuries, and then carefully helped her to her feet, his steady presence anchoring her fading strength. They continued through a long arched passage until they entered a large domed chamber where light pooled unnaturally at the center. The vessel leaned weakly against a wall. Suddenly her lavender eyes snapped open, wide with shock. A storm of memories vast, ancient, and overwhelming flooded through the heart's resonance and slammed into Naruto's mind. He saw visions that were not his, two brave young men, a final terrible battle, a world sealed in blinding light, and then centuries of isolation. The vessel gasped, her breathing shallow. For the first time, her lips moved, and words escaped in a voice that was both young and impossibly old. She asked him to go and leave her there, her words trembling with despair. She said she did not deserve this, that she had been sealed away by them, her sons, and that they had made her a monster. Her body shook as she tried to pull her hand from his, her aura overflowing with self-loathing and pain. The heart's resonance echoed her torment and her certainty that she was cursed and hated. Naruto did not let go. He tightened his grip, his hand firm, his gaze unwavering as he looked into her ancient, haunted eyes. Through the link he conveyed his refusal to accept her surrender. He believed even the cursed deserved a second chance and knew what that struggle felt like. He refused to let her fall into despair. He refused to abandon her. Naruto held the vessel's hand as a small, stubborn defiance against centuries of sorrow and destiny. The vessel, a fragile echo of Kaguya, finally stopped struggling and accepted his warmth and trust. They moved onward, leaving the chamber of painful memories behind. The next sections of the fortress became a maze of elaborate, ancient machinery. They entered a vast circular room where gigantic stone gears ground against each other, driven by captured chakra flowing through channels in the floor. The only way forward was to cross the moving, interlocking teeth of the gears. Although Naruto's chakra was sealed, his memories of advanced evasion training provided perfect timing. He became the scout, using his reflexes to time the gaps in the moving stone. He leaped across a moving gear, then immediately turned back and extended his hand. The vessel, despite her immense latent power, relied entirely on his physical guidance and placed her faith in the boy's timing. With every successful crossing, their shared relief flowed through the heart's resonance link. They repeated the sequence several times. Naruto solved the puzzle and secured the path. The vessel provided the chakra light needed to activate the final door, and the boy protected her from the shadows that inevitably gathered, drawn by the pulsing of her light. They reached a massive chasm bridged by a single, narrow walkway. At the far end, the exit was sealed by a swirling vortex of water that the vessel's light could not disperse. Recalling the sheer physical effort of building the Meridian Sanctuary in his previous life, Naruto knew he had to rely on brute strength. He found a broken chain system nearby, designed to lift a massive counterweight, and pulled and pushed his small body to its limit. The innate strength of his Uzumaki genetics, though unaugmented by chakra, was enough to move the ancient mechanism. As the counterweight rose, the swirling vortex of water slowly parted, revealing a massive, intricately carved door. The vessel placed her hand on the door and her lavender Byakugan momentarily activated, its soft light sweeping over the seals and unlocking the final path. They had reached the heart of the prison. The door opened into an overwhelming, domed chamber, circular and vast. At the center sat a massive ornate throne carved from a single piece of dark crystal. The chamber was bathed in a pulsating purple gloom, and the air crackled with immense, distorted chakra. Naruto positioned himself in front of the vessel, his broken staff held defensively and his entire body tense. The shadows were thicker here, swirling aggressively and waiting for a command. The throne was occupied. The massive chakra presence coalesced and took shape as a woman, a horrifying, magnificent inversion of the vessel. Her hair was black and wild, her eyes glowed with malevolent red energy, and her form was draped in flowing midnight robes that seemed woven from shadow itself. She projected absolute power, arrogance, and possessive, ancient rage. This was the Shadow Queen. The Shadow Queen acknowledged their arrival and commented that the vessel had been brought to her, declaring that the time had come for darkness and light to merge and for the rabbit goddess to be restored. The vessel seized up behind Naruto, her entire body shaking with terror as the heart's resonance screamed with recognition of her own dark past self. The boy stood his ground, gripping his broken staff and facing the terrifying being with nothing but courage and a determination not to let go. The throne room pulsed with ancient chakra as the Shadow Queen rose from the throne, her presence warping the light and shadow around her. She summoned the vessel forward and insisted it was futile to delay the inevitable, claiming the light could not exist without the darkness. Simnurdo tightened his grip on the vessel's hand and felt her absolute terror through their link. The Shadow Queen did not advance herself. Instead, hundreds of black chakra shadows clinging to the walls surged forward as a single overwhelming wave. Simnaruto urged that they had to move, though the vessel was momentarily frozen by fear. He reacted on pure, ingrained memory. Using the precise timing from his training, he did not run away from the wave but ran into a gap in its formation while dragging the vessel with him. The shadows rose from the stone floor and stretched like elastic smoke to enclose them. Forced into close-range combat, Simnurdo used his broken staff and Uzumaki strength to keep the shadows at bay, relying on rapid pivots and spins. Every time a shadow projection reached for the vessel, trying to pry her hand from his, he yanked her away with sudden, decisive force, refusing to break their link. Frustrated by the boy's defiance, the Shadow Queen unleashed a mental intrusion, an icy dark genjutsu aimed at crushing his resolve. Simnaruto sensed the attack and his see-through-all illusions skill activated instantly, exposing the assault before it could form images or emotions. The illusion shattered without effect. He did not flinch. He spun and slammed his staff into a cluster of advancing shadows, his focus unbroken. The Shadow Queen finally descended from the throne with unnatural speed and fixed her crimson eyes on the vessel's forehead as a shimmering purple seal began to form in the air. She declared that she had grown tired of the game and insisted to Simnurdo that he could not save the vessel. The Shadow Queen insisted that her destiny was to rule and to consume, to be herself. The moment the purple seal touched the vessel, a silent internal scream reverberated through the heart's resonance. The vessel's fragile body flashed between the pure white of her better self and the violent purple of the Shadow Queen's power. The fusion ritual had begun. Simnurdo understood that brute force would not win. He had no chakra, his staff was splintered, and all he had left was their bond. He grabbed the vessel's hand with both of his, anchoring himself. Closing his eyes, he focused entirely on his skill. Heart's resonance, the vessel's keeper. He did not fight the Shadow Queen with strength, he fought her with emotion. He projected everything. He was his belief in the vessel's second chance, his unshakable promise to protect her, his raw, stubborn refusal to abandon hope. The ritual faltered. The Shadow Queen's power tried to fuse with the vessel, but the overwhelming surge of Simnurdo's hope created a blinding wall of spiritual energy. Light and darkness collided but could not merge. The Shadow Queen recoiled, stunned by a force she had never anticipated, the power of genuine human connection. The two aspects of Kaguya, light and shadow, hung suspended and tormented, their fusion stalled but not undone. Simnurdo kept holding her hand. The Shadow Queen shrieked that the vessel was just a container and could not resist her destiny. Simnurdo poured every ounce of his ingrained spirit, the Meridian Guardian's steadfast protection, the assassin's focus, and the simple promise he had made to the terrified woman, into their link. He refused to let go. He believed she deserved to live and to be free. The purity of the boy's intent cut through the darkness like a spiritual blade. The Shadow Queen, forged from millennia of malice and domination, could not withstand the selfless trust radiating from the heart's resonance. Their bond erupted into a furious sphere of white gold light that tore at the shadow. With a final, soul-deep scream, the Shadow Queen was ripped away from the vessel. Her form condensed into a vortex of corrupted chakra and spiraled outward until, in an implosive burst of purple light, the corrupted power vanished. The Shadow Queen was defeated. The ancient fortress reacted instantly. A deep, thunderous groan rolled through the structure as its foundational seals failed. Obsidian pillars cracked, dust poured from the domed ceiling, and stone ground against stone as the prison began to collapse. Simnurdo looked at the vessel. Her lavender eyes, once clouded by fear, were now clear and filled with immense, painful gratitude. She was safe. A massive slab of stone tore free from the ceiling. Weakened by his spiritual struggle and unable to rely on sealed reflexes, Simnurdo could not dodge in time. The blow struck him and sent him crashing into the throne pedestal. His world dissolved into blackness. When a fractured awareness returned, the castle roared with destruction. Naruto felt himself being carried. The vessel, fragile and trembling yet moved with a quiet, desperate strength. A soft white glow enveloped her, a faint echo of the power she had once held. She carried the unconscious boy through collapsing corridors with steady, determined steps. They reached a small, water-filled grotto beneath the fortress. A crude wooden raft bobbed half-submerged. With trembling hands the vessel laid Naruto onto the raft. Tears traced down her pale cheeks as she leaned close and pressed a brief, reassuring kiss to his forehead. With a gentle burst of chakra, she pushed the raft into the fast-moving waters. The current pulled him toward the exit tunnels and the world beyond. She remained behind, standing alone in the rapidly flooding cavern. A quiet farewell, unspoken and ancient, brushed through the boy's fading mind as darkness swept her away. Naruto awoke to the coarse texture of sand beneath his cheek and the sound of crashing waves. Sunlight warmed his skin. The oppressive fortress was gone. He lay on a bright beach with the open ocean stretching to the horizon. His head throbbed, but his memories were clear. He sat up and scanned the shore. For a long, heavy moment he believed he had failed the vessel. Then he froze. Tucked into the curve of a small cove where the tide had gently delivered her, the vessel rested. No longer pale and ethereal, she looked like a normal but breathtakingly beautiful young woman in simple white clothing. Her chest rose and fell with steady breaths. Naruto dropped to his knees beside her. She was alive and free. He had not failed. He had fulfilled the promise of the vessel's keeper. The blue interface of the future life simulation system flashed into existence as the scenario concluded. The simulation marked completion the moment its core objective was fulfilled. The system reported that the simulation ended because the core goal, freeing the vessel, had been achieved. Performance registered at 97%, described as a near-perfect bond and mission execution, and the mission received an S rank. The system then generated 4 random rewards for selection. The first reward was an epic harmonic resonance, shared power, which allowed the user to briefly create a deep chakra link with allies to share a passive skill or absorb part of an ally's strain, turning the user into an unmatched support fighter. The second was a legendary reward called the Vessel's Keeper, shared memory, which ensured that Naruto and the real Kagaya Otsutsuki would retain all memories, skills, and emotional bonds formed during the simulation, permanently altering their real-world relationship. The third was an ultra-rare advanced knot-tying skill granting absolute mastery over knots, bindings, restraint techniques, and complex wire traps. The fourth was a rare intermediate map-reading skill that provided advanced navigation, cartography, and terrain-reading abilities. Outside the simulation, Naruto the Observer sat rigid on his bed, his mind echoing with the sudden quiet that followed the collapsing castle. He studied the rewards, surprisingly steady despite the emotional exhaustion the simulation had left behind. The choice was obvious. The first reward made him the ultimate protector of his friends. The second ensured that the bond he built with the vessel, with Kagaya, was real. He selected 2 relationship-defining skills: harmonic resonance, shared power, epic, and the vessel's keeper, shared memory, legendary. A new chakra pathway awakened within him, a gentle resonant network designed for connection and protection. He immediately understood how to use it, how to channel his abilities into others. But it was the legendary reward that truly shook him. Naruto sat on his bed, physically still a 12-year-old academy student, but internally a veteran of countless lives. A warrior, a guide, and now the protector of a progenitor of chakra. The truth hit him all at once. He was the keeper of Kagaya Otsutsuki's trust and memory. He dragged a hand through his hair as the memories flooded back in perfect clarity. In the simulation he had not fought Kagaya, he had freed her. He had not seen a terrifying goddess but a frightened, lonely woman who needed someone to believe in her. The Shadow Queen had not been Kagaya herself. She had been Kagaya's fear, her grief, the twisted will of the power that had ruined her life. Naruto had overcome that darkness not with raw force, but with something rarer. He refused to abandon her. One hand, held out in stubborn, reckless kindness, had ruptured millennia of hatred. Because of the legendary reward, the real Kaguya, sealed deep within the moon, now remembered everything: her fear, the safety she felt in that small moment, the trust, the bond. Somewhere in the moonlit silence, the mother of Chakra remembered the boy who had reached her. A warmth spread through Naruto's chest, something like destiny but deeper. His dream had always been to help his friends and become Hokage. Now his path stretched beyond Konoha, beyond nations, to a cosmic scale. He clenched his fist. He also carried harmonic resonance, the ultimate support skill. He imagined standing beside Sasuke, Sakura, or future teammates, lending his enhanced reflexes to boost Sasuke's speed, sharing affinities to bolster Sakura's defenses, and absorbing his allies' fatigue to keep the squad fighting at full strength. He was no longer just the anchor. He was the core of the team. He looked toward the window as the first rays of sunlight crept over Konoha's rooftops. He was ready for the Genin exam, ready for whatever destiny threw at him, ready to protect the world and the woman who now trusted him across time and memory. Deep within the cold, silent heart of the moon, locked away by the six paths Chibaku Tensei, the dormant consciousness of Kaguya Otsutsuki had existed for millennia in frozen isolation, a vast suffocating stillness interrupted only by the residual hum of the seal that bound her. Then the silence shattered. A torrential flood of memory, vibrant, warm, impossibly human, ripped through Kaguya's ancient mind. It was not the painful surge of hostile chakra or the terror of battle. It was something far more destabilizing: compassion. Kaguya reeled as simulation memories forced themselves into clarity. The crushing weight of the black stone prison, the agonizing fragility of her body, the suffocating malice of the Shadow Queen born of her own corrupted will, and the unbearable guilt of her past and the knowledge that her own sons had sealed her away. Then came the anchor, a small warm hand gripping hers, scarred and trembling but impossibly determined. The sensation of a resonant heart pulling her back from the darkness. Naruto's stubborn, relentless refusal to let go had been absolute. He had vowed he would not let go, and he believed even the cursed deserved a second chance. She remembered him, Naruto Uzumaki. She felt his innocent defiance and his overwhelming belief that she was worth saving. Through his eyes she saw the moment the Shadow Queen fell, not because of violence but because of the overwhelming spiritual force of his trust. The progenitor of chakra, who had once seen humanity as insects, had been reached by a child and taught anew what it meant to be seen and cared for. The legendary memory integration was so intense that it rippled outward through the Chibaku Tensei. A subtle vibration shuddered through the lunar core. Inside Kaguya's mind, the changes were seismic. Her awareness snapped into clarity for the first time in centuries. She was no longer an imprisoned goddess drifting in numb eternity. She was also the vessel, the terrified, injured woman who had leaned entirely on the strength of a boy with whisker marks. Her immense internal chakra, usually a chaotic storm, contracted and focused on that single name with laser precision. She knew him now not as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki she had been meant to reclaim, but as her protector, the one who had seen her fear instead of her power, the one who had held her hand in the dark and refused to abandon her, the one who had freed her heart before her body. A profound mix of guilt, gratitude, longing, and hope filled the empty world of her prison. The hatred that had once driven her to reclaim chakra receded. The instinct to merge with her creation dimmed, defeated by the simplicity of a boy's compassion. Bound in her lunar tomb, Kaguya remained outwardly silent, but her perspective had shifted forever. She was now tethered by memory and by unexpected affection to the boy who had saved her, the vessel's keeper, and in the cold silence of the moon the progenitor of chakra focused her attention on the determined young genin of Konoha, watching him with a new purpose. The next day Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed, the phantom sensation of warm beach sand still lingering in his consciousness. The complexity of the last simulation-like journey through an impossible fortress stood in stark contrast to everything he had experienced before. In the early simulations he had been granted the raw power needed to survive legendary fire, overwhelming speed, the sage body. He had treated the world as a battlefield and his abilities as weapons. When he lost, it had been because he was tactically outmatched by Orochimaru or because he had misused his own overwhelming strength. But this simulation, he was different. He had begun with nothing. No chakra. No combat advantages. No flashy skills. His survival had depended entirely on the non-combat abilities he had picked almost as jokes and survival, minor acrobatics training, advanced knot tying, and above all, the legendary heart's resonance. Only now did he understand the lesson the system had forced upon him. Strength was not the ability to crush an enemy alone. Strength was the ability to protect someone else. He had not been the key to the castle the vessel had been. He had not been the weapon her unstable light was. He had been the anchor, the boy who refused to let go and gave her the courage to use her own power. He needed her to succeed just as much as she needed him to survive. The new lesson, relational strength. Naruto drew a deep breath. All his strength, all the fire and speed and legendary endurance, meant nothing if he could not use them to protect the people who mattered. This simulation had taught him patience, waiting for the right moment to cross the clockwork gears instead of charging recklessly. It had taught him empathy, seeing the terrified woman behind Kagaya's ancient power. It had taught him reliance, trusting the vessel's fragile light to open pathways while he handled the physical dangers. For the first time, he had won not by fighting, but by connecting. It was a victory of shared weakness over solitary strength. The rewards reflected that truth. Harmonic resonance, shared power turned him into the ultimate support shinobi, a tactical core who could share his abilities with others and carry their burdens when needed. He was not just preparing to be the world's greatest shinobi. He was preparing to be the world's greatest friend. Naruto stood, feeling a quiet confidence settle into place, power balanced by humility. The genin selection test was only days away. He had the fire, the speed, the instincts, and now the wisdom to use them with others in mind. He was ready to face Kakashi. Simulation system, cooldown completed. Ready to initiate simulation number 16. End of chapter 34. The strength of smallness. 5 days remained before the genin selection test. Naruto spent the morning consolidating his internal power, organizing the vast library of skills he'd acquired, the speed of enhanced reflexes, the fire of solar flare, the spiritual protection of heart's resonance, and the tactical support of harmonic resonance. He was a walking fortress of abilities. He sat on the floor, feeling the familiar hum as the system completed its cycle. Simulation system, cooldown completed. Ready to initiate simulation number 16. He tapped initiate, fully expecting a high-level political scenario, something involving Orochimaru's schemes. Initiating simulation number 16 protocol. Generating random skills for simulation #available skills. Apex nature isolation, legendary. Minor stone skipping technique, common. Basic bartering. Knowledge, for. Minor cold resistance, common. 6-fold lifeline protocol, epic. Primal architect's wisdom, epic. The simulation's theme was immediately clear. Apex nature isolation meant the world itself would revert to a primordial, extremely hostile wilderness. 6-fold lifeline protocol meant the scenario was about multi-person survival, leadership, protection, and group synergy. Primal architect's wisdom meant he would be forced to build and sustain rather than fight. This simulation was not about defeating an enemy. It was about keeping his group alive in a world trying to kill them. He chose the 3 core scenario skills: Apex nature isolation, 6-fold lifeline protocol, and primal architect's wisdom. Skills integrated and the simulation began. Day 1. The team. Naruto blinked and found himself not in a jungle, but inside the familiar academy classroom. Yet something was wrong. The building was silent. There was no Irika, no classmates, no village noise. The light streaming through the window was unnaturally green. 6-fold lifeline protocol, epic, activated. Survival group assigned: Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga, Ayame Ichiraku, Tenten, Kurina Yuhi, Tsum Inazuka. Current location manifest: Naruto, Sakura, Hinata. Status: extreme isolation. Primary goal: group rendezvous and sustained survival. Naruto immediately noticed the only two other people in the room, Sakura and Hinata. Both sat at separate desks, confused but alert. Primal Architect's wisdom buzzed within his mind. Hundreds of techniques for shelter crafting, water purification, hunting, tool making, and environmental navigation flooded into his memory. He rose and ordered them to leave immediately, explaining that something bad had happened and they needed to move now. Sakura frowned and asked him what he meant, insisting that everything felt wrong. Hinata focused on him and told him his chakra felt enormous and different, noting that there was no one else in the building and urging them to look outside. Naruto pointed out the window. A massive orange butterfly, bigger than a dinner plate, drifted past the glass. No creature like that existed in Konoha. He explained that everything was off. Konoha was silent, the air felt wrong, and whatever that creature was, it should not exist. He did not explain the simulation or the mechanics, he simply conveyed the urgency. He believed the entire world had reverted to pure wilderness, no villages, no people, and that nature had become huge, dangerous, and hostile. Sakura's face paled and she asked about their families. Naruto shook his head and warned that there was no time to find answers. He said villages were resource traps with too many blind spots and too much noise. They needed to leave before predators discovered them. Sakura swallowed her panic and switched to analytical mode. She asked what defenses they had, noting that they were only 3 genin. Naruto accessed Primal Architect's wisdom and focused on what they could do. He assigned roles based on their strengths. Hinata would handle scouting and detection, her Byakugan would provide long-range vision and early warning. Sakura would manage medical needs and strategy. Her knowledge of herbs and first aid made her the most suitable for resources and tactical planning. Naruto would take sustainment and leadership. He had the knowledge to build shelter, craft tools, find food, and make rudimentary weapons. They stripped the classroom for rope, metal, bottles, and dry fabric and planned to move for high ground following Hinata's guidance. Outside the window, the light flickered strangely. The survival simulation had begun. 3 genin, a world reverted to primal chaos, and a single mission to survive long enough to reunite the group and build sustainable safety. End of Chapter 35. The Council of Three. The 3 genin moved with practiced urgency, the silence of the abandoned academy amplifying the tension. Following Naruto's directions, they began systematically stripping the building for materials. Sakura, utilizing her academic knowledge and sharp mind, prioritized supplies. She scavenged the closets for first aid items and the supply rooms for sturdy canvas and shears. Hinata, her Byakugan active and sweeping the silent halls, acted as a continuous sentinel, noting loose floorboards and distant, unsettling rustles from the overgrown courtyard outside. Naruto, guided by the Primal Architect's wisdom, focused on tools and durability. He ripped metal frames from old desks to craft makeshift spears and bundled every piece of durable rope, string, and wire he could find, applying the efficient knots of his advanced knot-tying skill. Within 30 minutes they were ready, each carrying heavy packs filled with a chaotic mix of medical supplies, metal poles, and dry rations found in the staff lounge. Naruto instructed that they take the back street, his eyes fixed on the green-tinged world visible through the window. He explained that it would be tighter but would keep them off the main roads where the large things would hunt. They slipped out through a broken window and immediately felt the full extent of apex nature isolation. The air was thick with raw ozone and aggressive, unrestrained foliage. The once neat cobblestones of Konoha were cracked open by thick roots. Moss and wild vines covered every structure. The atmosphere itself felt hostile. As they crept through narrow alleys, a deep, horrifying tremor rippled through the ground and Hinata stiffened. Hinata warned that a massive presence, perhaps 2 miles away, was moving toward the center and that it was too big to be natural. Naruto replied that they would stick to the plan, seek high ground, find a defensible structure, and move. They advanced silently, using every shadow for cover. Passing the ruined shopping district, Naruto spotted thin smoke rising from a familiar corner, the Ichiraka ramen stand. He signaled a halt and pushed Sakura and Hinata toward the wall. The stand was overturned, barrels smashed, debris everywhere. Near the back, curled up and absolutely still, was Ayam, clutching a rusted ladle like a small blade, eyes wide with fear and tears dried on her cheeks. She was another member of the Sixfold Lifeline Protocol. Naruto approached slowly with his staff low and identified himself to Ayame as Naruto. Ayame flinched, recognition breaking through her fear. She asked what was happening, where her father was, and said the city was gone and that she had been hiding there since the previous day. Answered gently that they did not know, but that they were leaving now and she should come with them. He did not explain how he knew any of this. He simply radiated calm certainty. Harmonic resonance pulsed, subtle and soothing, and Ayame's breathing steadied. She grabbed a small satchel and fell in with them without hesitation. With 4 people, stealth became harder, but Hinata's vision guided them expertly through collapsed terrain until they reached their destination, the Hokage Tower, the strongest building left in the city, with thick stone walls, a single entrance, and a rooftop vantage point. They slipped inside and shut the doors behind them. The interior was dusty and abandoned, but the structure was secure for now. Naruto leaned against a wall and assessed the group, Sakura dirt smudged but focused, Hinata ever watchful, and Ayame shaken but alive. Naruto ordered that they secure the perimeter and reach the roof to set up Byakugan watch. There should be no fire and no noise. They were to stay alert until nightfall, and then they would figure out how to live. Their first base was established. The tower was silent, its thick stone walls offering a rare sense of security against the hostile wilderness outside. They settled on the 3rd floor. The hallways were narrow and easy to barricade, and one large, windowless storage room could serve as a secure sleeping space for the women. Across from it, a smaller abandoned security room became Naruto's personal watch post. The team moved with focused efficiency, bound together by fear and survival instinct. Hinata and Sakura cleared the main sleeping room, spreading scavenged canvas and strips of old curtain fabric across the cold stone floor, while Hinata's vision remained active, sweeping the outside through cracks and distant windows for any sign of movement. Naruto used his knot-tying skill to seal the hallway doors with reinforced rope, creating a tense, intricate alarm system that would alert them if anything pushed through, and he dragged desks and chairs into a tight barricade leading to the stairwell. Once the area was secured, Ayame stepped forward to handle food. Her years in the kitchen translated into survival intuition. She found dusty but edible ration packs and purified rainwater collected in a cracked terracotta pot. Using an old lighter, she produced a tiny hidden flame just enough to warm the food without creating visible smoke. The smell of warmed meat and steaming water filled the hallway, and for a moment they remembered what comfort felt like. As Ayame lifted a ladle to serve the first portion, Hinata froze. Her Byakugan flared like a silent alarm. Hinata warned Naruto that a presence had been detected, moving fast, and that it felt like 2 people. Naruto stood immediately, gripping his broken staff and ordering everyone to stay back. Heart's resonance spread outward in a calming pulse and footsteps echoed. 2 shadows detached from the stairwell's darkness and emerged into the dim light. Tsume Inuzuka, wild-haired and grinning, dropped a huge stick and showed sharp, relieved teeth. Kurenai Yuhi followed, elegant and alert. Tsume's grin was relieved as she indicated she had smelled the food and the fear and had finally found other humans. Kurenai explained that they had met outside the city. Tsume had followed a strong scent trail that led straight to the tower, and they had not known whose trail it was until now. Naruto confirmed that it was them and lowered his staff as the tension dissolved. Exhaustion hit all at once. Ayame did not hesitate and shoved bowls of food into their hands, urging them to eat first and talk later because they needed it. Tsume devoured her meal like a starving wolf. Kurenai ate quickly but methodically, her eyes evaluating the improvised defenses and praising the 3 for a rudimentary but smart setup that would hold for now. She said they had plans for the next day. Naruto agreed and declared that that night everyone would sleep and he would take the first watch. He did not trust the silence or the dark. He knew Apex nature isolation had only just begun revealing its horrors. Naruto settled into the security room with his staff at his side and his senses razor sharp. For people from their group were still missing. And the Hokage Tower, solid as it seemed, was a glowing beacon in a world that wanted them dead. Outside, the unnatural green glow of the night spread through the wilderness, humming with unseen predators. The long night began. The night was long and unnerving, an oppressive blanket of primeval silence. Every so often, a distant echoing snarl rippled through the overgrown ruins of Konoha, followed by the whistle of wind slithering through shattered windows. Naruto did not sleep. He sat in the small security room, gaze fixed on the barricaded entryway, his mind locked in a relentless cycle of planning. The weight on his shoulders was staggering. He was no longer planning for himself alone but for 7 individuals, each with different strengths, weaknesses, and dangers facing them. One of their assigned survival group was still missing somewhere in the wild, mutated world created by the apex nature isolation. His mind, sharpened by the logical precision of the Meridian Guardian and the tactical ruthlessness of the assassin's legacy, processed the variables. Constraint 1. The apex nature. The world beyond the cracked walls of the Hokage Tower was nothing like the elemental nations. The apex nature was a self-contained ecosystem designed to crush the unprepared. Everything lived by one rule: hunt or be hunted. The predators that prowled the streets of ruined Konoha were not merely oversized versions of ordinary animals. They were hyper-evolved, guided by a primal intelligence born from the isolation field itself. Wolves with plated bone armor, birds with razor-like wings, and reptilian beasts that thrived in the darkness between broken buildings stalked the ruins. Even the air felt alive, dense, humid, heavy with a strange pressure that dulled human senses and sharpened the instincts of the predators. Camouflaged beasts blended into rubble. Burrowing creatures lurked beneath cracked stone. Flying predators circled silently in the perpetual green twilight. Fighting them was not bravery so much as a near-certain suicide. The apex nature was not designed for ninjas. To survive meant moving undetected, conserving energy, avoiding unnecessary conflict, and reading the environment with the precision of a seasoned hunter. The world outside was not an enemy in the traditional sense, it was an unforgiving judge, and every mistake carried the same sentence: death. Constraint 2. The base. The Hokage Tower, once a symbol of authority and stability, was both a blessing and a liability. Inside, the reinforced structure kept out most mid-level predators. Its height allowed for early warning observation. The narrow hallways created natural choke points. But it also had fatal weaknesses. It was too tall a beacon in a silent, ruined city. Anything with eyes, scent, or instinct could find it eventually. Predators patrolled rooftops. Flyers scanned from above. One mistake could lead a monster straight to their doorstep. Worse still, the tower was dead. No resources, no fresh water, no natural cover, no materials. Every supply had to be scavenged and carried up multiple floors. It was a shelter at night, but a prison during the day. If something powerful enough discovered them, they would have nowhere to run, trapped in a vertical maze with only one narrow staircase as an exit. They needed running water, wood and stone, natural concealment, multiple escape paths, a place that blended into the environment, and a structure resilient enough to fortify but flexible enough to abandon. A hidden valley, a partially intact underground network, a cave system near a stream, or an abandoned complex with natural cover. Something the apex predators would not immediately claim. A real home, not a desperate refuge. Constraint 3. The group. Their biggest strength and greatest vulnerability was the people he had sworn to protect. They had 2 jonin. Sum, a hunter with a feral intuition forged by decades of tracking and survival combat, and Kurenai, a genjutsu master whose precision and subtlety were unmatched. Both were powerful, but power did not erase risk. The rest of the group represented a delicate balance of assets and liabilities. Hinata was invaluable for reconnaissance but gentle and untested in prolonged survival-focused missions. Sakura was physically weaker but knowledgeable, with a strong grasp of medical and preservation techniques despite low stamina. Ayam was a civilian, intelligent, calm, and observant, but without combat instincts, survival background, or chakra training. Every time the group moved as a whole, the danger multiplied tenfold. One scream, one slip, one moment of exhaustion could doom them. Naruto understood the brutal truth. He could risk the jonin. He could risk himself. He could even risk Hinata with proper support. He could not risk Sakura or Ayam in the open wilderness surrounded by apex predators. Not when the world outside could kill a shinobi in seconds. Their survival depended on division of labor, cautious movement, and keeping their most vulnerable assets secured behind layers of protection. This was not just a team, it was a fragile ecosystem of its own, and Naruto was responsible for balancing it. As the first faint greenish dawn filtered through cracks in the walls, Naruto had a complete strategy. He rose quietly and headed to the sleeping room. Sakura, Hinata, and Ayam were stirring. Sum and Kurenai were already awake. Jonin DSP never slept. Naruto inhaled deeply and steeled himself to lead. The morning briefing. Sheets of scavenged parchment had been taped together with thin strips of cloth. Charcoal lines were sharp and methodical, showing the Hokage tower sketched with the precision of someone who had walked it dozens of times, and the surrounding ruins of Konoha marked with circles where threats had been detected. 3 potential escape routes had been mapped. One through collapsed streets, one along the remnants of the riverbed, and one cutting through dense overgrowth that had swallowed entire blocks. Every path carried tiny annotations for danger, shelter, resources, or unknown. Naruto placed the map on a cracked wooden table and explained that the night had passed quietly, but they could not count on that again. He introduced the plan for Day 2. Phase 1. Immediate fortification and scavenging. Naruto tapped the map with the end of a broken kunai he now used as a pointer and stressed that their first priority was to secure survival with no exceptions. He indicated which floors of the tower they would strip for supplies and directed everyone to scavenge rope, metal fragments, cloth, preserved food, heavy curtains, and anything that could be turned into tools or insulation. He assigned Sakura and Ayam to focus on materials. Sakura's knowledge of medical supplies and preservation would be invaluable, and Ayam's understanding of storage and food durability made her essential to the task. Both were to concentrate on durable fabrics, preserved food stores, large cloth sheets for weather protection, and anything that could be converted into containers. Naruto then turned to Kurenai and asked, if her chakra reserves allowed it, to set subtle traps, noise triggers and illusory scent trails to confuse any predator that approached. He emphasized that these measures should be light and energy efficient, creating warning systems without draining their limited reserves. Kurenai acknowledged the request with a steady nod and said she would then immediately begin to think through placements around likely approach paths. Sum, the hunter, took responsibility for perimeter inspections and silent scouting. He would move along the rooftops at first light, reporting any changes in patrol patterns or signs of new predator activity. His instincts and decades of survival experience made him the best candidate to lead cautious forays into known danger zones and to recover small but critical items that could not be spared from the tower. Naruto outlined how they would fortify the base. They would barricade lower stairwells with scavenged beams and metal, create secondary barriers on each floor, and rig simple alarm systems using wire and scrap metal. He asked Sum and Sakura to assemble. They would conserve fuel, stack preserved food in centralized caches, and improvise rain collectors from large curtains and salvaged piping. He instructed Hinata to remain with the more vulnerable group members during supply runs unless critical reconnaissance required her skills. Her role would be to scout at a safe distance and signal with subtle markers. Movement and risk management. Naruto described the rules for movement. When the group moved as a unit, only 1 or 2 trained scouts would lead. They would proceed at dawn or dusk when visibility favored concealment, keeping to shadows and avoiding open streets. Item deemed non-essential would be abandoned rather than risk a hasty retreat. If predators showed interest, the group would not engage unless escape was impossible. Confrontation would be a last resort. Evacuation drills would be practiced daily so that, if the worst happened, each person would know their role and exit path without hesitation. He emphasized keeping Sakura and Ayam close to the center of formations and behind layers of protection during forays. Hinata would be trained to provide quick, non-exhaustive reconnaissance and to relay silent signals. Sum and Kurenai would handle the most dangerous tasks, supported by Naruto and any team members physically able to sustain a sprint or a fight for a brief window. Supply priorities and long-term planning. Naruto listed priorities for scavenging: water purification supplies, containers, tools for shelter construction, seeds or preserved food with long shelf lives, medical materials, and materials suitable for building simple, hidden shelters. He added that they needed to scout potential relocation sites within 2 days, places that offered water sources and natural concealment. If such a site could not be found, they would have to modify the tower into a more defensible, sustainable base. Naruto closed the briefing by reminding the group that discretion would be their greatest ally. The world outside did not play by the rules they knew. It would not be moved by courage or tradition. Survival required patience, calculation, and a refusal to be drawn into useless heroics. After the meeting, Kurenai and Sum moved to their tasks with professional focus. Sakura and Ayam began cataloging supplies and setting priorities. Hinata practiced silent signaling and route marking, and Naruto walked the stairwells once more, mentally rehearsing evacuation paths and contingencies. The strategy was set, now it only had to be executed. Morning light crept higher, and the ruin-strewn streets waited with the patient danger of a living thing. The day that followed would test every decision, but for the moment, the tower held. Kurenai folded her arms thoughtfully and described a low-level genjutsu veil at the end of the hallway, nothing flashy, just enough to make predators or hostile survivors hesitate. Naruto agreed that anything that bought 5 seconds could be a lifesaver. Phase 2. Tactical Deployment and Sustainment. Naruto inhaled, steadied himself, and announced that they would split into 2 teams. Team Alpha Sustainment and Exploration consisted of Naruto, Sum, and Hinata. Naruto pointed to each of them and explained that he could build makeshift tools, locate water sources, and read terrain patterns, that Sum had the best nose in the village to find animals, avoid them, or track the scent trails of the missing group, and that Hinata's Byakugan would serve as their long-range radar, ensuring nothing moved within 2 kilometers without her noticing. Sum grinned proudly, and Hinata bowed her head shyly but with resolve. Naruto emphasized that this external team would move fast, stay low, and prioritize stealth over confrontation, searching for running water, edible plant life, wood sources, and abandoned structures that could be converted into shelter, and that they would report back before nightfall with no exceptions. Team Beta Defense and Education included Kurenai, Sakura, and Ayam. Naruto instructed them to fortify the base while Ayam and Sakura learned survival skills and made the place defensible. Kurenai placed a hand on both girls' shoulders and acknowledged the plan. Naruto assigned Sakura to adapt her medical knowledge to wild environments, focusing on herbal remedies and practical first aid, and told Ayam to learn chakra control from Kurenai while paying close attention to food preservation and ration management, stressing Ayam's importance. Ayam swallowed hard, and Sakura offered a reassuring nod. Naruto finished by setting the expectation that Team Beta must be able to survive on its own for at least 2 days if separated. Phase 3. The long-term goal. Naruto rested his hand on the tower's rough drawing and explained that while the place was secure, it was too visible, too tall, and too isolated. He pointed to the shaded outskirts of the map and set a clear mission. Team Alpha would use Hinata's Byakugan to locate a secluded, resource-rich, naturally camouflaged refuge outside the ruins where water would be nearby, forest cover plentiful, predators minimal, and escape routes abundant, a base suitable for survival not just for days but for weeks. Sum cracked her knuckles, eager at the prospect of scouting and hunting and curious to see what oversized creatures the world had produced overnight. Hinata activated her Byakugan for a moment, pale veins rising around her eyes as her breathing steadied, and she pledged to find the safest path. Kurenai watched Naruto quietly, lips curling in a faint, impressed smile, while Sakura and Ayam exchanged anxious but hopeful looks. Naruto rolled up the map, placed it under his arm, and announced that Day 2 had begun. The atmosphere in the Hokage Tower was one of grim determination. Before the teams set out, Ayam took charge of sustenance and prepared a meager breakfast, mixing the last of the scavenged dried rice and shredded meat with purified water into a hot, thin porridge that provided essential calories and moral warmth. After the meal, the teams separated. Kurenai worked with Sakura and Ayam to clear lines of sight and create subtle boundary markers using salvaged fabric and pieces of broken glass. A simple defense but a necessary start. Naruto, Sum, and Hinata moved out, silently securing rope barricades behind them. Naruto tied a heavy knot that functioned as both a noise trap and a pressure alarm, his mind automatically applying practical knowledge from the experiences he had integrated without needing to think. Team Alpha became a study in focused utility by design. Naruto served as the tactical anchor and resource planner, carrying terrain mapping, resource analysis, and primitive survival tricks that normally took years to master. Some provided detection and close-range defense, her Inuzuka senses cutting through the thick, mutated air to catch every flicker of scent and vibration in the earth, and Hinata acted as the long-range scout and early warning system, her Byakugan sweeping kilometers ahead through debris, roots, growing forests, and collapsed buildings, turning the dead city into a translucent map of threats and pathways. Together, they formed a triad of stealth, awareness, and adaptability. The periphery of the ruined city. They descended into what used to be the outer commercial ring of the village, now a graveyard of twisted metal, collapsed rooftops, and half-swallowed streets. Green vines as thick as tree trunks burst through stone and rebar, and buildings leaned together like broken teeth, their interiors overtaken by plant life that pulsed with an unsettling energy. The air was humid, too humid for the season, carrying the faint scent of predators and the sharp tang of overactive photosynthesis. Hinata broke the heavy silence to report that the air itself seemed clean but that the plant life was mutating quickly, with roots having grown significantly since the day before and trees absorbing ambient chakra at an alarming rate. She scanned the distance and observed no large, concentrated life signs but many scattered predators, oversized and varied in physiology. She recommended avoiding rooftops because they were unstable and exposed, and suggested that low ground would be safer since their scent would not spread as far. Naruto acknowledged her and asked her to lead the way, instructing the team to prioritize metal and durable wood as raw materials only, avoiding anything overly refined or chakra-forged because those materials were likely degraded. Some raised an eyebrow and remarked that Naruto had changed, moving and speaking with the confidence of a seasoned tracker. Naruto reflected that experience came fast when the world seemed set against them. Hinata added that she could see localized chakra storms deep underground and suggested something was feeding them. Naruto filed the observation away for later. Guided by wisdom. As they traveled deeper, Naruto's movements became instinctive, his new memories and skills layering over his instincts like a second consciousness. He avoided certain vine clusters on the signs of parasitic structures, steered around shed animal skins that hinted at predators undergoing unsettling growth, and kept the team close to natural shadows rather than building shadows, since buildings sometimes concealed hollow floors and ambushes. Each decision was quiet, purposeful, and efficient. Some noticed and silently approved, acknowledging that Naruto was moving like an experienced survivor and relying less on chakra, which often attracted unwanted attention. Naruto sensed that the environment reacted to chakra as an intruder, and Hinata's earlier observation about underground chakra storms reinforced that something in the area was feeding on that energy. Naruto mentally stored that information for future planning. Every observation was a puzzle piece. Witnessing the grotesque effects of apex isolation. The further they went, the clearer the unnatural transformation became. A car frame lay split and crushed, overgrown by translucent vines that pulsed faintly. A streetlight had been bent in half and wrapped by a spiraling, pale vine structure that gave it an eerie, vertebrate-like appearance. A cluster of birds that had once been sparrows watched from a half-collapsed wall, but their features had changed. Feathers had hardened into scale-like plates, their eyes were reflective and predatory, their talons oversized, and their heads turned with an unnatural precision. Some snarled quietly and warned that those creatures were hunting birds now, not scavengers, the result of apex isolation turning animals into competitors. Naruto inhaled deeply, analyzing the flow of air, the pattern of roots underfoot, and the distant sounds of a shifting forest. He observed that the world was not just hostile but actively evolving. Hinata lowered her voice and added that it felt as if the landscape itself was watching. They continued deeper, every heartbeat sharpening their focus. Each step taught them something new, each ruined street served as a warning, and every shadow could conceal a predator. Guided by the primal architect's wisdom, Naruto led them toward what used to be the industrial district, witnessing the growing influence of apex nature isolation as they went. The carnivorous canopy. Near the border of the rapidly expanding forest, they encountered a newly evolved organism bursting through a concrete wall. The creature, known as the apex bloom, was no passive plant. It rose like a massive bioluminescent fungal tree hybrid with a thick, chitinous trunk that shifted subtly, brilliant orange and blue blossoms that acted as sensory organs, long whip-like vines studded with razor-like barbs, and sap capable of breaking down organic material quickly. The ground around it was littered with scattered remains. Sum growled softly and noted the heavy scent of decay, advising that they keep a wide berth since the apex bloom was a static but dangerous threat. They skirted it carefully. Naruto made a silent note that fighting should be a last resort and evasion mandatory. The search for steel. They reached a building that had once been a specialized shinobi weapon shop reinforced with chakra-infused steel and ceiling tags. Nature had claimed the structure like everything else. Thorned vines wrapped the outer frame, some thick as Naruto's arm, their barbs glistening with amber sap. Moss covered the broken sign Kurigane Armory, and the front door had warped beyond recognition, half melted and half bent. The building's structural steel still held. Naruto gripped the twisted metal and, with a sharp pull and twisting torque, forced the door open. Rusted fragments snapped and scattered like brittle shards. Inside, the smell hit them: rotting metal, mold, and the faint but unmistakable scent of fresh human blood. The shop had become a ruin of what used to be deadly tools. Shelves had collapsed and displays lay shattered. Kunai and swords were corroded and fragile, their chakra refinements gone. Many blades had fused into the floor in unnatural patterns. Naruto picked up a katana and found the blade crumbling into flakes of rusted iron. He muttered that the chakra decay must have been immense and that the nature of this change had dismantled refined shinobi civilization at its roots. Sum kicked aside a pile of splintered handles and urged them to look for unrefined steel stock or alloy blocks, raw materials that might still be usable. Hinata's features sharpened as she activated her Byakugan and reported a faint human life sign in the back corner, a heartbeat irregular and movement sluggish. Sum stiffened and detected fresh blood and traces of explosives and sealing tags on the scene. Naruto's expression hardened and he ordered them to move. They reached the rear of the shop, a maze of shattered shelves and collapsed storage racks. Hinata guided them toward a small space under a fallen cabinet and said it was about 2 meters away. Naruto saw the small pool of dried blood beneath twisted metal. Sum dug in with claws, ripping debris away, and Naruto pulled the rest free with controlled force. Within seconds they exposed a dust-laden cavity where someone lay half-conscious and barely breathing. Hinata dropped to her knees and identified the wounded woman as Tenten. Tenten looked pale and exhausted, her breathing short and shallow. A torn bandage wrapped an injured arm, and there were signs of a serious wound with indications of infection. The storage cabinet had pinned her leg and was massive. Tenten's voice came hoarse and ragged as she said she had been trapped since the previous day and had tried to use a storage scroll, but the local chakra had been too unstable. Naruto steadied her head, instructed her not to speak, and assured her they had her. Sum tested the cabinet's weight and reported it was fused to the floor. She told Hinata to move back and called for Naruto to pull Tenten free when she lifted. Hinata held Tenten's hand and warned that it would hurt, but that they were there now. Tenten managed a faint smile and said she would rather not be alone. Sum lifted with a roar and the cabinet screeched as metal ground against concrete. For an instant Naruto saw Tenten's leg twisted and bruised but not broken, and he slid his arms under her shoulders and back, pulling her free with coordinated effort. Sum dropped the cabinet with a thunderous crash. Naruto quickly tore strips from a clean piece of canvas and applied a pressure bandage, working with the practiced precision of someone trained for survival and tying the bandage to stabilize the injury without chakra. Tenten winced but did not cry out and remarked that he was better at this than most medics. Naruto downplayed it, saying he was merely trained for survival. Sum sniffed and warned that the blood scent and the metal in the shop made the place feel like bait. Naruto lifted Tenten into his arms and stated that they needed to move now and that the nearby tower was not far. Sakura would treat her. Hinata glanced behind them one last time as they left the ruined shop and noticed movement in the shadows. Something large had stirred. Hinata urged them to go, warning that the cabinet crash had given them away. Naruto tightened his grip on Tenten and promised to get her home, telling her to hold on. They had found their last member, but now time was short. Predators were coming, and the mission had shifted entirely from scavenging to survival and extraction, a rescue. End of chapter 39. The First Hunt. The retreat back to the Hokage Tower was tense and deliberate. The ruined city stretched around them like a twisted labyrinth of shattered streets, overgrown foliage, and collapsed buildings that felt alive with danger. The air carried the damp smell of earth and vegetation, with faint traces suggesting recent struggle. Every distant crack of timber or rustle of leaves made their hearts jump. Sum led the group with senses honed to near-superhuman acuity. Her nose quivered as she picked up the faintest hints of approaching threats: predators, unstable ground, or volatile plant life that could shift without warning. She moved with predatory grace, feet silent on cracked pavement, weaving them along the safest paths with the precision of a seasoned hunter. Naruto and Hinata carried the additional burden of supporting Tenten, whose leg appeared pinned and whose arm was badly injured. Each step was a careful calculation. Too fast and her condition could worsen. Too slow and they could be discovered by the apex predators that prowled this transformed world. Naruto's arms burned under the weight, his muscles straining to keep Tenten steady while his eyes scanned for escape routes. Hinata's Byakugan swept over the surroundings, detecting the slightest ripple in the terrain that might betray an ambush. The twisted remnants of Konoha seemed to close in around them. Streets branched into overgrown alleys, broken lampposts leaned precariously, and skeletal buildings formed potential choke points. Sum's guidance kept them alive, but even she moved cautiously, aware that a single misstep, an unstable roof, a snapping vine, or a creature's sudden strike could spell disaster. When they finally burst through the heavy stone doors of the Hokage Tower, a wave of relief washed over them, tempered by the sharp reality outside. Cracked cobblestones jutted unevenly, colossal tree roots tore through what had once been neat alleys, and shattered walls teetered like fragile bones. Sum's eyes swept every inch of the desolate landscape. Her nostrils flared as she took in the chaotic mix of scents, the tang of overgrown vegetation, signs of old injuries, and the unpredictable aroma of distant predators. Every shadow was a potential threat, every motion in the corner of her vision a signal of life or danger. Her fingers twitched toward her weapon, muscles coiled and ready. Kurenai mirrored that vigilance, moving with the quiet, fluid grace of a seasoned jonin. Her trained eyes scanned the perimeter, noting cracks in the stonework, broken panes that might provide footholds, and unstable masonry that could collapse under pressure. Even the smallest disturbances, a loose brick or a snapped vine, were catalogued in her mind as potential threat vectors. Together, the two jonin formed a living perimeter, a balance of instinct and experience. Relief mingled with tension. They were inside, but survival meant accepting that danger could follow them anywhere. When Sakura and Ayam saw Tenten's condition, urgency galvanized them into action. Sakura took command, her medical focus sharpening to assess Tenten quickly. A pale complexion, shallow, uneven breathing, hair stained, and a serious wound on her forearm. Every second counted. Sakura ordered Ayam to fetch a clean canvas from the storage room. Ayam moved with quiet efficiency and returned quickly with a pot of boiled water, antiseptic herbs, and clean cloths, laying them carefully beside Sakura. Sakura spread the fabric on the floor to make a clean, insulated space for Tenten, then knelt and checked her pulse and breathing. Sakura observed that Tenten had a high fever and signs of infection. She determined the wound was deep and contaminated and at risk of spreading, and she instructed Ayam to bring boiled water, antiseptic herbs, and clean cloths immediately. Naruto knelt beside Sakura as a stabilizing presence and subtly activated harmonic resonance, shared power, channeling a steady, soothing flow of chakra toward Tenten. The effect slowed her rapid heartbeat, deepened her shallow breaths, and steadied the panic in her face. Naruto remained fully attuned to Tenten's physical and emotional state. Sakura then began careful first aid. She soaked a clean cloth in boiled water, wrung it out, and gently cleaned the wound area, speaking soft reassurances to keep Tenten conscious and focused on her voice. Sakura worked to sterilize and dress the injury using the herbs and antiseptic, moving with precise, practiced hands to stabilize Tenten without causing further harm. Signs of infection were addressed as best they could with the supplies at hand, and everyone moved with quiet concentration under the pressure of the situation. The depth of the gash required careful manipulation. Every touch needed to be firm enough to clean but gentle enough not to reopen tissue. I am assisted by holding clean cloths, preparing herbal poultices, and passing tools without breaking concentration. Her civilian skills, previously mundane tasks like preparing ramen, were now repurposed into life-saving coordination. Her hands shook slightly, but her determination never wavered. Simnurdo's chakra presence continued to flow over Tenten, a calming, stabilizing hum beneath the practical actions of the girls. The link of harmonic resonance helped ease the pain so that Tenten winced minimally and did not thrash or panic. Naruto stayed sharp, quietly observing Sakura's technique and offering subtle, silent adjustments through chakra nudges, tightening knots, guiding movements, and encouraging efficiency. The process was painstaking. 20 minutes felt like hours. Sweat beaded on Sakura's forehead, and her arms ached from holding Tenten's limbs in proper alignment. Slowly and steadily, the wound was cleaned, disinfected, and carefully wrapped with the scavenged bandages, secured with Sakura's precise knots. The makeshift dressing was tight enough to prevent infection but loose enough to allow circulation. The third day dawned on the Hokage Tower, bringing with it a sense of renewed urgency. Tenten was stable but still resting, confirming that Sakura's treatment and Naruto's subtle harmonic resonance had succeeded in halting the infection. The group agreed that the Hokage Tower was no longer a sanctuary, it was a countdown. Too many humans, since 7 in total now, thickened further by the iron-sweet trace of Tenten's blood, clung to the walls like invisible beacons. Predators would come. Apex ones. And soon. They needed to move to the forested river zone Hinata had located earlier, where natural water flow, wind patterns, and dense vegetation would disperse their scent better than any jutsu could. But before they could relocate, they needed materials, real, physical tools that didn't rely on chakra. The primal architect's wisdom had made that painfully clear. Team Alpha Naruto, Tsum, and Hinata set out at dawn. The air was sharp and cold, carrying faint traces of sap, damp earth, and the distant musk of mutated wildlife. Naruto carried a mental list of what they needed: large, thick metal plates for crafting cutting tools, spearheads, and structural supports, dense, durable wood for handles, shelter reinforcement, and fire-starting equipment, and any forgotten construction materials that could be reworked, such as bolts, wire, rods, and hinges. The primal architect skill didn't just teach Naruto how to build, it taught him what to look for, why it mattered, and how it would fit into their group's long-term survival. They headed toward the old junior training grounds, now almost unrecognizable. What used to be open fields and obstacle tracks had transformed into a stretch of semi-wild nature, overgrown but less hostile than the deeper ruins. Tree roots split concrete. Grass pushed through cracked tiles. Vines crawled over rusted training dummies. Nature had overtaken the area forcefully. Hinata activated her enhanced vision, the veins around her eyes flexing softly. Her sight pierced the foliage and soil like pale moonlight. She indicated to Naruto that there were large metal supports under the collapsed ground, almost untouched by corrosion. Naruto followed her gaze and found an old construction zone half swallowed by dirt, half collapsed into the riverbank. It was exactly what he needed. Naruto crouched beside the collapsed supports. He didn't have chakra metal tools, but he did have a salvaged rock hammer, Uzumaki stamina, and the primal architect's understanding of leverage and structural weak points. He wedged the hammer into a narrow crevice of half-buried steel, then braced his feet on the uneven ground. With effort and a concerted pull, the metal slowly peeled away from the earth with a shuddering reluctance. Each sheet was thick industrial-grade plating meant for structural reinforcement. Not refined, but incredibly durable, and exactly the type of raw material that could be processed into spearheads, shovels, knives, defensive plates for barricades, or makeshift armor if hammered thin. The work was slow, strenuous, and loud. Each piece he freed weighed 5 to 10 kilograms of stubborn, uncut steel. Naruto wiped sweat from his brow and observed that the material was perfect, pure strength with no warping. The architect part of him visualized the tools these plates would soon become, already imagining measurements, binding angles, and balance. While Naruto wrestled metal out of the ground, Sum moved through the site with a tracker's focus. She breathed in the sense of dust, rot, and rust, but also dry, hard wood that had been dead for decades. She followed it to a fallen tree so ancient and compacted it looked like a fossil. Sum tapped it lightly with her knuckles and confirmed it was dense and sturdy, the sort of wood that wouldn't snap under stress. She smirked and noted that this was excellent material for axe handles, spear hafts, fire drills, structural supports, and mortar and pestle sets. Naruto glanced over and agreed that it would last longer than many village supplies. As they continued scavenging, they uncovered several other useful finds: coiled iron wire still protected in rusted cases, bolts and iron rods buried under soil, a broken toolbox containing chisels and wrenches, a rusted but intact support frame Naruto could repurpose for shelter construction, and a discarded first aid crate full of old bandages and alcohol wipes that remained sterile due to vacuum sealing. Each discovery increased their chances of survival. By midday, they had collected 4 large metal plates, each heavy enough that carrying 2 required full-strength 2 thick metal rods, several meters of wire, petrified wood logs, dry wood splinters and strips for fire, and the salvageable tools and medicine. They bundled everything in cloth wraps made from old curtains and secured them to their backs with rope knots Naruto remembered from his architect training memories. The weight was punishing enough to make the walk back a trial of endurance, but the heavier the load, the stronger their future defenses would be. They reached the Hokage tower well before dusk. Their steps echoed through the hollow stairwell as they hauled their burdens upward. Sakura's relieved smile said everything when Naruto delivered the new materials. Tenten's fever had broken. She slept quietly, her breathing no longer ragged. The team felt a small, fragile spark of hope. Tomorrow they would move. Tonight they would prepare. Soon, they would have to face the growing danger that stalked them. Hours passed. The deep night wrapped the Hokage tower like a cold, unmoving shroud. The wind outside hummed through shattered windows on the lower floors, and every distant creak of the broken structure felt louder, heavier, as if the world itself were listening. Naruto sat cross-legged near the choke point, posture straight but relaxed, sharp blue eyes half-lidded in a focused calm. His mind kept a steady awareness of the faint breaths behind the sleeping room door and the slow pulse of Sakura's healing chakra stabilizing Tenten. Hinata's soft, rhythmic exhale and Kurena's controlled breathing as she prepared to act were noticeable in the hush that followed the trap's snapping. The silence after the trap snapped was suffocating. Naruto and Sum were perfectly positioned at the top of the staircase, the choke point of the hallway. Behind them, Kurenai wove a subtle, sight-based genjutsu to make their section of the hall appear to be nothing but a jagged, rubble-strewn dead end. The intruder reached the first landing, and the entire tower seemed to feel its arrival. First came the sound, low, rhythmic, and unnervingly wet. A grinding drag, like stone being chewed. Then the scrape of massive claws carving shallow grooves into the old staircase. Each step vibrated through the floorboards under Naruto's and Sum's feet. It was not rushing. It was testing the space, tasting the air, judging the silence, a hunter that had survived in a world where every sound meant danger. The shadows below rippled, and then the creature emerged into the thin of moonlight that filtered down from the shattered roof above. What stepped into view was a distorted wolf, mutated by the apex nature isolation. It was enormous, as wide across the shoulders as a small rhinoceros, with a muscular frame built for crushing force. Its hide was coarse and mineral-like, mottled in shades of granite, and in several places the skin had thickened into uneven plates resembling natural armor. Its head was oversized, giving it a forward-drooping posture as though it were always seconds from falling. Its muzzle bristled with thick, jagged teeth made for crushing. A foul, metallic odor accompanied its breath. Its breathing sounded like a mix of wheezing and low growling, as though it struggled for air. Its feet were not paws but segmented talons, thick and layered like insect armor, each curved claw capable of splitting stone. Its eyes were the most unnerving feature. Multiple pupils glowed a jaundiced yellow, absorbing the light around them and making the air near its face look dim. Each pupil contracted and dilated independently, scanning for movement, heat, moisture, chakra, anything that marked prey. Tsum's breath hitched and her nose wrinkled with instinctive dread. She gripped her cudgel until the wood creaked and immediately recognized the base species despite its mutations. Tsum identified the creature as a megaferal and noted that its size meant it had outlived everything that once hunted it. She warned that it was tracking them by scent, sight, and vibrations, and asked Kurenai to hold the illusion steady. Kurenai remained silent to avoid making any sound, but Naruto felt her chakra tighten like a string pulled to its limit. The megaferal paused, lifting its massive head slightly, and then it sniffed in a deliberate inhale that drew the air through its nostrils with an audible whistle. The smell struck Naruto and Tsum like a physical shove. It detected something in the air: blood, Tenten's blood, old but fresh enough to be distinct. The scent cut through stone, dust, and rot. The creature's neck twisted with a sharp, unnatural jerk. Its pupils dilated in eerie, pulsating patterns and its body tensed like a coiled spring. Deliberately, it turned to face the upper hallway and stared at the illusion Kurenai had placed. A low sound rolled from its throat, not a growl but something like a deep, rumbling question. Tsum observed that the animal was not confused, it was thinking. The megaferal lifted a massive paw and placed it slowly onto the first stair leading upward. The stone cracked under its weight. The tower suddenly felt too small, too fragile, too human. Naruto tightened his grip on his staff, Tsum raised her cudgel, and Kurenai's chakra quivered like a candle in the wind. The monster climbed step by step, slow and inevitable, sound only from the grinding stone beneath its claws. The moment was suffocating, the pause before a storm. Naruto shouted the command to attack and launched forward without hesitation, lowering into a sprinting stance. He gripped his broken staff near the base like a spear and moved with short, fast steps that turned reflex into precision. The megaferal reacted instantly. All its pupils collapsed onto Naruto's small, fast-moving form like a tightening spotlight. That was the plan. Naruto slid low beneath its field of vision, the stone scraping beneath him, and jammed the jagged end of the broken staff into the creature's front foreleg between the hardened plates where softer hide remained. The strike was not meant to be fatal, only sharp, sudden, and painful. The megaferal responded with a roar, a shriek of metal against metal mixed with animal fury that rattled Naruto's ribs. It lunged, but on the narrow staircase its size worked against it. Its bloated head collided with the upper railing and its massive shoulders scraped violently along the wall. Talons tore chunks of stone free as it tried to regain leverage. Naruto felt a hurricane blast of air as the creature snapped its jaws above his head. He rolled away purely on instinct. Tsum urged Naruto to move, and he did. She surged forward with ferocity like a force of nature, her shadow stretching briefly across the wall as she swung her cudgel with both hands, twisting to add every ounce of strength. Her target was the softer side of the creature where the hide had not fully hardened. The impact boomed and the megaferal's body rocked sideways, its many eyes flinching and flickering as its concentration snapped. Its breath came out in a broken, startled rasp. The air around Tsum hummed with her Inuzuka aura, raw instinct sharpened into focused power. She noted that she had gotten its attention, but she also knew this was only the opening, not the finishing blow. Kurenai remained still and composed, anchoring the illusion and preparing for whatever came next. Holding her chakra to a thin, shimmering thread to avoid detection, she prepared to strike. Her eyes flashed red briefly as she whispered a single, razor-sharp command to disrupt the megaferal's senses. A needle of genjutsu pierced the beast's overloaded mind, not a full illusion, but a precise disruption. The creature's perception fractured. The staircase beneath it seemed to dissolve, dropping away into an endless, spinning void. Its equilibrium screamed wrong, and it staggered before falling. The megaferal's huge body tumbled backward down the staircase, each impact reverberating through the tower. Stone shattered, dust billowed outward, and sections of the railing splintered. The entire structure shook with every thunderous strike. Naruto shielded his face as debris sprayed past him. When the noise finally subsided, the creature lay crumpled at the base of the stairs, struggling to reorient itself. It was not dead, but it was vulnerable. Naruto shouted for Tsum to finish it. Tsum did not hesitate. She leaped, planting her feet on the walls of the stairwell to vault herself down with blinding speed. The megaferal managed a sluggish movement of its oversized head, too slow. Tsum landed on its back and, bracing herself, drove her cudgel down again and again with swift, decisive blows. The creature bucked weakly, claws scraping uselessly at stone. Tsum adjusted instantly, shifting her weight to stay planted. Her muscles burned and her breath came in sharp bursts, but she did not stop. She aimed for weak points and struck with brutal efficiency. Naruto heard each resounding impact as the fight reached its end. The creature convulsed and produced a final gurgling sound before a last impact echoed up the stairwell. Then silence. Tsum stood slowly, chest heaving, her cudgel streaked with dark fluid. One of the creature's pupils flickered and went still. Tsum muttered that it was dead, voice shaking with adrenaline and exhaustion. Naruto did not allow himself to celebrate. He understood what the fight signified and that the noise had been heard across the village. The silence that followed felt heavy, the air still thick with the memory of the battle. The metallic tang of the aftermath lingered. Tsum remained alert at the top step, shirt stained dark, knuckles white around her cudgel, eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of another threat. She noted that the entire village would be moving now. Naruto ordered everyone to fall back immediately. They moved with the practiced urgency of people who knew a single wasted second could be fatal. Boots slapped against stone and breath came sharp and fast as they scrambled down the hallway. Kurenai acted without instruction, sliding to the door and beginning to seal it with ruthless speed. She slammed metal sheets into place, wedged wooden beams under knobs, and built makeshift barricades from whatever they could find. Her hands trembled from exertion but not from fear. Sakura assisted with the largest steel plate and asked Kurenai if it would hold. Kurenai replied that it had to, because there could be no second line if it did not. Hinata scanned the walls and ceiling with her visual technique activated, sweat trickling along her jaw. She reported that there were movements outside, many small ones and something large moving closer. Ayam heard that and broke. She pressed herself against the far wall, arms wrapped around her knees, trembling so violently her teeth clicked. She was not a shinobi. She had grown up behind a ramen counter and that ordinary life felt gone now. Her wide, glassy eyes stared at the sealed door as if expecting it to burst inward at any moment. Naruto saw her and felt something twist painfully in his chest. He moved past the senior ninja and sat beside the frightened civilian. Naruto spoke softly to Ayam and then wrapped his arms around her, pulling her in until her forehead rested against his chest. She clung to him, fingers tightening on the back of his shirt as if afraid he might disappear. Naruto reassured her that they had killed the creature, that they were sealed in for now, and that they would leave at dawn. He promised he would ensure nothing harmed her. Naruto sent out warm, steady pulses of calming chakra to convey his intent and presence. Ayam's breathing gradually steadied as the tremors eased, and she found some grounding in the warmth of his embrace. For the first time since the megaferal appeared, the room exhaled. No one slept. Even after the barricade was finished, the group moved to the darkest corner of the room where the walls were thickest and the shadows deepest. Every sound outside mattered, each rustling leaf, every falling piece of debris, and every distant, distorted howl that carried through the ruined city. Hinata remained cross-legged with her visual technique active for hours, strain causing sweat to stream down her neck. Sakura tended to 10-10 in silence, checking a fever and adjusting blankets while offering quiet encouragement. Tsum sat with her back against the wall, methodically cleaning her cudgel. Kurenai leaned against the barricade with closed eyes, listening to every vibration in the metal. Naruto stayed awake the entire time, pacing and rehearsing escape routes. He ran through every possible scenario, every danger, and every response. The megaferal had been only the first apex. It would not be the last. The The first faint glow of day crept through the cracks of the barricaded windows and painted the room with cold blue light. The tension in the air snapped subtly but noticeably, and everyone sat up straighter. Everyone looked toward Naruto. He took a breath and ordered the group to move now, to take Tenten and only the essentials, and to leave the Hokage Tower forever. He then asked Hinata to lead them to the river by a quiet route, and Hinata agreed with quiet determination. Naruto stepped forward and lifted Tenten carefully onto his back, adjusting her weight so her healing ribs would not be jostled. He then told Kurenai, Tsum, Sakura, Hinata, and Ayam to stay close and to trust him. As the first sliver of sunlight touched the ruined tower, the group began their evacuation and day 4 of the simulation began. Inside the Hokage Tower, the air was unnaturally still, as if the building itself were holding its breath after the battle with the megaferal below. The scent of the recent conflict still lingered, clinging to the shattered stone of the staircase and sharpening the tension in the air. Every shadow felt deeper, every sound felt sharper, and every heartbeat seemed loud enough to draw attention. No one spoke. No one dared. The group moved with focused, almost ritual precision, gathering only the supplies they could not live without. Each motion was heavier for the knowledge that this might be the last time they would set foot inside what remained of their village. The packing was efficient out of necessity. Sakura worked with quick, decisive movements, checking bandages, scalpels, and remaining antiseptics. She counted their dwindling supplies with a grim expression, her fingers trembling only when she thought no one was looking. Ayam bundled dried rations into compact packs, her hands steady but her jaw quivering under the stress. Kurenai wrapped salvaged metal plates in thick canvas and secured them precisely. Her genjutsu chakra quietly smoothed the plates and subdued even the faintest rustle. Silence was survival now. Naruto took on the heaviest load, Tenten. He knelt beside her sleeping form, pale and fever-weary but stable, and slid his arms beneath her with reverent gentleness. Using a complex HRNSS of interlocked straps and supporting braces, he secured her to his back with knots that were firm enough to hold and soft enough not to worsen her injuries. Her arm was wrapped and immobilized. Naruto rose slowly, adjusting the weight of both Tenten and the supplies he carried. Even with his Uzumaki stamina, the load was massive, but he did not falter. Steady breathing and controlled steps were all he allowed himself. He would not risk dropping her. Tsum nudged Ayam and motioned for her to climb onto her back. Ayam mounted with hesitant movements and Tsum lifted her effortlessly. Ayam gasped at the sudden height. Tsum grunted, adjusted her stance, and warned Ayam to hold tight and remain quiet. Ayam swallowed hard and nodded. Kurenai released the barricade with a subtle hand sign. The metal plates shifted with a low groan and the heavy wooden beams dissolved under her genjutsu, revealing the barren hallway beyond. The true danger began. They formed a tight tactical wedge, each position chosen for survival. Hinata took the forefront, activating her Byakugan with a soft pulse of chakra and sweeping every angle, analyzing sightlines, terrain, and movement while she gave quiet directions to the group. Naruto held the center, carrying the injured and maintaining the team's emotional steadiness with a calming presence. Tsum brought up the rear, her Inuzuka instincts sharp as she sniffed constantly for danger and kept the group protected from behind. Kurenai provided flank support, eyes scanning every shadow as she prepared genjutsu triggers to mask the team or alter a predator's perception. The formation was practical and precise, born of hard-earned survival instinct. They moved through the ruins of their once-lived village. Nature had reclaimed the streets with unnerving speed. Vines strangled rooftops, roots burst through walls, and twisted trees towered over the lanes. Roads were cracked and covered in moss, debris, and remnants of the village, while strange fungal blooms pulsed faintly with bioluminescent glow. Every corner held potential danger, every step had to be calculated. Hinata suddenly signaled for everyone to freeze, and they obeyed. Through her Byakugan, she spotted massive serpentine creatures slithering through the ruins like living currents of scaled muscle. Their bodies scraped against stone, leaving long scars along foundations. One creature passed so close the ground vibrated beneath their feet. Tsum emitted a low warning rumble. Kurenai layered a genjutsu veil over the group, thinning their scent and muffling the sound of their heartbeats to reduce the chance of detection. Minutes crawled by until the serpentine shapes finally moved on and vanished behind a collapsed training hall. Hinata then indicated that the path was clear and urged them to move. They continued, narrowly avoiding other hazards. A nest of carnivorous flower-like organisms that hissed with the wind, a territorial stone-skinned boar with hide thick enough to deflect kunai, and a pair of silent, shadowed felines that seemed half-phased through the air. Each time, Hinata saw the danger first, some confirmed it with scent, and Naruto adjusted their route. The tension never left, their breaths stayed shallow and their steps remained deliberate. They were not wandering, they were migrating, surviving together. Hours passed under relentless tension. As they ventured farther into the wild edges of the village, the air grew colder and wetter and carried the scent of untouched nature. The towering remains of Konoha's buildings slowly thinned behind them, swallowed by rising roots, fallen branches, and ancient earth reclaiming its place. Hinata paused mid-step, her pale white vision flaring and illuminating the veins around her eyes like faint rivers beneath her skin. She whispered that the river was close, very close. That single sentence breathed new life into the group's weary march. A minute later, the sound came first as a faint rumble, then growing into a deep, constant pulse in the ground itself. Water, and a lot of it, drowned out even the far-off roars and the rustling movements of the apex beasts that dominated this twisted version of Konoha. The sound became an anchor, hope, direction, and promise all at once. They pushed forward, forcing their way through a thick curtain of ancient foliage. Hanging vines brushed their faces, ferns whispered against their legs, and droplets from the canopy above clung to their skin like cold dew. Then the world opened before them. They stepped into a sanctuary, a clearing untouched by corruption, preserved by time. A towering cliff face rose like a stone guardian, stretching skyward with jagged, moss-lined edges. From its peak, a massive waterfall plunged in a shining white column, crashing into a shallow rocky pool below. Mist drifted up in a shimmering haze, scattering light and muffling the forest beyond. The sound was immense but soothing, an overwhelming, continuous roar that swallowed footsteps, voices, breath, and fear. A perfect natural noise shield. The forest encircled the clearing tightly, forming a natural wall. Branches arched overhead, filtering sunlight into lacy patterns across the ground and illuminating the clearing in shifting golden fragments. It was quiet here, not lifeless, but calm. A serenity so stark it felt sacred. Naruto's breath caught. He said that the place was perfect. Sum let out a low whistle of respect and noted that the place smelled clean and untouched, and that the beasts avoided the area. Kurenai stepped forward, eyes widening as she scanned the terrain and observed that a single approach path, the waterfall's sound shield, fresh water, and natural elevation made the spot not just good but ideal. Naruto tightened his hold on Tenten, feeling her breathing steady from the cold mist. Even asleep, she seemed comforted by the ambient hum. Hinata moved ahead and activated her pale white vision again, piercing the water, the cliff, and the stone hidden behind the roaring curtain. Her eyes widened as she called everyone to come closer and revealed a fissure in the cliff, a passage that appeared to be a natural cave. Naruto turned toward her in surprise and asked if a cave really hid directly behind the waterfall. Hinata confirmed that it was deep enough to stay dry, wide enough for all of them, free of animals and unstable rock, and completely concealed from the outside. She added that the place did not feel like luck. It felt like it had been waiting for someone. Ayam, still shaken but listening, murmured that it was a real shelter. Sakura exhaled shakily and suggested that they could set up long-term medical care, storage, and even a small farm if the soil allowed it. Kurenai rested a hand against the cool stone and pointed out that with the waterfall masking sound, even a large number of shadow clones would not attract predators' attention. Sum sniffed once more and nodded firmly, stating that no predators marked the area, nothing hunted there, and that this was territory belonging only to nature. Naruto looked at the others and then at the waterfall and murmured that the world had given them hell, but this was their chance to survive. Hinata met his eyes and replied that they would thrive. Naruto immediately took command, ordering movement along the waterline and assigning Kurenai to cover the clearing while telling Tsum to stay with him to shield the supplies. There was no hesitation. The group tightened formation, each member shifting into their designated position with silent precision. This had become a quiet, disciplined migration into the unknown. As they approached the river's edge, a blast of cold mist hit them and the air grew sharp and wet. The pool at the waterfall's base looked deceptively calm until the water met the crashing torrent from above and the roar vibrated through their bones. Tsum sniffed the air and mouthed that there was no predator scent nearby and that they should move. Hinata stepped into the water first, her pale vision flaring. Naruto followed, adjusting the straps that supported Tenten. The icy water bit into their legs immediately, cold enough to sting, cold enough to remind them they were still very much alive. Ayam whimpered at the shock of temperature and gripped Tsum's shoulders tighter. Tsum gave her a quick, reassuring nudge and signaled for everyone to hold on and keep their eyes open, though the roar stole her words. The closer they got, the stronger the waterfall's fury became. Sheets of water pounded down from the cliff's peak with unstoppable force, crashing into the pool below and shaking the ground. Spray pelted their skin like icy needles and the air turned thick with moisture, every breath a throatful of cold mist. Communication became gestures. Hinata signaled with 2 fingers to move forward, Naruto lowered a flat hand to indicate lowering their profile, Tsum pointed behind them to warn to watch their backs, and Kurenai held a palm out to order waiting and calm. Their progress turned into a slow, coordinated crawl along the edge of the pool, hugging the cliff wall to avoid the direct path of the crashing water. Tenten stirred faintly as the cold seeped through her layers. Naruto tightened his grip and sent a pulse of harmonic resonance to calm her. She fell quiet again. The waterfall loomed above them like a living titan, roaring, thrashing, consuming all sound and thought. The rush of water created a heavy wind that blew their clothes and hair backward and soaked them through. Hinata glided her hands across the stone wall and then stopped, raising one hand to point at a narrow shelf of stone barely a foot wide, hidden behind the curtain of water. She mouthed that it was now. Naruto nodded, and one by one they stepped into the curtain of the waterfall. The impact was immediate and violent in motion, the water hammering down on them with crushing force and driving them onward like a powerful, relentless tide. It wasn't just water, it was weight, pressure, and sound all at once. Naruto gritted his teeth as the cascade slammed into him, sending vibrations through his skull. He kept moving forward, using his body like a shield over Tenten to ensure not a single drop struck her wounded arm. Tsum, strong and unyielding, took the brunt of the water for Ayam, who buried her face into Tsum's shoulder, breathing with a violent, shaking intake. Kurenai pressed forward behind them while holding Sakura, maintaining balance even as the torrent tried to knock her off her feet. They were through. The shift was immediate and surreal. The deafening roar became a deep, distant hum. The pressure vanished. The air warmed slightly. The ground beneath their feet became dry. They stood inside a small, dim antechamber carved naturally into the cliffside. Water still dripped from their bodies and pooled at their feet, but the chamber itself was dry, protected by the thick sheet of falling water behind them. Hinata swept the space with her clairvoyant sight and then whispered that there was more. A tunnel of natural stone extending deeper, perhaps 20 meters, stable, dry, and hidden. Naruto let out a breath he had not realized he had been holding. A real shelter. A natural fortress. A sanctuary. They moved deeper into the passage, their footsteps echoing softly off the stone. The tunnel walls glimmered with mineral streaks, ancient and untouched. A slight upward slope suggested the cave connected to deeper chambers or ledges. It smelled of dust, earth, and old air, calm, inert, safe. There was no animal scent, no moisture leakage, and no sign of structural collapse. Even Tsum exhaled in relief and told the group that the place was perfect, that no predator could get through the waterfall and they were effectively invisible here. Naruto gently laid Tenten on the smoothest part of the rock floor. Kurenai touched the wall with quiet awe and observed that even a covert unit would take hours to find this place. Ayam sank to her knees, finally letting the fear and exhaustion melt from her body. She did not cry, but the way she buried her face in her hands spoke volumes. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder and said softly that they had made it, that at least for now this would be home. About 50 feet inward, the darkness peeled back into a wide, flat stone shelf, naturally carved and smooth from centuries of water erosion and high enough that cold drafts would roll beneath it instead of chilling them as they slept. Naruto tapped the stone with the back of his knuckles and observed that it was stable, dry, and elevated, suitable for their sleeping area. They hauled salvaged bedding from their emergency packs, thick woven cloths from their expedition gear, spare blankets, rolled mats, and waterproof sheets. Ayame and Sakura worked together, spreading the layers into a communal sleeping nest large enough for all of them. Tenten, still pale and weakened, was carried gently by Hinata and Naruto. She exhaled in a soft, relieved breath when they set her down, and the cave seemed to soften its acoustics around her. A small antechamber a dozen steps from the entrance was damp and hollow and filled with heavy stones, and Naruto immediately saw potential for a work area. He indicated flat stones and organized them into a broad, flat platform for hammering and sharpening, a vertical slab stacked on smaller rocks to hold tools, natural cracks in the cave wall for storage, and runoff grooves that could be used as cooling channels for heated metal. Sum helped arrange the pieces and told Naruto he had a strange knack for setting things up. Naruto smirked and remarked that he was full of surprises. Closest to the waterfall runoff, the stone dipped into a shallow basin that naturally filtered water drop by drop, pure, cold, and constant. Ayame tied her hair back and said that if this station belonged to her, she would make sure they never went hungry. Naruto handed her a contained friction fire kit and explained that a contained flame would vent toward the waterfall so smoke would not fill the cave. Ayame set up a boiling spot using 3 stable river stones, arranged a rationing table from driftwood slabs, lined a storage pit with cloth to keep food dry, and prepared a small wash area for cleaning utensils. She knelt by the forming fire and added sticks with the practiced efficiency of a cook, then said quietly that the cave was going to be their home. By the time the sun sank behind the trees and the waterfall glowed silver in the moonlight, the cave had been transformed into a hidden stronghold. No enemies could track them here, no animals would wander in, and no rain or storm could breach the curtain of water. The stone shelves felt ancient, steady, and protective, and warmth flickered inside, born from their effort, their teamwork, and Naruto's leadership. Sakura looked around in awe, taking in how they had gone from scattered and running to a place that offered shelter and safety. Sum whistled low and remarked that they had built a home, a damned good one. Hinata smiled gently and credited Naruto for it. Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly, though the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. He added that this was just the start, that if they survived today they could win tomorrow. Night swallowed the forest, and the apex nature isolation roared in the distance like a slumbering god shifting in its dreams. Inside the cave, amber lights softened everything. The fire crackled low, carefully maintained, never too bright, never too loud. Its glow danced over the rough stone walls, turning them warm instead of cold. Occasional sparks drifted upward, illuminating tiny dust motes that shimmered in the still air. The smell of heated rations wafted gently through the space. The food was simple bags of preserved broth, reheated dumplings, and strips of jerky softened in warm water, but it felt luxurious after hours of fear, running, and survival. The warmth of it filled the cave with a comfort that almost tasted like home. For the first time since the encounter with the isolation, they felt safe enough to breathe. Tenten shifted slightly on the roll of blankets Tsum and Kurenai had improvised for her. She winced, her body still sore, chakra pathways strained, but she forced herself upright. The firelight caught the sheen of sweat on her brow and, more importantly, a small tired smile that trembled at the edges but was real. Tenten accepted the bowl Sakura offered and steadied it with her other arm before inhaling deeply, as if the warmth alone was a blessing. She whispered her thanks, voice faint but sincere. Naruto's shoulders relaxed for the first time in hours. Sakura's eyes softened with relief at that fragile smile, the first hopeful expression they had seen since tearing Tenten free from the strangling roots and crushing vines of the forest. Sakura stayed close, monitoring Tenten's condition. Naruto kept the fire steady, feeding it carefully measured pieces of wood he had gathered earlier, each movement gentle, almost reverent. Outside the cave entrance, The world was at war with itself. Dry leaves rustled unnaturally and trees groaned as if something enormous brushed against them. The apex nature isolation did not roar constantly, it pulsed. Its influence ebbed and flowed like a tide, moments of perfect silence followed by distant, haunting vibrations that made the ground tremble. Every sound outside reminded them that the forest was still alive and hunting. Tsum stood near the entrance, silhouette sharp and instinctive like a seasoned predator. Her nose twitched, picking up scents the others could not imagine. Kuramur lay beside her, ears perked and every muscle coiled and ready. Kurenai took the opposite side, calm in posture but alert in mind, weaving subtle illusion traps into the environment to mislead predators, distort sense, and redirect attention away from the cave. Both women insisted on taking the first watch. Tsum ordered the younger members to sleep, saying they were kids and had done enough. Kurenai agreed, softer in tone but firm. Naruto opened his mouth to argue but shut it at a look from Tsum. Even he was not reckless enough to challenge someone who looked like she could track down danger and best it. With the fire warming their faces and the guardians standing sentinel, the younger trio finally let exhaustion catch up to them. Tenten leaned her head weakly against the cave wall, breathing growing more even by the minute. The younger members Naruto, Sakura, Ayame, and Hinata retreated to the sleeping ledge, the rough stone beneath them cool but solid. Hinata lay closest to the edge, her enhanced vision finally relaxed though still faintly active, eyes half closed yet alert to every shadow and subtle shift in the air. She was exhausted, the strain of the long trek and constant vigilance was etched into her shoulders, but she could not fully let down her guard. Even in this hidden sanctuary, danger remained close. Naruto positioned himself at the edge of the sleeping area, back pressed firmly against the cold, textured stone wall. The chill seeped through his clothes and grounded him, anchoring him to reality. Technically off duty, he still felt the weight of responsibility like a second skin. He served as the emotional and physical anchor for the group. Every heartbeat and exhale carried a subtle, unseen thread of calm through the harmonic resonance that linked them, a quiet force that encouraged steady breathing, eased frayed nerves, and reminded them someone watched over them. Ayame approached first, tentative as though the shadow of the megaferal still lingered and wrapped her mind in invisible chains. Her eyes darted to the dark cave entrance and then to the flickering firelight outlining Naruto's back. She sat beside him and, after a moment, rested her head gently against his shoulder. The tension in her body began to dissolve. Her breaths lengthened and evened out, and she let herself melt into the safety of his presence. The subtle rhythm of his heartbeat and the calming thread of his harmonic resonance soothed her like a quiet lullaby. Fear gave way to fragile comfort. Moments later, Sakura shifted into position, heavy with exhaustion from hours of tending to Tenten. She moved with care, trusting Naruto's stability. She lay down beside him, pressing her head lightly against his bicep and feeling the solidity of his arm and the rise and fall of his chest. Naruto held them close in a protective embrace that was comforting rather than empty, a simple, steady barrier against fear and the outside world. The faint scents of their day broth and nerves from Ayame, antiseptic herbs and stone dust from Sakura mingled in the air between them. Both girls gradually relaxed against him, their bodies shifting to match his steady presence. Breaths slowed, muscles loosened, and tension drained away as they slept. The world outside the monsters, the collapsing buildings, the gnawing danger of the apex nature isolation fell away, leaving only a small pocket of warmth, trust, and fragile peace. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned his head against the rough stone wall. He felt the weight of their reliance, a heavy but grounding presence. The distant roar of the waterfall offered a steady, thunderous pulse that drowned out the faint noises of the forest and became the heartbeat of their sanctuary. He listened to the even, slow breaths of Sakura and Ayame beside him, to Hinata shifting on her ledge, and to faint sounds that confirmed they were alive and had survived another day. He was profoundly tired, every muscle ached from the constant strain, yet the responsibility felt manageable because they trusted him. Wrapped in the quiet of the cave and the faint protective glow of his inner resonance, Naruto realized he was more than a survivor. He was their anchor, their architect, and the keeper of their hearts. For now, that was enough. Naruto awoke slowly to the gentle, almost imperceptible weight of Sakura and Ayam resting against him. The cave was bathed in soft, diffused light filtering through the curtain of the waterfall, painting the stone walls with a silvery glow. Droplets clung to jagged edges and sent tiny reflections across the floor. The waterfall's steady roar filled the space, a protective white noise that felt like safety for the first time in days. Naruto shifted carefully, mindful of the two companions. He moved so as not to disturb their sleep, smoothing the shared blanket over their shoulders. He took in small, domestic details: the scent of antiseptic herbs in Sakura's hair and the faint aroma of ramen broth from Ayam, and found a quiet comfort in them. His eyes scanned the cave entrance and found Sum and Kurenai already on watch. Sum leaned against the rock, alert and ready. Kurenai sat with a composed readiness that suggested meditation more than rest. Their quiet vigilance reassured him that he was not alone in guarding this fragile sanctuary. Kurenai noted that the night had been quiet and that the others had slept deeply. She told Naruto that he had a surprisingly calming effect on the group. Naruto allowed himself a tired smile and reflected on how heavy and affirming the responsibility felt. He needed rest, he thought, but his mind was already mapping out the day: defensive training, scavenging for supplies, refining the cave's defenses, teaching non-combatants survival skills, and coordinating the group's movements in the unpredictable world beyond. Leadership had become an inseparable part of him. After a quick, silent breakfast of water and dried rations, the group gathered in the dry inner chamber. Naruto presented a rough sketch of the cave and surrounding terrain on a slab of stone and explained that while they were safe for now, safety would be temporary. He emphasized that they needed to make the cave permanent and ensure everyone, especially the non-combatants, could defend themselves if separated. The forest beyond the cliff and waterfall was alive with massive predators, and vigilance was the only constant. Their first priority would be defensive and survival training. Naruto pointed out that Kurenai and Sum served as primary defense only until everyone could learn basic combat and survival skills. He described a shift from reactive to proactive behavior, training to survive, evade, and respond intelligently to threats without relying solely on brute force. He assigned roles according to each person's strengths and limitations. Naruto asked Sakura to focus on preserving life, both her own and others. He made clear that her role was not to confront large predators but to learn efficient movement, escape techniques, and ways to disable an aggressor long enough to retreat. Kurenai added that they would begin with fundamentals such as footwork and posture, stressing deliberate, quiet steps and movements designed to maintain balance. She explained that rolling, pivoting, and using weight could allow someone to avoid direct strikes even against a stronger opponent. They began drills in the wide, flat chamber. Sakura moved through a course of obstacles marked with stones and fabric bundles while Kurenai simulated light attacks to teach evasion. Naruto used the exercises to teach spatial awareness, showing how subtle body movements could conceal presence from an enemy's sight or scent. He reminded them that their arms were not just for striking, they were tools to push, pull, and redirect, to create openings for escape rather than to provoke escalation. Training continued with an emphasis on teamwork and measured responses. The group practiced coordinated maneuvers, quiet movement, and rapid retreats, honing skills that would keep them alive without turning every encounter into a violent spectacle. The lessons were pragmatic and steady, shaped by the realities of the world outside the cave. As the day progressed, Naruto balanced instruction with planning, improving the cave's defenses, assigning watch rotations, and organizing supply runs. Each decision was made with the same quiet care that had kept them safe through the night. In the dim, protective light of the waterfall-hidden cave, they prepared themselves to face the dangers beyond with discipline, trust, and the steady resolve to protect one another. Naruto reminded them that their goal was to escape and help, not dominate. By midday, Sakura had learned to evade Kurenai's simulated strikes, roll silently across uneven stone, and position herself to defend vital points on her body while keeping her hands free for treatment. Each small success boosted her confidence and sense of agency in a world designed to terrify and overpower. Naruto then turned to Ayam, whose nervousness was tempered by determination. He explained that Ayam's value lay in resourcefulness, stealth, and quick thinking, that she was their survivalist who would carry supplies and keep them fed, and that she needed to be able to hide, observe, and escape if they were separated. Sum crouched next to her and demonstrated slow, deliberate movements through the shadows near the cave entrance, instructing her to step lightly, bend her knees, and control her breathing. Sum warned that the environment could detect vibrations, scent, and sound, and taught how to move without leaving a trace and how to set traps from simple materials, rope, stone, and sharpened sticks. Ayam practiced, first following Sum step by step, then moving independently. They set up rudimentary tripwires along the inner cave path and small perimeter alarms near the waterfall entrance. Sum tested them, simulating a predator's approach, and Ayam learned to react without panic, quietly slipping behind cover or pulling the alarm to alert the others. Naruto emphasized that her strength was her mind, observation, and cleverness, and cautioned never to confront what could be evaded. He reminded her that survival was about making smart choices, not fighting everything head-on. By afternoon, Ayam was weaving between natural cover, setting small, silent traps, and retreating undetected, a novice rapidly becoming a competent survivalist. Meanwhile, Naruto, Hinata, and Sum ran a separate set of coordination exercises. Naruto told them they needed to move as one, gesturing to the uneven stone floor and narrow ledges, and explained that no lag or hesitation could be tolerated. He demonstrated that signals must be nonverbal and that one gesture or a shift in body weight could save their lives if a predator emerged. They practiced formations with Hinata at the forefront using her Byakugan to sweep their surroundings, Naruto in the center carrying critical supplies, and Sum as rearguard. They simulated sudden attacks, retreating silently, adjusting to unexpected obstacles, and reacting to auditory cues alone. Sum growled in approval at the precision of Naruto's tactical decisions, and Hinata adjusted her hand signals for maximum clarity in low light. Even mundane actions became drills. Passing tools, moving injured individuals, and setting temporary barricades were all rehearsed as if life depended on them, because in this world, it very well might. Priority 2 involved architecting the cave base. Naruto's primal architect's wisdom analyzed every nook and passage. He could already see the layout transformed from a damp, empty cavern into a functional, defensible, and sustainable home. He began outlining construction projects in greater detail. Water system, sustainable and concealed. Water was the lifeline of the cave, and Naruto planned a system that would allow easy access to fresh water while maintaining stealth. He identified a natural ledge above the pool where water from the waterfall could be diverted and used salvaged stone slabs and flat pieces of scrap steel to construct a rudimentary channel guiding some flow into a shallow basin at the cave entrance. This basin would allow them to fill containers without standing in the open water. Near the basin he built a small hearth on a dense, flat stone, layering stones to contain heat and block flames from view so smoke would not rise into the forest. A simple tripod fashioned from sturdy, petrified wood held cooking pots over the fire. For filtration and purification, he collected fine gravel, sand, and charcoal from the surrounding forest to create a basic filter that would remove debris before boiling. He designated a nearby stone shelf to store purified water in metal containers wrapped in canvas to prevent condensation. He planned for redundancy so that if one section failed, water could still be accessed directly from the pool. The setup was simple, silent, and efficient, a balance of practicality and safety. Production, the smithy and workshop. The salvaged steel and dents wood they had found were lifelines, and Naruto set about converting them into lasting tools. He built a low, sturdy workbench in the damp antechamber closest to the waterfall, placing it where the constant roar would mask any noise from hammering or metal striking stone. He organized tool crafting into several categories: large blunt-tipped spears for driving off predators and collecting game, small sharp knives for processing, heavy spikes fashioned from steel plates to be embedded in narrow cave entrances or choke points for passive defense, and simple steel and wood shields for blocking strikes and providing cover during retreats. Naruto worked the irregular, corroded steel by hammering and grinding against flat stones and using controlled friction fires to strengthen edges. Each tool was balanced to maximize durability while minimizing weight. Finished tools were placed on raised racks near the workbench, protected from moisture, with space left for future production, knowing that accumulation and redundancy would be critical to survival. Storage, protection, and accessibility. With the cave constantly damp near the waterfall, Naruto planned storage that was elevated, ventilated, and logically organized. Dry storage consisted of elevated shelves made of petrified wood and steel holding non-perishable food sealed in canvas sacks to protect supplies from water runoff and pests. Sakura oversaw a separate medical storage section, elevated and shielded from humidity, carefully organizing antiseptics, bandages, and preserved herbs with marked locations to prevent panic during emergencies. Material storage for steel, rope, wood, and scavenge tools was sorted by type and weight and placed near the crafting area for rapid access. Naruto also designated a small, concealed compartment behind a rock outcropping for high-value or easily stolen items such as knives and medical supplies. He paused and surveyed the initial layout in his mind. Every section of the cave now had a purpose, a flow, and a defensive consideration. The combination of secure water, reliable tools, and organized storage was not just survival, it was the foundation for thriving. The morning was spent in relentless, focused activity. Tsum's sharp, precise commands cut through the damp cave like a blade. Her voice was crisp and controlled as she instructed Ayam on proper footing and subtle, silent movement. Kurenai's guidance was gentler but no less critical, her calm corrections to Sakura's posture and strike technique echoing with quiet authority. Meanwhile, the steady clang of Naruto hammering steel against stone rang out, a rhythmic percussion that blended with the roar of the waterfall outside and filled the cave with a sense of industrious purpose. The scent of heated metal and stone dust mixed with the faint aroma of boiled water from Ayam's small, contained hearth, creating a strangely comforting smell that spoke of both survival and progress. Each movement and instruction was deliberate. Hinata guided the group through coordinated drills in soft, almost imperceptible tones, her enhanced vision sweeping the cave for blind spots and teaching others the rhythm of silent communication without words. Tenten, slowly recovering, observed from a safe corner and absorbed the lessons, her eyes shining with relief and determination. By midday, sweat soaked their clothes and streaked their faces, but no one complained. Naruto set down the makeshift hammer, brushed his hands over his brow, and inhaled the cave and waterfall air, grounding himself in the progress they had made. The group gathered around the small fire pit, its gentle warmth contrasting the damp chill of the stone. They each sipped hot water, savoring the simple warmth that reminded them of something close to normal life, if only for a moment. Tsum noted that the situation felt better than any training ground she had known, and she scanned the group with a rare satisfaction, acknowledging Ayam's quick progress and Sakura's aptitude for evasion and medicine. Ayam, wincing slightly from a dull ache in her leg, allowed herself a small, genuine smile and admitted that she felt safer here than she had in the tower and that Naruto was building them a real home rather than just a shelter. Sakura agreed that the place offered more than survival, a space to heal, train, and breathe. Naruto exhaled slowly and relaxed the tension in his shoulders for the first time that morning. He looked around the cave at the rough, uneven stone walls now lined with improvised shelving and neatly organized supplies, at the tools he and Tsum had worked to craft, the blankets folded into sleeping areas, and the small hearth where Ayam had boiled water and prepared simple meals. The space no longer felt like a hollowed-out rock. It had become a fortress of shared effort, a tangible representation of their combined skills and perseverance. Naruto reflected that while they survived by fighting, they truly lived by building. Every nail, stone, and small movement had become part of something larger than mere survival. They had a team that trusted each other and a safe place more than anyone else in their situation could claim. They shared a quiet moment, watching the firelight dance across the cave walls and illuminate the determined, exhausted faces of friends and comrades. The oppressive shadow of the apex isolation, so often pressing in from outside, felt momentarily lighter, pushed back by the warmth of hard work, shared purpose, and the pride of accomplishments earned together. Hinata allowed herself a small, rare smile. Tsum cracked a softened grin of pride. Sakura's shoulders relaxed for the first time in days, and Ayam let out a contented sigh, resting her head against her knees. Naruto glanced around at them, the roar of the waterfall filling the background, and felt a deep sense of grounding. For the first time in the Apex Isolation world, he allowed himself to feel something approaching peace. They had survived the worst, built a sanctuary from chaos, and could now begin to thrive. Day 5 continued with focused construction and training, each member moving with purpose as if the cave itself demanded perfection. The cavern echoed with sounds of survival and labor, each noise carrying weight in the tense atmosphere. The metallic clang of Samuto hammering crude points onto steel plates resonated off the stone walls, sparks flying in brief, bright flashes that danced along the rock before fading into the dim light. Sum moved like a shadow along the uneven floor, guiding Ayam in the delicate art of silent footfalls. Each step was deliberate and calculated to mask even the faintest noise with the roaring waterfall outside. Her gruff, clipped commands taught Ayam how to shift weight without disturbing loose stones, and the careful placement of toes and heels created a near-silent rhythm. The work exhausted them, but it was necessary for survival in the unpredictable wilderness beyond the cave. Kurenai taught subtler lessons focused on evasion, demonstrating fluid movements and how to use the environment to mask presence. Every crouch, pivot, and roll was executed with precision, guided by Tsum's sharp critiques and Naruto's quiet oversight. The sound of Kurenai's hands snapping sharply at missteps and the soft thump of feet landing on stone filled the cavern like a silent symphony of training. By sundown, the base had transformed from a rough shelter into a fortified haven. Naruto's ingenuity produced a working hearth constructed with flat stones and a shallow trench for smoke that directed the plume toward the waterfall curtain so their position would remain hidden. The barrier from salvaged steel sheets was layered, weighted, and angled to resist intrusion while remaining quickly deployable. Sakura and Ayam worked tirelessly alongside him, turning scavenged materials into practical tools and storage. The waterproof shelving they built hugged the damp walls, elevated to prevent moisture damage, and offered clearly divided spaces for rations, medical supplies, and improvised tools. Every shelf and bundle of supplies had a purpose and was arranged with efficiency and foresight. Even in exhaustion, the group's cohesion was evident. Each person's movements complemented the others. Every swing of a hammer, whispered instruction, and careful placement of supplies became part of a larger, unspoken choreography. By the end of the day, the cave had shifted from a rough refuge into a defensible, livable fortress where survival was no longer purely reactive but planned, structured, and sustainable. The 6 of them paused, breathing heavily and taking in the changes. The cave smelled of warmed stone, sweat, and the faint tang of heated metal. Despite lingering fatigue and aching muscles, there was a deep, satisfying sense of accomplishment. For the first time since the Apex nature isolation had reshaped their world, they felt that they were not merely surviving, they were beginning to live, to build a foundation for the future. As the others settled into a well-deserved sleep, Hinata and Naruto took the first watch. They climbed onto a high, dry rock jutting from the cavern wall, which gave them a commanding view of the entrance tunnel. The faint flicker of the inner fire barely reached their perch, casting long shadows across the jagged stone. Below them, the rest of the group slept, bundled in layers of salvaged fabrics and blankets, the occasional soft snore or shifting body a reminder of their shared exhaustion. The muffled roar of the waterfall served as a sound buffer, drowning out distant predator calls from the forest outside and making their whispered conversation feel private amid the chaos of the Apex nature isolation world. The icy spray seeped into the cavern, cooling the air and making the firelight shimmer on the damp walls in small, quivering patterns that danced across Hinata's tense features. For Hinata, the proximity to Naruto made her nervous. She was physically drained from days of constant vigilance, but her heart raced. Sitting this close to Naruto, the strong, competent, and surprisingly gentle leader she had admired for years, felt both intimidating and comforting. Every small movement he made seemed amplified. The shift of his shoulder as he adjusted position, the faint warmth radiating from him, the calm, steady rhythm of his breathing. She wanted to speak, to express the swirl of admiration and gratitude inside her, But words refused to come. Naruto suggested that Hinata rest her eyes, pointing out that she had been using her keen vision constantly for 3 days and deserved a break. Hinata insisted that she was fine and explained that the watch was important and her eyes needed to remain open. Naruto did not press the issue. He understood the weight of duty in her words. He leaned back slightly, letting the quiet steadiness of his presence ease some of her tension. He chose his words carefully and told her that her eyes had saved them. He said that without her they might have walked into danger and that she was the most important part of the team. The sincerity of his praise struck Hinata unexpectedly. Her cheeks warmed in the dim light, and she fumbled for a response, managing only that she was doing her duty. Naruto told her gently that she was doing more than duty, that she allowed them to move safely and had the courage to speak the truth when others could not. He reminded her of the brave choice she had made back at the academy when she had spoken up about the city's disappearance. Hinata felt a swell of pride and embarrassment. She had expected guidance and perhaps praise for her skills, but not this level of acknowledgement. She focused on steadying her breath and grounded the conversation in the practical. She remarked that this world was strange, its scale and aggression frightening, and that she was used to seeing energy pathways rather than creatures the size of buildings. Naruto shifted slightly, moving his shoulder closer to hers as a quiet reassurance. He did not speak immediately. Their shared silence, filled by the waterfall's roar, settled between them. Then he offered a lighter moment, teasing about the time he had struggled to tie a knot for nearly an hour before mastering advanced knot tying, only for it to come undone again. Hinata's lips twitched and a small, soft laugh escaped her, a rare sound that made the cavern feel less like a fortress and more like a shared sanctuary. They spoke softly about safe areas to scavenge, the practical uses of salvaged materials, and Sakura's surprisingly adept handling of the wounded Tenten. Naruto's observations were precise and calm, threaded with warmth that reached even the most guarded parts of Hinata's heart. She felt the grounding effect of his presence, and for the first time in days she breathed a little easier. Her initial shyness, the wall she had kept around him, began to dissolve. She had always admired Naruto from afar, his determination, refusal to give up, and how he moved forward, despite impossible odds. Here, in the hidden sanctuary behind the waterfall and the raw chaos of a world altered by apex nature isolation, she saw a side of him few had seen. He was deliberate, thoughtful, and deeply protective. Every decision carried care for those around him. Even his silence was meaningful, a quiet presence that reassured without words. Sitting beside him, Hinata noticed small things she had missed before. The way he adjusted his posture to shield sleeping non-combatants behind them, the subtle rhythm of his breathing that matched the waterfall, and the faint calming warmth of his life energy flowing outward, not to control, but to steady and protect. The depth of his gentleness surprised her. She rested her head briefly on his shoulder, tentatively seeking comfort. He remained still, a solid anchor against the cold stone beneath them. The reassurance of his presence and the steadying influence he offered created a sense of safety she had not known in days. She felt her tension, her exhaustion, and even the lingering fear of the outside world melt into a rare and perfect calm. The roar of the waterfall behind them filled the silence, a constant yet comforting white noise that masked the distant dangers outside. The echoes bounced gently along the walls of the cave, harmonizing with the steady rhythm of Naruto's presence beside her. Every beat of her heart felt synchronized with his, a quiet, unspoken connection that had formed in the shared struggle of survival. Hinata closed her eyes in deliberate surrender to the feeling of being truly safe. Her head rested lightly on his shoulder, her fingers brushing the fabric of his jacket, and she drew reassurance from his steady warmth. She allowed herself to acknowledge the truth she had long kept hidden. She was not just grateful for him. He had become her anchor and the single constant in a world gone utterly chaotic. Her mind wandered briefly to the faces of the others and their quiet reliance on each other, but in this private moment none of that mattered. Here, she was simply Hinata beside Naruto, feeling whole. The fear and chaos of the apex isolation world existed outside this small circle of firelight and stone, but it could not touch her here. She felt seen, valued, and safe. In that stillness she understood something deeper. This night watch was not just about vigilance. It was about trust and a bond forged in survival and strengthened by mutual reliance. Every whisper, every small movement, and every shared breath reinforced the connection between them. She felt it in the warmth of his presence, the steady flow of his chakra, and the unbroken steadiness of his heart, protective and unwavering. Time became irrelevant as the night stretched on. The outside world, with its enormous predators and twisted wilderness, faded into insignificance. In the soft glow of the fire behind the curtain of cascading water, Hinata finally allowed herself in almost impossible calm. She was not alone. She was not weak. For the first time, she felt certain she could survive anything as long as she was here beside him. Hinata remained close to Naruto for the rest of the watch, her body gradually relaxing against his steady warmth. The cave around them was steeped in the soft rhythmic roar of the waterfall, a sound that absorbed the distant threats of the world outside. Her breathing, once shallow from hours of alertness, deepened as the calm pulse of his presence eased her. She shifted slightly and let her head rest more comfortably against his shoulder, feeling his solid strength beneath her. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she allowed herself to relax completely. Her eyelids grew heavy, minutes stretched into an hour, and she drifted into a light, dreamless slumber. The subtle rise and fall of his chest became her anchor, the stone beneath her a stable counterpoint to the uncertainty beyond the cave. In that space she found a rare peace, as though the relentless chaos had paused to grant her a reprieve. When the first light filtered through the waterfall, scattering tiny rainbows across the misty pool, Hinata stirred. Her muscles relaxed and her heart still beat in gentle rhythm with the nearby presence. For the first time in days, perhaps weeks, she felt a quiet restoration. She inhaled the crisp scent of falling water and the faint earthy aroma of the cave, and memories of terror and exhaustion seemed distant. Opening her eyes, she felt centered and connected to the cave, to the team, and most importantly to Naruto, who had become more than her crush and leader. He was a protector, a steady hand in a chaotic world, and the reason she could finally rest. A small, genuine smile touched her lips in the dim, mist-filtered light. Relief was accompanied by a growing, quiet hope. After a quick communal meal prepared by a refreshed Ayam, the group gathered their energy and settled into morning tasks. The small fire pit near the cave entrance still radiated warmth, and the scent of boiled water mixed with dried rations lingered in the air. Ayam moved with efficient care, distributing small portions to each member, while Sakura double-checked the medical kit, ensuring every bandage, herb, and antiseptic vial was in place. Even Tenten, still recovering, managed a small sip of water, buoyed by the return to routine. Kurenai moved with calm authority as she organized morning training. She instructed Sakura and Ayam to focus on disengagement first, emphasizing that the goal was survival rather than confrontation. She demonstrated subtle hand movements and footwork to show how to move with fluidity and purpose. Kurenai stressed that concealment was as much about perception as it was about technique, guiding their posture and movements with patient precision. Some had already gone to the makeshift smithy near the waterfall. The rhythmic scraping of metal against stone filled the cave as she honed the crude steel plates Naruto had hammered the previous day. Sparks flew in brief arcs and vanished into the damp air. The plates were far from elegant but would form the backbone of the cave's defenses: spears, stakes, and edge tools ready for whatever apex nature isolation might bring. Naruto called Tsum and Hinata aside and led them toward a narrow side passage, the waterfall's roar swelling around them like a protective curtain. He explained that the cave was their heart and the clearing their garden, and that they needed NTMT knowledge of both for survival and to thrive. He said his knowledge could provide walls, fire pits, and tools, but without eyes and scent on the perimeter the camp would remain vulnerable. He assigned them the critical tasks of observing the perimeter and learning every sight and sound of the surrounding forest. Tsum adjusted her grip on the sharpened cudgel she had been working on and nodded, her sharp eyes scanning the tunnel ahead for foliage, light, and the distant rustle of the forest beyond. Hinata, her Byakugan already partially active, felt the subtle shift in chakra flows around them, the faintest traces of animal life, the scent of damp earth, and the chaotic energy of the apex environment. The three slipped quietly out from behind the waterfall into the sudden, humid warmth of the clearing. Mist rose from the pool at their feet, reflecting sunlight in fractured beams, and the roar of cascading water formed a constant backdrop. Each step onto slick rocks and moss-covered ground was deliberate, calculated, and silent, a testament to their combined training and survival instincts. Naruto paused and extended his senses through the clearing. Tall grasses swayed with unseen movements, large shadows flitted among the trees, and the faint cries of apex creatures echoed distantly. He pointed toward a cluster of trees near the cliff edge and noted that the area looked like a natural choke point, instructing Tsum to note any predator trails and directing Hinata to scan the tree line for vantage points. Everything needed to be mapped before the others began moving resources. Hinata's Byakugan swept in smooth arcs, taking in not just shapes but the flow of life, heat, and faint vibrations in the earth. Tsum's keen Inuzuka senses triangulated scents layered from the previous day's apex activity. Together, they began the meticulous work of transforming the clearing from a chaotic, dangerous space into a surveyed, secure, and manageable extension of the cave, an outdoor base primed for both production and defense. They spent the next 2 hours conducting a meticulous survey of the cliffside and surrounding forest, moving with quiet precision. Every movement and observation was deliberate. They were not merely scouting but laying the foundation for long-term survival. Tsum moved with the ease of someone intimately familiar with the natural world. She sniffed the wind, inspected footprints, and noted animal trails, remarking that the deer paths were ideal and that predators would instinctively follow them. She suggested positioning simple pitfalls reinforced with steel stakes and using rope snares to alert them, allowing the group to control the flow of dangerous creatures without risking direct confrontation. She examined natural choke points, fallen trees, dense undergrowth, and rocky ridges and marked each mentally for potential trap placement, her notes reflecting a deep understanding of predator behavior and movement patterns. Hinata stood on a raised outcrop at the edge of the clearing, her Byakugan glowing faintly as she scanned the forest with precise focus. She explained that from that cliff they could observe the entire clearing and portions of the outer forest, and that positioning someone there with a basic signaling system would allow them to spot movement from nearly a mile away and alert the cave without revealing their location. She outlined how high vantage points could support early warning alarms using simple markers such as tied branches and small noise traps, and noted potential ambush points, fallen logs that could be reinforced as barricades, and natural tunnels that could serve as escape routes. Each observation deepened their security plan, combining simple tools, natural terrain, and her Byakugan's insight. Naruto moved with the methodical precision of the primal architect's wisdom, mentally overlaying a blueprint of the clearing on the chaotic forest floor. He described how the clearing could serve multiple purposes: a central flat area for sun-drying rations, planting small medicinal and food crops, and organizing scavenged supplies, the waterfall's roar to mask movements while working outside, and the forest edge for collecting soft wood, medicinal herbs, and materials for traps. He warned that hunting or exposing themselves inside the immediate perimeter would be dangerous because scent and sound carried quickly in that environment, and recommended several small, concealed collection points along the edges to gather resources without drawing attention to their main base. He emphasized that this plan was more than survival, it was establishing sustainable control of their immediate ecosystem. They walked every ridge and hollow in the immediate area, testing sight lines, wind currents, and the sound profile around the waterfall. Naruto pointed out zones where sunlight would dry rations quickest or where rainwater could collect naturally, while Hinata cross-checked each with her Byakugan for potential threats. Tsum tested each natural funnel for trap placement, imagining how a large predator might react. By the time they returned to the cave, their strategic map of the clearing had become a layered, multifunctional design balancing resource production, defensive capability, and sustainable survival. They shared the plan with Kurenai, who approved and added notes about concealment and the potential for quick illusions near the perimeter. For the first time, the group could see the outlines of a long-term plan, not just surviving the apex nature isolation for the next few days, but actually establishing a secure, thriving base in the wilderness. The clearing was no longer just open space. It had become a carefully structured garden of survival meant to protect, conceal, and sustain them. After the planning session, Naruto went to check on Tenten. She was awake, propped against a pile of layered cloth and salvaged blankets. Her fever had completely broken and the pale flush of illness had faded, but she still looked frustrated, restless, and sharply aware of her temporary helplessness. Tenten admitted that she hated being unable to act, that she was a weapon specialist and felt like dead weight because she could not even get up to check on her own arm. She lifted her injured arm slightly, wincing at stiffness and residual pain, her hands flexing nervously as though she could burn away uselessness through motion. Naruto noted the tension, the slight trembling of her fingers and the sharp set of her jaw, the pride and drive that had nearly cost her in the field. Naruto moved closer and rested a firm, reassuring hand on her uninjured shoulder. He grounded her in purpose and reminded her that she was not useless, explaining that she had been weak because she almost died, and that surviving was not failure. He told her that once she healed she would be their greatest asset, and he meant it literally. The calming steadiness of his presence slowed her breathing, eased some of her tension, and softened her eyes enough to meet his gaze. He gestured to the pile of crude steel plates, rough-hewn cudgels, and partially sharpened improvised tools that Sum had been working on and offered to hammer when she was ready. Naruto explained that he could make crude knives or stakes but not forge. Forging was Tenten's domain. He acknowledged that her skill with weapons, their balance, handling, and proper application was what turned raw materials into life-saving tools. His own tools were survival gear, hers were the group's defense. He leaned closer and pointed out the plate of jagged steel that would become the base of a sword or spear, emphasizing that the forge was more than a place to hammer metal. It was where their survival could become proactive. He made it clear that although she might feel sidelined now, her expertise gave them an edge. He described each person's role to underline the point, his own focus on survival and defense, Kurenai's concealment keeping them hidden, Sakura as the medic, I am providing food and water. He reminded her that among the fighters there were people who barely knew how to hold a cudgel correctly, and that Tenten was the only one who understood weapon balance, maintenance, and technique, someone who could turn basic tools into instruments that saved lives. Keeping a gentle hand on her shoulder, Naruto tried to anchor her nerves with calm, steady presence. He urged her to teach Sakura and Ayam how to wield the rough weapons when she was ready, to refine their defenses, and to design strategies for protecting the base. He framed being out of action on Doctor's orders as part of the plan rather than failure, insisting that her role remained essential. The weight of responsibility struck Tenten. She blinked, took in the scope of what he was asking, and searched his face for doubt. Seeing none, she nodded, determination returning to her eyes as pride and relief mixed with purpose. She agreed that she would recover quickly and take charge of the forge. Naruto gave a small, approving smile and squeezed her shoulder once more, reinforcing the plan to turn the forge into a weapon production line. Tenten exhaled, her previous frustration melting into a clear resolve as she began mentally tracing the steps she would take once healed. Forging, instructing, defending, and ensuring the core group could survive whatever the hostile world outside might throw at them. The final day of the first week had been set aside as a day of decompression, a rare chance to breathe after relentless pressure. The cave, once a damp, shadowed refuge behind the waterfall, had been transformed into a secure, functioning base. Tenten, now stable and wearing a tentative smile, was proof that their combined efforts had kept everyone alive. For the first time since the evacuation, the survivors allowed themselves to lower their guard, if only slightly. Ayam took charge of the meal, working the limited supplies with careful precision. She combined the last dried root vegetables with meager rations of grains and a handful of scavenged herbs, coaxing a thin but fragrant soup over a small, contained friction fire. The aroma filled the cavern, softening the dampness of the stone walls. The group gathered around the warm glow, savoring the simple act of sitting without tense shoulders or ears tuned for predators outside. Hinata, normally hypervigilant, let her gaze drift over the waterfall-lit clearing and appreciated the quiet murmur of water. Sum, usually taut, sat cross-legged and relaxed for once, content to feel the solid earth beneath her. Naruto watched the subtle signs of relief, Sakura's shoulders easing, I am humming softly as she ladled soup, Ten bringing a spoon to her lips without flinching. Firelight and the smell of food seeped into every corner of the cave, a rare comfort in a world of apex isolation and perpetual threat. When the soup was distributed, each spoonful felt like a small celebration of survival and continuity. Conversations began as tentative whispers of memories and simple observations, then grew into soft, hesitant laughter, a delicate sound absent for days. For a while they were not only survivors or fighters but people sharing a safe space, taking joy in small comforts and reaffirming fragile bonds forged under stress. Iam's careful preparation, the firelight on stone and faces, and the steady roar of the waterfall created a fleeting sense of normalcy. The new week began with a tangible shift in energy. After 7 days of constant vigilance and intense labor, the survivors felt a subtle relief of stability. The immediate threat posed by mutated predators and the hazards of the ruined city had been mitigated by planning, sharp instincts, and sheer effort. Yet the reality remained grim. Survival was no longer a temporary challenge but a continuous test requiring foresight, structure, and resilience. Each member of the group carried that weight differently. Naruto felt the familiar pull of responsibility, the constant calculation of risk, resources, and defense. Some senses were alert even in calm moments, scanning for dangers invisible to the untrained eye. Hinata's Byakugan gave her unnerving clarity of every motion and potential threat in the surrounding forest. Kurenai was reflective, already considering contingencies for both internal security and unexpected intrusions. Sakura's mind raced with scenarios for injuries, infection, and medical emergencies, while Iam thought of supply chains, rations, and the delicate balance of maintaining morale and sustenance. It was a delicate equilibrium, the physical work of fortifying the cave and the clearing combined with the mental effort of planning, anticipating, and coordinating. The week ahead would demand more than reaction. It would demand architecture, careful design of a living system, from defensive structures and resource management to training schedules and contingency protocols. Survival alone was no longer enough. They needed to create a sustainable environment in the heart of the apex isolation, a hidden sanctuary where life could not only persist but slowly adapt and thrive. Day 1. Base hardening and consultation. The morning light barely filtered through the roaring waterfall, casting fractured reflections across the damp stone floor of the cave. Naruto rose before the others, muscles still sore from hauling supplies over the previous days, but his mind was already alive with the day's priorities. Today was the turning point. They were no longer merely surviving, they would begin shaping the cave into a permanent, fortified home. Interior reinforcement. Naruto began by surveying the cave walls with a meticulous eye. Using the primal architect's wisdom, he mentally overlaid stress points, weak strata, and natural fissures within the rock. The cave was naturally strong, but the apex nature isolation had a way of magnifying even minor instabilities. He carefully marked areas along the main chamber and the smithy antechamber where stone reinforcements were necessary. Using thick slabs of rock from the waterfall pool, he began constructing support pillars and bracing jagged walls. Each stone was selected for density and balance, and he painstakingly checked each placement for structural integrity. The work was exhausting, requiring precise lifts, careful positioning, and constant recalibration, but the cave was slowly taking on the framework of a fortress. As he worked, the sound of water and the occasional drip from the ceiling became a rhythmic accompaniment, almost meditative. Every placement was a blend of brute force and careful calculation. Consulting Tenten. Once the interior reinforcement was underway, Naruto turned his attention to the smithy, where crude steel plates and blunt tools lay scattered. Tenten, still recovering from her injury, had been brought over in a careful sling but insisted on observing and instructing where she could. Tenten inspected the roughly forged steel knife Naruto had hammered together the previous day and said sharply that the balance was wrong. The handle was too heavy. She explained that he needed a light, responsive hilt with a slightly forward-weighted blade to throw accurately and maintain control. Otherwise the piece would be little more than scrap metal pretending to be a weapon. Naruto nodded and visualized the adjustments. She described less bulk on the grip, a sharper taper on the tip, and the center of mass closer to the blade edge. Tenten's eyes glinted with renewed focus as she added that when she was fully healed they would forge true throwing implements kunai, shuriken, and reinforced blunt weapons not solely for offense but for defensive strikes, trip defenses, and multi-purpose use. She emphasized that his tools were survival gear while hers would be instruments of precision and protection. Moving with careful efficiency, she gestured toward a steel plate with notches hammered along its edge and said that if they used those plates correctly they could create multi-purpose spikes for the entrance, improvised spearheads for defense, and even weighted nets. Planning would have to account for both short and long-range threats. The base was no longer a temporary shelter, it was the sanctuary. What had once been a damp, hollow refuge carved into stone had transformed into a living, breathing stronghold. Every section of the cave now had purpose. Supplies were stacked with care on elevated shelving, sorted and protected from moisture. Weapons and tools rested within easy reach, no longer scattered in desperation but placed with intent. The floor was clear, the pathways known, the shadows familiar rather than threatening. The waterfall roared endlessly at the cave's mouth, no longer a source of fear or chaos, but a constant guardian. Its thunder masked their movements, erased their scent, and drowned out the sounds of fire, forging, and life within. To the predators of the apex nature isolation, the cliff face was nothing more than stone and water. To those inside, it was a wall stronger than any fortress. Week 3 marked a fundamental shift. The frantic edge of survival, the constant fear of being discovered, hunted, erased had dulled. In its place grew structure, foresight, and control. They were no longer reacting to the world's cruelty one disaster at a time. They were planning, building, shaping their environment instead of being crushed by it. Each person had a role, and each role mattered. The sanctuary was no longer held together by luck and adrenaline, but by routine, trust, and hard-earned competence. They slept in shifts without panic. They ate without rushing. They spoke of tomorrow as something that would exist. For the first time since the world had been twisted by the apex nature isolation, they were not just surviving outside the ruins of a dead village. They were carving out a future and daring the world to try and take it from them. Week 3. Day 1. Constructing the watchtower. The first major project of Week 3 began before sunrise. Naruto stood at the base of the cliff, eyes narrowed as he studied the sheer stone wall rising beside the waterfall. The roar of cascading water filled the clearing, masking sound and movement-perfect cover, but also a challenge. Building here would require precision, strength, and absolute trust. Tsum had already done her part. Using her raw power and Inuzuka efficiency, she had felled several thick, dense saplings from the forest's edge. The trees were stripped of excess branches and dragged across the ground, leaving deep gouges in the soil. These were not elegant materials, but they were tough, flexible, and capable of bearing weight, ideal for a structure that had to survive wind, rain, and the vibrations of the waterfall itself. Naruto pointed out a narrow stone outcropping above the cascade and noted that it was invisible from below while still dominating the clearing. Spotting an approach there would be more likely than being detected first from ground level. Tsum grinned and indicated approval, noting that the high ground offered good scent flow and calling the choice smart. The construction was slow and grueling. Naruto's primal architect's wisdom guided every decision: where to anchor, how to distribute weight, which angles would resist both gravity and impact. He directed Tsum as they set anchor lines, using his advanced knot-tying skill to create complex load-bearing harnesses. The knots were tight, redundant, and intelligently spaced. Even if one failed, the system would hold. They hauled the saplings upward using improvised pulleys, Naruto's strength straining as stone dust fell into the mist below. Tsum acted as both counterweight and stabilizer, her balance flawless as she secured beams in place with stone wedges hammered into natural fissures in the cliff face. By midday, the skeletal frame stood firm. They reinforced it further, interlocking the beams instead of simply stacking them, then packed gaps with smaller stones and hardened clay. The final structure wasn't tall, but it didn't need to be. It was compact, solid, and deliberately uneven, blending into the cliff face like a natural formation rather than an obvious man-made tower. When Naruto finally stepped back, sweat-soaked and breathing hard, he ordered Hinata to climb. Hinata ascended carefully, testing each foothold. The structure didn't creak. It didn't shift. When she reached the top and settled into the narrow observation cradle, her Byakugan activated. From that height, with no obstructions and the waterfall mist dispersing, Hinata reported that her vision expanded dramatically. She could see the forest canopy ripple miles away, track distant predator movement, identify migration paths, and mark territorial boundaries. Creatures that once would have ambushed them now appeared as slow, glowing signatures far beyond the clearing. Hinata exhaled softly and said she could see everything: paths, nests, and the way they circled the water so almost nothing could approach unnoticed anymore. Naruto felt the shift immediately, not through chakra, but through certainty. With the watchtower complete, the sanctuary was no longer blind. They now had foresight, warning, and time, the three most valuable resources in a world designed to kill them. Week 3 had begun with elevation, vision, and control. Day 2, the weapons master rises. The second day of Week 3 marked a turning point for the sanctuary, not in walls or food, but in lethality. Tenten stood at the edge of the smithy, her injured arm bound and supported, her posture rigid with barely restrained impatience. The fever was gone, the shaking weakness replaced by a sharp, focused fire in her eyes. She might not have been able to swing a hammer yet, but her mind was as sharp as ever. Holding up one of Naruto's early steel spikes, she explained flatly that it was a survival tool, not a weapon. Naruto did not argue, he simply nodded and listened. Under Tenten's direction, the smithy came alive. Using a scavenged hide and hollowed wood frame, Naruto constructed a makeshift bellows, pumping steady air into the fire. Tenten dictated the rhythm precisely: too much air would weaken the metal, too little would leave it brittle. She watched the color of the steel like a hawk, calling out commands the instant it shifted from dull red to glowing orange. She called for a steady pull, a clean fold, and repeated the process until the metal shaped as she intended. Naruto moved when she spoke, his strength providing the raw force needed to hammer, bend, and compress the heated plates. But it was Tenten who controlled the process, adjusting angles, correcting his strikes, and stopping him mid-swing when his force threatened to warp the blade. She explained that weight distribution decided whether a blade saved your life or got you killed. Too heavy at the handle and you overcommit. Too heavy at the tip and it dragged your movement. Balance, she said, was what let you strike once and live. Piece by piece, the crude scrap metal was reborn. They folded the steel repeatedly to drive out impurities. Edges were ground against stone until they sang when tested. Each blade was quenched carefully, some in water, others in oil rendered from animal fat, depending on its intended use. By late afternoon, the results lay arranged on cloth near the fire: 6 hunting knives, sleek, balanced, and functional, and short-hafted axes with reinforced spines, ideal for both chopping and close-quarters defense. These were no longer improvised tools. Under Tenten's supervision, the smithy had become a true arsenal. Tenten inspected each one personally, testing balance with subtle wrist movements and nodding only when satisfied. She handed one of the knives to Naruto and urged him to try it. He executed a single controlled strike against a suspended piece of wood. The blade bit cleanly and sliced through with minimal resistance. Naruto acknowledged that these were different, and Tenten allowed herself a small, fierce smile. She told them that from now on they would not merely survive attacks. Though she couldn't fight yet, Tenten's presence had already reshaped the sanctuary's future. Under her command, every blade they forged brought them one step closer to dominance instead of desperation. Day 3, the first true hunt. The third day of Week 3 marked their first deliberate step beyond defense and preparation. It was time to hunt. Before dawn, Tsum and Naruto stood at the edge of the clearing, the forest beyond still wrapped in heavy mist. The waterfall thundered behind them, masking their departure. Naruto checked the knife at his waist, one of Tenten's blades. It sat perfectly balanced in his grip, light but solid, an extension of intent rather than a crude tool. High on the cliffside observation post, Hinata's Byakugan was already active. Hinata reported that 2 miles northeast there was open terrain beyond the treeline with large, scattered life signs and one moving alone. That was exactly what they needed. They moved immediately, slipping into the forest without a word. Tsum took point, her Inazuka instincts guiding their pace. She read the land like a living map: bent grass, broken bark, disturbed soil, each sign painting a picture of recent movement. Naruto followed silently, matching her stride, his breathing controlled, senses heightened. They avoided any other creature entirely. The plains beyond the forest edge were different: wide, open, and deceptively calm. Tall grass rippled in the breeze, hiding movement until it was dangerously close. Tsum dropped low, sniffed the air, and identified a large, mutated boar moving alone. They spotted it moments later, massive and thick with layered muscle, its tusks curved and its eyes glinting with awareness. It rooted through the earth, tearing up soil with violent force, dangerous, but distracted. Tsum whispered that being alone was good, one chance, and if they missed, the boar would charge and call others. Naruto nodded once and did not rush. He watched the rhythm of the creature's movements, feeling the weight of the knife in his hand and trusting Tenten's craftsmanship and his own reflexes. When the boar lifted its head, Naruto moved. His enhanced reflexes took over, his body accelerating in a burst of controlled motion. Distance in seconds, sliding beneath the creature's turning bulk. The knife flashed in a precise strike, and the boar collapsed with a single, muffled sound. Tsum went on alert instantly, scanning the surroundings and baring her teeth in readiness for any reaction. They secured the area and prepared to return. A short, efficient pause followed as they gathered themselves and the fruits of the hunt. The exercise had been more than food, it was training, validation, and proof that the sanctuary could act beyond its walls. The team returned to the clearing with renewed confidence and a clearer sense of how they might survive and push forward. When no secondary threats appeared, Tsum looked down at the subdued beast and then at Naruto. She remarked that he had been efficient. There was no sarcasm in her voice as she noted that Naruto had not overpowered it, he had ended it. Naruto exhaled slowly, the tension leaving his muscles. He wiped the blade clean and inspected it, it showed no damage. He identified it as Tenten's knife. Tsum snorted, impressed despite herself, and observed that a leader knew when not to show off. They worked quickly, turning the kill into provisions with practiced precision. The meat would keep the sanctuary fed for days. By the time they returned, the sun was high. The hunt had succeeded through planning, trust, and refinement. Day 4. Processing and practical defense. The next day, Tsum and Naruto triggered immediate, coordinated movement throughout the sanctuary. The moment they woke, the boar was hauled into the clearing and the entire group mobilized without hesitation. There was no cheering, only focus. This was food, security, and time. Ayam took charge of the preparation area near the fire, hands steady as she organized tools, assigned roles, and made sure nothing was wasted. Sakura worked beside her, inspecting the cuts for spoilage and calling out instructions with crisp efficiency. Sakura instructed them to keep blades clean and to rinse between sections to avoid contamination. Kurenai hovered nearby, enforcing strict hygiene by burning what could not be preserved, boiling water, and wiping every surface. This was DSP. One mistake could cost them days of safety. The air filled with the scent of smoke as strips were hung to dry, positioned so the waterfall's airflow carried moisture away without exposing them to predators. It was messy and exhausting work, done methodically. This was sustainability made real. Tenten's second role. By mid-afternoon, with the provisions drying and the clearing secured, Tenten stepped forward. Her arm was still wrapped and movement restricted, but she walked without hesitation, eyes sharp as she assessed the people who would wield the weapons. Tenten announced that training was starting. Sakura and Ayam froze instinctively. Tenten handed each of them a short-hafted axe, newly balanced and refined under her guidance, and instructed them to hold the grip neither tight nor loose, letting the weapon settle into their hands. She circled them slowly, correcting posture with a tap of her foot or a sharp word, telling Sakura that strength meant nothing if balance was wrong and telling Ayam that power was useless without the ability to recover after a swing. The drills were relentless. They practiced controlled arcs and stopping mid-swing on command, learned to redirect momentum, use body rotation instead of arm strength, and strike once then disengage immediately. 1010 demonstrated using only her good arm, every motion economical and purposeful. She emphasized precision over power and accuracy over force. Sweat soaked Sakura's clothes and Ayam's hands trembled from exertion, but neither complained. Tenten's authority came from competence rather than volume. Even injured, she remained undeniable. She warned that a missed swing or overcommitment could lead to serious harm and reminded them that the weapon existed to keep them alive. By sunset, both trainees could strike, recover, and reposition with controlled efficiency. 1010 finally nodded and acknowledged that they were not fighters yet, but no longer helpless. Sakura and Ayam exchanged exhausted, respectful glances as they set the axes down. Day 5. Naruto and Ayam get closer. The next afternoon, sunlight filtered through the canopy and warmed the narrow strip of soil they had claimed. The small farm plot lay beside the river, stones neatly arranged and rose careful but fragile new life fighting an unforgiving world. Naruto found Ayam kneeling there, hands buried in the dirt. Her movements were slow and heavy with exhaustion. Dark smudges of soil marked her sleeves and a thin sheen of sweat clung to her brow. She brushed away a leaf, adjusted a sprout that had leaned too far, then stopped, shoulders sagging. Ayam said that the plants were growing slowly and expressed a deep, bone-level weariness, describing daily efforts that seemed to yield little and comparing the situation to past waste and burned rice when mistakes had meant complaints rather than hunger. Naruto did not answer immediately. He lowered himself beside her, plucked a stubborn weed from between the sprouts, rolled it between his fingers, and tossed it aside. He told her that what she was doing was the reason they were still standing. Ayam finally looked up. Naruto reflected that ramen had once brought people together and made bad days better, but these beans and roots were life and tomorrow. He told her she was making the ground produce, feeding and protecting them, and that she was their shield against starvation. The words landed deeper than she expected. She blinked rapidly, then returned to the sprouts with hands tightening in the soil as if holding herself together. Naruto noticed the ache in her knees and the stiffness in her back from hours of kneeling. Without another word, he reached for a flat piece of slate he had been carrying and knelt nearby. Using practical skills, he sketched clean, efficient lines for a low, sturdy bench wide enough to sit comfortably, tall enough to keep her off the ground, and strong enough to last. He said he would be right back. Within the hour, the sound of careful construction filled the clearing as he measured, cut, and fitted pieces together without waste, anchoring the legs into stone, reinforcing the seat with crossbeams, and smoothing the surface so it would not snag clothing. When he finished, he stepped back and presented the bench. Ayam stared at it and asked quietly if it was for her. Naruto told her it was so she would not have to kneel in the dirt every day because she already did enough. She sat down tentatively and then let out a slow breath as the weight lifted from her legs, relief immediate and overwhelming. She thanked him softly. As the sun drifted lower, they stayed there together. Naruto adjusted the irrigation stones while Ayam explained how her father used to test broth by scent alone. They spoke of wood smoke curling into the evening air, of clean bowls and laughter echoing through a busy ramen stand, of normal days that felt impossibly distant but not gone. For Ayam, it was not just the bench. It was that Naruto had noticed and had built something not for defense or strategy but simply to make her life easier. That evening, as they shared freshly cooked boar and hot water near the fire, Ayam chose her place beside him without thinking. Their shoulders brushed and the silence between them felt warm and comfortable. No promises were spoken, but a steady, quiet affection had taken root. Day 6. Defense System Integration. The defensive simulation began without warning, exactly as a real threat would. High above the waterfall, Hinata stood at the observation post with her Byakugan active, vision stretching far beyond what any normal sentry could perceive. The forest below was a shifting tapestry of heat signatures, movement, and silence. Then she saw it, 3 miles out, a dense, irregular life sign pushing through the undergrowth too large for prey, too deliberate for a wanderer. Its segmented body moved with unsettling efficiency, armored plates overlapping as it advanced along one of the predator paths Tsum had mapped days earlier. Hinata did not raise her voice. She lifted one hand and sent a precise signal toward the cave entrance. Immediate response. Kurenai reacted instantly. Her expression remained composed, but her body shifted into command posture. With a sequence of silent hand signals, she activated the interior defense protocol. Ayam slipped away from the cooking area without a sound and moved to a narrow recess carved into the cave wall, pulling the canvas curtain into place and positioning herself to retreat deeper if needed. Sakura followed with a pounding heart and steady hands, taking her assigned point near the medical storage and crouching behind stacked stone and steel plating so she could either escape through the rear tunnel or provide emergency aid without being exposed. No one spoke. No one hesitated. Exterior confirmation. Tsum exited the cave through the waterfall curtain and melted into the tree line like a shadow, her nose sorting layers of scent with predatory precision. She confirmed what Hinata had marked. The apex insect was approaching along a funnel trail littered with subtle scent markers and false paths. Tsum checked the pit traps one by one, ensuring the weighted triggers remained armed and the sharpened stakes below undisturbed. She adjusted one branch slightly to account for the creature's size, then withdrew, holding the line. Inside the cave, Simurdo stood at the center position with eyes closed and breathing slow. His role was not to fight but to stabilize. Through harmonic resonance, he projected calm outward, lowering heart rates, sharpening focus, and keeping panic at bay. Everyone felt that quiet certainty that the system would hold. Kurenai monitored every movement, ready to deploy a localized genjutsu if the creature breached the outer perimeter, but she conserved chakra. This was a test of structure, not force. Above, Hinata tracked the apex insect's progress second by second and observed that it was slowing, as if sensing resistance. Resolution. The creature reached the outer defense line and paused, confused. The spiked fence altered its path, the scent markers misdirected it, and the unnatural roar of the waterfall masked the sounds of the cave. After several tense minutes, it veered away and chose an easier hunting route deeper into the forest. Hinata waited until it was well beyond the mapped danger zone before signaling that the area was clear. After action, silence. Only then did Kurenai relax her stance and quietly order the team to stand down. Ayam and Sakura emerged from concealment with adrenaline still buzzing beneath their skin but steady hands. Tsum returned moments later, giving a single sharp nod and reporting that the traps had not even been tested by the creature, approving the placement. Naruto opened his eyes and let the resonance fade. No cheers followed, only quiet, shared understanding. The system had worked. Silence, timing, coordination, layered defense. Day 7. Testing the perimeter. Just before dawn, when the world hovered between darkness and light, the sanctuary's defenses were tested again. The clearing was shrouded in mist rising from the river, the air cool and heavy with the lingering scent of processed boar. Though most evidence of the hunt had been cleared away, hunger traveled far in this world. From the observation post high above the waterfall, Hinata stiffened as her Byakugan pierced the gray haze. A sleek, reptilian predator moved low through the underbrush, fast, lean, and unnaturally elongated, its scales catching faint traces of dawnlight as it followed the scent trail straight toward the clearing. Hinata did not shout. She used the prearranged signals to alert the cave below. Inside the sanctuary, everyone froze and training took over. Sakura gently set down the medical tools she had been handling. Ayam stopped mid-step near the farm crates. Tsum rose smoothly from her crouch and confirmed Hinata's report with her senses. The predator surged forward and slammed into the spiked log barrier by the riverbank. It recoiled, shaken and unable to find a weak point in the fence. The impact echoed once before the waterfall drowned the sound. Hinata reported into the signal cord that the creature was agitated, had failed to breach the perimeter, and was retreating. True to that report, the predator circled once, confused and frustrated, then slunk back into the undergrowth without calling others. The perimeter had done its job. Inside the cave, no alarms blared, no weapons were drawn, and no one ran to the entrance. Naruto exhaled slowly and controlled. Tsum offered a single nod of sharp satisfaction, and Kurenai lowered her ready genjutsu stance, allowing herself a small, approving smile. No one had left the cave, no one had fought, and no one had been hurt. The planning, construction, and DSPLN of the system had worked exactly as designed. When the tension fully faded, quiet relief spread through the group. No loud celebration, but something deeper and steadier. Confidence. This was not luck or desperation, this was preparation. They shared a simple, subdued moment as warm water was passed around and quiet nods were exchanged, while Hinata climbed down from the observation post with a calm, proud expression. Small victories like this did not feel dramatic, they felt sustainable. For the first time since the world had ended, survival was not just possible, it was becoming routine.